Reincarnated as an Ogre in the Demon World War. Volume 2, Wild Hunt, by Mogi Suzu, translated by Tiger. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 61. I looked up at the sky. It was dark and gloomy, as if it was a reflection of my heart. When my eyes returned to the ground, there were 3 vampire men in front of me. I could sense their rage. This place really was like the end of the world. And once again, people wanted to pick a fight with me. I guess I was pretty popular. This was General Farna's town, Estbia. I had only just arrived a moment ago, and now look at what's happened. As for the men who wanted to murder me, they were some ruffian vampires. Their deadly claws were extended, and they silently closed in. As they were already poised to fight, there was no point in trying to talk to them. In the first place, talking had never really been an effective way of getting out of trouble in the demon world. Obviously, vampires were one of the advanced races. Even the average one was much stronger than me. And these were a little above average. I have no choice. I had only approached them in order to ask where General Farna's mansion was, and they immediately saw me as a suspicious figure. And before I knew it, they were trying to kill me. Well, it was possible that I had been a little rude in the way that I asked them. Still, if that led to attempted murder, then surely they were in the wrong. Maybe. Now, if I wanted them to listen to me, there was no way to do it other than making them completely powerless. Thankfully, there were 3 of them. In other words, I would be able to fail twice. One of them rushed forward, ready to strike with his claws. I immediately countered with my leg. Galag. While I had a club on my back, there was no time to reach for it. And so this was the right way to intercept him. And since I aimed for his center, my foot went right into the pit of his stomach. His forward momentum and my much heavier weight meant that he went flying beautifully into the air. But there was no time to be relieved. The other 2 came forward from both sides. They were more coordinated than I had been expecting. Surprising, given they were just ruffians. If this is what they were like now, they would be pretty strong if they became soldiers. I almost wanted to show them to the meathead ogres. One is coming with claws, the other with fangs. Perhaps they didn't carry weapons when in town. Either that or they were very confident in their natural weapons. Their mana level greatly exceeded mine. But it was obvious that they were resting on their laurels and hadn't put any effort into training. I hit the back of its knee with a low kick and swiped my foot from the other side when it lost its balance. The result? He sat on his knees very neatly. The other was charging at me, and so I grabbed his thumb and broke it. Then I took him by the ear so he faced me, making it easier for me to crush his eyes. Gah! It was just some fingers into his eyes. He wouldn't be permanently blind anyway. As he was blindly thrashing around now, I dodged his arms and rammed my elbow into his head. And while most of my weight was behind the blow, he remained quite conscious. You're a sturdy one. There was a big difference in size between them and us ogres. But even my elbow drop was not enough to knock him out. Bodies that have been strengthened with that much mana are difficult to deal with. I had to use enough strength to crush an ogre's neck, and do it 3 times before the enemy stopped moving. He was finally unconscious. In the meantime, the guy I had kicked into the air and the guy who fell into a sitting position had now returned. However, they were now wary enough that they were just watching me. But it was obvious that they were angry to have been beaten by a lower race who had less mana than them. You're all idiots. I didn't like that they were staring at the weapon on my back and refusing to come any closer. And so I slowly pulled out the club. If they had time to hesitate like this, they should have just run away. They weren't soldiers, just ordinary vampires, and yet it had been hard to knock them out. However, what would happen when an ogre hit them with an iron club? I decided to put it to the test. This is the place, said the vampire with the puffed-up face. He was dragging his leg, and there were tears in his eyes as he pointed to a great mansion. After my gentle discussion with them, they had humbly escorted me to the general's house. All right, you can go now. The 3 vampires bowed and then left. I doubted that I would ever see them again. But if we did, they would definitely run away. While the mansion was big, the garden was even bigger. I wasn't sure if I would even be heard if I shouted from where I stood. Am I supposed to ring this thing? There was an arch above the gate, and a giant bell hung from it. It wasn't an alarm bell, more like a church bell perhaps, and so I hit it with my club as hard as I could. Garian, Goruin, Garian. The ringing of the giant bell echoed throughout the entire town. Huh. Was I not supposed to do that? Chapter 62. That is a warning bell. It is usually rung when enemies are attacking the town. General Farnez explained with a wry smile. Apparently she was not angry about it. I see. I had no idea about that. Ignorance was scary. Yes, they don't have them in your ogre villages. What about Nayer's town? I've only been there once, but I didn't notice any. Well, it's not connected to the border. And perhaps it wasn't in an obvious place. Well, and you've only been there once. The town that General Farnez ruled was connected to Demon King Troutzard's country. Perhaps it was because she was next to a superior country that they were more cautious of danger. After all, my accidental ringing of the bell had caused all of the residents to prepare for battle. Several vampires had come out of the mansion, and when I asked them to take me to General Farnez, they were furious. As for how you were really supposed to make your presence known, there was a knocker on the gate, but it was difficult to see because of the patterns on it. Ogres were large and not good at spotting such details well, that's what I told them anyway. Ultimately, General Farnez herself came out, and so I explained the situation to her. She looked at me with exasperation before turning around. I had a feeling that she was laughing. Her shoulders were shaking, after all. While the bell had been rung, it was then explained to the townsfolk that it was an accident. I saw the vampires leave frantically in order to spread the news. Yes, while I had not meant to do it, I had caused quite a lot of trouble. Well, such are the times. It was good practice for the people, said the general. I saw that she was gritting her teeth in order to avoid laughing. Was this really so funny? But why is this bell in front of your mansion, General? Shouldn't it be by the main gate or the watchtower? Yes, if you hung it in a place like this, people were going to want to ring it. Oh, there are bells in those places as well. However, I sometimes get messages directly from the sky while in my mansion. I see, vampires could fly. If they saw enemies outside of the town, they would rush straight to the general's mansion. While they could just put the bell inside of the mansion, it was incredibly loud when rung. And so they put it outside, just over the gate. This way, riders who came would also be able to ring it. Without knowing any of this, I had hit the bell. It was very embarrassing. I had walked for 5 days straight in order to reach this town. Damn it! That was a lot of work just to get one sword. However, it was because of this that I was starting to learn more about the size of this country. As the castle was apparently in the center, it meant I could walk from the north corner to the south in 10 days. And since the country was close to a circle in shape, it would be the same, east to west. 10 days to walk from one side to the other. It was my opinion that this country was rather large. On the other hand, the general had returned with her subordinates through the air, and it had taken them 2 days to arrive. Yes, that was the difference between vampires and ogres. So, I suppose I should prepare your reward, Galen. The general's adjutant, Atarasia, had taken the key to the underground library, and along with Igiz, another subordinate, they were monitoring Corps Commander Nayer as he entered the library. Was such caution really necessary? They said that there were a lot of books that must never leave, so perhaps it was unavoidable. Most of my men are still at the castle. I'm sorry to bother you. The general met with me, while she sent her underlings to Nayer A. I felt a little intimidated, given I was much lower than him. As if I would allow anyone else to open the treasure room in my own mansion. Indeed, it would be quite a problem if others were allowed to go in and out as they pleased. What do you think of the town? She asked casually. I suppose she had nothing else to do as we walked to the treasure room. As for me, I was sweating a cold sweat. It's a nice place. The residents are mild-mannered. Yes, that's true. After all, we vampires are among the lowest of the advanced races. We do not like to do things that are unnecessary. Sweat poured from my forehead as she spoke. Are there that many vampires here? No, not even half the population. There are many lycanthropes and loup-garous. Also, a small group of Yupir also live here. Lycanthropes were similar to werewolves, but there was a bit of the mountain dog in them as well. As for loup-garous, they were also werewolves, but they were more like black dogs. I had never heard of the Yupir. Forgive my ignorance, but what are the Yupir? You can think of them as low-ranking vampires. They have little mana, and almost no special abilities. She sounded a little uncomfortable. Perhaps they were more like ghosts. They also had very little in the way of special abilities. General Farna's mansion had 3 stories, and the treasure room was at the top. I had expected it to be underground. We walked through halls and up 2 flights of steps. Just when we should have been close to the treasure room. Garin Gorun Gara. The sound of the warning bell from earlier began to ring. A mistake, or is this an exercise? But I doubted there were others who would ring it like I did. No, this one is coming from the tower facing Troutzard. The general was able to tell from the way that it echoed. Troutzard is the demon king attacking us. However, the general did not answer. Chapter 63. There were 5 watchtowers built in the town, and the one that was currently ringing was apparently in the direction of Demon King Troutzard's country. And so the sword would have to wait. We returned to the first floor. Even without General Farnes giving out any orders, her subordinates moved swiftly. As for the bell, it was still ringing. The report will come soon. Ah, there it is. A vampire flew through the air and landed in the courtyard. Judging by the uniform, it was a soldier. I have a report. Enemies have been sighted near the Forest of Thorns. How many and how long will it take them to get here? Their number is unknown. As I saw the Dragon Palace, it should take them a while to reach us. Dragon Palace, I see. Good work, you may go. Ooh, what's a Dragon Palace? How much do you know about the Golden Dragon, Troutzard? Just the general stuff. At least I think I do. While vampires were among the high-ranking races, there were many that were above them. And one of those races was dragons. Starting with fire and water dragons, there were many powerful types. However, the real reason that dragons were feared was because they often gave birth to origin types. Origin types, the birth of a unique being due a sudden mutation. And if they left their own descendants and started a new type, it meant the birth of a new and powerful clan. But even if that didn't happen, they were powerful on their own. In Demon King Troutzard's case, he was an origin type called a Golden Dragon, and he had many dragon subordinates. The Dragon Palace is a moving palace that Demon King Troutzard gives to powerful dragons. In other words, whoever is attacking us now, they are powerful and trusted enough to be given a Dragon Palace. I felt a chill go down my spine. Such a thing seemed like it was more than enough to take this town. You know what? I think I should be leaving now. Why don't you stay a little longer? I haven't even given you your reward yet. I don't need it, just let me go. Can't you read the room for once? Damn it. I came to the worst possible place. General Farnes herself had lots of men. Well, half of them were still at the castle, and none of her corps commanders were here. They were all back in their own towns, and they wouldn't make it in time if she called them. What are you going to do? Well, there is only one thing that I can do, if the enemy wants to fight. One thing, and one result too. We lose. In the first place, you could not even compare Lesser Demon King Melvis's country to Demon King Troutzard's country. We had been fighting Lesser Demon King Leninoth until recently. And while both sides had the same title, there had been a big discrepancy in terms of the quality of commanders and corps commanders. What about Demon King Troutzard? Look at the size of the countries. It was dozens of times larger. His generals and corps commanders would have received lands as well. Perhaps each had land that exceeded this country. That's how big the difference between us was. What about fighting force? It would not be surprising if their commanders were as strong as our generals. They would have so many commanders and corps commanders that were superior to General Farnes that you couldn't count all of them using both of your hands. To be frank, I would be a foot soldier to them. That's how advanced they were. If they are coming with a dragon palace, shouldn't you just surrender? A lesser demon king going to war against a demon king. I could not be bothered to go along with that. This land was left to me by King Melvis, who was once the general of Lesser High King Yamato. I cannot give it up without a fight. Her courage was admirable, but who cared about that now that this country had fallen so low? The only one who would care, Lesser Demon King Melvis, was still in a deep sleep. Then, what about a settlement? Of course, talking never solved anything in the demon world. I don't know. When King Melvis was awake, he burned down and destroyed a number of towns and villages in his anger. Lesser Demon King Melvis had become weak after being cursed by the enemies from the Celestial World A Holy Attack. From their perspective, it was because of this that he was in a long sleep, and this had continued for hundreds of years. And while he had been weak before that, he still ruled as a demon king. Apparently, He would sometimes become enraged at other countries and towns and annihilate them by himself. A very sprightly old man. And Demon King Troutzard's country had not been an exception. It was said that more than 10 of his towns and villages were destroyed back in the day. So, he must have made a great many enemies then. I'm surprised this country still exists at all. If anything, the others were just frightened. But King Melvis didn't have any ambitions towards expansion, so the country did not grow very much. But yes, this place was feared. And even though he is asleep now, who knows when he will wake up? In fact, his slumber was kept a secret at first, which protected the country from invasion for a while. So they had covered it up. Farnez then said that it had continued for about 100 years. They sure are quiet recently. The surrounding countries grew suspicious, and the truth finally got out. Even still, the fear that he could wake up and wreak havoc kept them in check. However, these days, it seems like they think he won't wake up at all, or he will be greatly weakened if he does. I see. Melvis had once risen to the rank of Great Demon King. But once the war with the celestial world ended and he was cursed, he fell to Demon King. And as his long rest continued, he eventually became a lesser Demon King. All that glory was now in the past. General Farnez said that they now looked very vulnerable. Well, there it is. That is why I must stand firm as one of his subordinates. I will create a bloodbath with a dragon or 2, or 3. This woman, she really meant to do it. Chapter 64. Dragons who could ride a dragon palace were strong. A little bit of knowledge I learned today. So, I'll see you around. As General Farnez said that she was going to go and look at the enemy, I attempted to take my leave, but was grabbed by the neck. Not only was I taller than the general, but I was more than twice as wide. And yet, my arms were weaker. And like that, I was dragged on the ground, but before I knew it, I was up in the air. General Farnez. She had started flying while still grabbing me by the neck. Do you have to carry me like this? I felt like laundry. We are almost there, she said evasively, and so I kept quiet. It would be worse if I flailed around and she just dropped me. I sighed with great relief when we finally arrived on the castle walls safely. How is the situation with the Dragon Palace? It's slowly approaching. There was something I realized while standing on the wall. The forest, there is no road. Of course not. It's not as if we want to have any kind of interaction with the Demon King and his country. I had assumed they would be coming down a road, but I was wrong. There was only a forest that stretched on. So how are they going to come? You'll see. After I waited for a while, a giant turtle came walking through the forest while avoiding the trees. Well, it certainly looked like a turtle, but it had the most vicious-looking face I had ever seen, and the shell on its back was in the shape of a castle. So that's the Dragon Palace. Apparently, Demon King Troutzard was the only person who could give these giant turtles. And they were very rare. What kind of person did you have to be to get such a thing? Just then, one of the vampires started to fly towards the Dragon Palace. I looked to the general and asked her what it was doing. He went to ask them their purpose. I see. So it's not like they had already decided to go to war. As I watched to see what would happen, the vampire returned. Their representative is flying Dragon Meralda. She wishes to speak to you. What is your answer? I had never heard of flying dragons. People like me rarely got any information about races that were too high in rank. Tell her to keep the Dragon Palace where it is and to come out alone. We will discuss matters outside of the town. I will be accompanied by Gollin here. What? Me? I'm sure you have nothing better to do. That's not the problem. Shouldn't you go with one of your trusted subordinates instead of me? I don't have any personnel that I wouldn't miss if it came to a fight. She said it. She really said it, this general. In other words, my death would be no problem at all. No problem at all, huh? Indeed, the death of a single ogre would not have any impact. So you understand. Then let's talk in advance. What? We had to do that too. Did she think I was going to do something during the meeting? Surely I wouldn't. No, there were too many instances when I did just that. As the vampire went to negotiate again, we made preparations to meet them. A tent was pitched outside of the walls, and they set it up for the meeting. Currently, Lesser Demon King Melvis's country was managed by a council of 3 generals. And so it was not strange for General Farnez to represent the country. Well, I'm not sure why I'm standing next to her. Even though I was being treated as an extra, I didn't like being in such a troublesome place. When I asked her this, she explained that someone who openly swung his sword at a general was not likely to balk, even when facing a dragon. Of course, in my case, it was less about not balking, and more about my inability to accurately see a person's mana level. It meant I never really got a sense of how strong someone was. In other words, I was dull. The rest of you can leave. She made all of the vampire helpers fall back. It was just me and the general in the tent now. What will you do if we're attacked? We'll probably die. Right. They are not someone we can beat in a normal fight. This person was strong enough to be given a dragon palace. Perhaps their name was even on the tablet of control. Yes, we had no chance of winning against someone like that. The general suddenly reacted to something. Immediately after, the air started to shake, and the thing appeared right in front of us. "It is I, sent by Demon King Troutzard, flying dragon Meralda," said the graceful beauty that had appeared, but there had been no one there a moment ago. Was it teleportation? As I stood there in shock, General Farnes kicked me in the leg, and then she gave a slow bow. "And I am the vampire, Farnes, of Lesser Demon King Melvis. I am Galin, an ogre." Was that right, my greeting? Ahem. So you are Farnes, one of the 3 generals. Very well, I am also a general. I realized it when Meralda laughed. Her pupils were elongated like a reptile's, so this was the general of the Demon King's country. She had so much mana that I couldn't measure it. But other than that, there was something else that was bothering me. What General Meralda was wearing, it was. Those are traditional Japanese clothes. The kind that nobles would wear. A 12-layered kimono. What? This is called an itsutsuju. Itsutsuju? Ah, I knew it. So someone must have gone to the human world after all. To Japan during the Heian era. I don't care if it's an itsutsuju or a karajinu, but it looks good on you. Yes, on closer inspection, she was what some might call an Asian beauty. In spite of the reptile eyes and the deer-like horns on her head, she was pretty without a doubt. I could imagine her at a wedding in a temple. It was while I had such senseless thoughts in my head that Meralda peered into my face. You know about Karajinu as well." She had strange, captivating eyes. "Huh. Oh, I've heard of it somewhere." "Ahem. So, General Meralda, what brings you to our country?" "Ah, that's right." She was clearly not satisfied, but then she remembered that it was her who had requested that we talk. As soon as Meralda's face became serious, it was as if the temperature in the area suddenly dropped. She dominated the room. "I shall relay to you the words of our king." Chapter 65. The messenger that the gold dragon, Troutzard, had sent was General Meralda, the flying dragon. She had so much mana that I couldn't even begin to measure it. And now, she was talking in a stern voice. "I shall relay to you the words of our king." I could tell that General Farnes was nervous. She was thinking about the worst-case scenario and how she should respond. "I want you to put an end to Lesser Demon King Leninoth and Lesser Demon King Farah's ambitions. I do not care about what methods you use." General Farnes remained silent. So did I. What had she just said? End Leninoth and Farah's ambitions? Why? What was happening? What is your answer? Wait a minute. Galin. Do you have a question? The reason, will you tell us? I expected her to say that no reason was necessary. We just had to obey. However, Meralda muttered, "Indeed, you are right," and she began to explain. "We know that a number of lesser demon kings around here are warring, but they are all small. Even if one manages to become a demon king, they can be easily crushed, wouldn't you think? Is that wrong?" It's not wrong. However, this is not an ideal place. Meralda then said that her country was currently fighting with other demon kings. We are pincered by demons kings on the north and the south. Apparently, they were in the middle of a war with 2 countries at the same time. Demon King Janius to the north, and Demon King Legard to the south. And so the last thing that Demon King Troutzard wanted now was for a new Demon King to be born in the east. Then he should just attack all the lesser Demon Kings first. I'm surprised you can say such a thing, given this is your country. To be honest, I didn't have much of a sense of belonging when it came to this country. Even when I participated in the war, it was just because of the conscription. Well, I was a commander now, but up until recently, I was just an ordinary youth who lived in his village. It wasn't easy to suddenly feel any patriotism, But while I didn't care about doing things for my country, the safety of my people was a different matter. They were people that I wanted to protect if I could. So, what is likely to happen? Does he intend on invading us? He very well could, but that would cause the great demon kings to become cautious. I brought up a map in my head. Indeed, there were countries ruled by great demon kings near the smaller countries. Troutzard was gathering power in order to try and become a great demon king. If they had reason to assume this, Great Demon King Dalm and Great Demon King Bahashani might start to interfere. He was already fighting 2 demon kings on both sides. He would not want to increase the burden. So, why did he choose our country? General Farnez was finally back. She had been frozen for quite some time. Oh, it's quite simple. Your master is asleep. There is only so much that a few generals can do, regardless of their ambitions. She was certainly blunt, that is true. In any case, we will not take any actions that are against the will of our lord, King Melvis. General Farnez said. She sounded relieved. The king of our country was asleep, and so this very meeting was enough to make one shudder. What would she have done if the demand had been to surrender the country or be annihilated? So, what is your answer? Currently, our country is run by 3 generals. I don't see the other 2 here. Yes, but we've always been against the idea of a new demon king rising here. And we have not changed that stance. I see. You would likely be swallowed up if one did appear, so does this mean that you agree to the proposal? Out of the nearby countries, it was Farah and Leninoth that were causing a scene. Our boss was absent in bed, but even if that was still our stance, could we really put an end to their ambitions? And so I thought about the probability of it. Both Farah and Leninoth had swallowed up 2 neighboring countries, and they would only continue on this path. On the other hand, our country remained small and weak. That meant the gap was widening. Leninoth had already secured the north, so what if we conquered the other 4 countries? Of course, Leninoth would continue to swallow other countries, but now that he was at war with Farah, the pace would slow down. As long as things started off well, perhaps we could swallow up 1 or 2 countries very quickly and then be equal with them. The problem is our insufficient fighting force. If we sent all our armies to invade another country, then someone else will target us while we're vulnerable. Out of the 3 generals, one of them had to stick near the border of Lesser Demon King Leninoth's country, and another had to protect the castle where Lesser Demon King Melvis slept. In other words, only one general could be sent out on expeditions. And that was no way to bring an enemy country to its knees. We would likely lose and have to retreat. You seem to be deep in thought. Regardless, you will carry this out. Or else, we will be forced to go with our second best option. And oh, what is that? I asked hesitantly. Take every one of the countries in this area. That's what I thought. Chapter 66. Let's take stock of the situation. What Meralda wanted was for us to prevent Leninoth and Farah from dominating. And she didn't care how we did it. And if this could not be done, Demon King Troutzard would just have to swallow up all of the surrounding countries. And I didn't think she was bluffing. So, was it possible for our country to accomplish this? This was one of the rare countries in the demon world that was relatively peaceful. And so we hadn't lost too many brilliant people in war, like other countries had. But even with that considered, we don't have a sufficient fighting force. It was one thing to defend, but we definitely weren't strong enough to invade another country. But what was General Farnez's thoughts on this? Well, we could send a special suicide squad. This general, she was quite evil. That could either be a single blow to get out of a desperate situation, or it was the last struggle of someone who was on the brink. When it came to battle between races, the amount of mana affected the outcome. That allowed the high-ranking monsters to go uncontested in enemy territory. They could invade the enemy country alone or in a small unit, and there they could assassinate the strongest in the country. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. After all, if they came at you with much greater numbers, it would be incredibly tiring. Furthermore, there were some races who had especially dangerous special abilities. While wraiths were weak when they were alone, if many of them used the Hand of Death over and over again, they could paralyze your body. That's how many of my own comrades had been killed by inferior orcs. In the past, a demon king had even been killed by the Reapers and their one-hit death. And so you would have to be very careful about races with special abilities. That kind of attack, I can't agree with it. It didn't matter if you succeeded or failed. You generally would not come back, you were disposable. I could not trust a superior officer that did not value their comrades. That was my stance. If that's where this was going, then I would just have to do to her what I did to the gigant centaur. And that punishment would be meted out soon. The best results with the smallest sacrifice, what is that if not ideal? I see. Well then, you should go yourself, General. I promise to wave and cheer you on. Oh, you have a lot of nerve for a mere commander. I suppose Nair is not very good at disciplining his men. Yes, discipline, he isn't very good with that. Perhaps he takes after you. Do you two always fight like this? I'd appreciate it if you did this somewhere else. Meralda said with an exasperated voice. It won't take that long. I'll strangle the life out of this meathead in an instant. Next time it won't be your nails that go flying. The general and I stood up. Wait, what the hell are you two doing? Isn't it obvious? It's very obvious. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill her. The claws grew and the fangs were bared. In the meantime, I held my club in front of me. Do what you will then, I am leaving, but I will return tomorrow and expect to hear a proper answer. Good day. Meralda said as she left. She teleported just like when she had come. She's gone. It appears so. We both sighed at the same time. Of course, that had all just been an act. We had discussed it in advance. As they had asked for an audience, it was clear that there would be some kind of demand or request. And so we wanted them to leave once. We would not decide immediately. However, this was a messenger from a demon king. It was possible that they would demand an answer at once. That's why we needed a way to get out of it. And we had every intention of fighting if she did not stop us. I was just glad that it didn't come to that. Still, I was quite proud of my own acting. After all, it had helped buy us a whole day. Chapter 67. After that, General Farnez and I quickly returned to the mansion. By the way, it had been her idea to put on that ridiculous charade in front of the Demon King's messenger. I had just been roped in. Well, it was pretty fun, though. Residents of the demon world had little to do with interactions that had any degree of wit involved, and I had gotten a little carried away. I'll admit that. I was having fun. Gather the others. We must hold a meeting, she said, and one of her servants ran out. Now that was a refreshing sight. When I gave orders to my subordinates, they would say, "Arg," or "Bah," and would show no enthusiasm to speak of. We were able to contact Felicia. Good, still, it hurts that Atrasushia is in the castle. If Immerse is in the castle, tell her to come here. Yes. The general continued to give out orders. A notice must be sent out to the town in my name. Is anyone here? Yes. A few people who were likely civil servants stepped out. Write down what I am about to say, so the people may know that a dragon with a dragon palace is outside of the town. Right away. Both she and her subordinates worked hard. It was satisfying to watch. She needed to warn those in the town to ensure that no idiots decided to go out and see it for themselves. It would be a terrible thing if someone went out there for the sake of curiosity and managed to anger them. You never knew when some idiot would attack, thinking that they were strong enough to take on an enemy. Of course, there was no way they could win. Even if they challenged the dragons, they would be obliterated in a second. That in itself wouldn't mean much. Only the enemy's anger could turn to the town next. And so it was best to hammer the nail in. Any who try to go outside of the walls will be attacked without question. I listened to her speak, and it turned out to be very severe. As vampires could fly, a wall didn't do much to keep them in. But if they tried to fly out, they would be killed. It seemed very extreme, but this was the demon world. And so I doubted anyone would agree with my opinion. Well, I'm sure, a few will try anyway. In spite of such harsh measures, some would still try to do it. And more than one. Who would want to escape the walls after hearing that? But this was the demon world. Some are incapable of recognizing their true power. Now that I thought about it, there had been such ruffians in the town. In ogre towns, there were no such people like that. People who were just playing. Everyone had a job to do, they were forced to. Perhaps it was something only seen in the stronger races. General Farnez, Immerse has arrived. Good, tell her to come to the meeting. I'll be there in a moment. Apparently, they were going to discuss the matter. As her adjutant, Atrasushia was not here, and there wasn't anyone else who had as much insight on military matters. But for now, this Immerse was to take her place. She was apparently in charge of the town's defenses. It was because of this Amali's that the general was able to leave the town without worrying. As for this Felicia that had been brought up earlier, she was apparently in charge of suggesting strategies. A sort of advisor and tactician. Her appearance was that of a half-human and half-bird, but not exactly a harpy, as she had the head of a bird. She was close to the Garuda, but still different, and so her race was a mystery to me. However, I was just told that she was incredibly wise. So, where should I wait in the meantime? I wanted to take my reward and leave. But I knew she would just get angry again if I brought it up, and so I decided to kill time somewhere while they discussed things. What are you going on about? I don't mind wandering around the outside of the mansion. I mind. You will attend the council as well. Why, I'm just a commander and an ogre. You met with and spoke to Meralda, and so you can give us advice as well. Don't worry, I won't expect too much from an ogre. Just answer when I ask you a question. Apparently, there was no getting out of this one. Very well, but I'm sure that my opinions won't be of any use. Regardless, I was to attend. Aside from the vampires, all the others who were in the room were of the stronger races, or so I thought at first. But then I saw a Rakshasa. Rakshasa and ogres were part of the same race, but to be honest, we were about as different as Dobermans and Pomeranians. And of course, it was we ogres that were the Pomeranians. It was said that the beginning of the Rakshasa was the birth of an origin type, who had gone on to wreak havoc all over the land. Armies were sent to defeat it, but it survived and left descendants. And now they were established as their own tribe. They were incredibly strong compared to other demon types. On the other hand, Felicia had a mystical appearance that made her look like some kind of bird deity. I still didn't know what race she was, but it was possible she was also an origin type. In any case, if she was the one suggesting strategies of war, she must be very clever. And such people were rare in the demon world. Aside from them, Amali's also stood out among those who were present. She had an incredible amount of mana. On the other hand, I was the only one there who had very low mana. When the general practically dragged me into the room, all of their heads had turned to me. What is that? Their expressions seemed to ask. However, since the general herself brought me in, no one said anything. Though they continued to stare daggers at me. Now if I were some kind of degenerate, I might have found the situation rather exciting. But I wasn't. And so the meeting was a very uncomfortable start for me. Chapter 68. There were more than 10 people attending the meeting. And they weren't just vampires. All of them likely held important positions within the town. While it might seem like they had a lot of meetings in the demon world, this was mainly because of limitations when it came to communication. And so they had little choice. If you only talked to people you happened to meet, you would lose track of who was aware of what. And that could be fatal when it came to important matters. Furthermore, as everyone would have to move based on their own decisions, it would not be good to relay information piece by piece, as you never knew when you would no longer be able to contact them, no matter how important. And the people that General Farnes had gathered here were personnel who needed to know all of the details. They were the strongest and most trustworthy, except for me. All of you, thank you for coming. I'm sure you all know of the reason. We must talk about this messenger that was sent by demon King Troutzard. First, I will tell you what we know. And then, I would like to hear your unreserved opinions. And so General Farnes spoke of what led to the encounter, what we talked about, and why we were gathered here. I had thought about it before, but she really was good at explaining things. It was easy to understand everything she said, and I always felt that it was a great skill. Those who stood at the top should be able to relate information in a way that would not result in misunderstandings. And so, we were able to buy some time. However, we will have to reach a decision before we meet with her in the same place tomorrow, and now, I will like to hear your opinions. Once she was finished, the others brooded on her words for a while. Unlike ogres who immediately said what was on their minds, these people were very thoughtful. It was evident that they were her valued subordinates, so it was no wonder that she didn't want any of them to die if she could avoid it. Of course, that didn't mean that it was fine for me to die while accompanying her, and I intended on making that very clear. This Meralda, what was she like? Aside from the facts that you told us, what do you personally think? Asked an old vampires. As there had been no introductions before we started, I didn't know who was who. but judging by his clothes, he was likely an administrative officer. He looked like a politician. My impression is that she was here purely for the purpose of carrying the Demon King's words. What about you, Galen? Oh, now she wants me to talk. Well, I suppose I could give them my first impression. In my case, there was one thing that bothered me as we talked. Oh, and what was that? I'm sure that it's true that Demon King Troutzard is forced in a battle on two sides, the south and the north. However, I didn't feel like Meralda herself was all that concerned by Leninoth or Farah. And so even if one of them did become a Demon King, I feel she wouldn't care. But then that doesn't make any sense. When you think about it, it's even odder that someone as strong as Troutzard should be worried. And even if he was, it seems much too early to make a move. Yes, what was bothering me was that they were moving too quickly, almost as if they were waiting for the war to end. And suddenly, they came and told us to stop the ambitions of the other lesser demon kings. There was no way that they were so pressed that they would come here, essentially asking us to do them a favor. So, you are saying there must be some other purpose. Perhaps Demon King Troutzard just wants stability in the east, and Meralda is his messenger. If you take her words at face value, yes. However, if he just wanted stability, he should invade them himself. But he's taking a very roundabout way this time. That was my impression. Of course, she had made some excuse as to why they didn't want to invade them, but it was not very convincing in my opinion. In other words, you don't think we should accept their explanation as the whole truth. Well, there was something about her manner that suggested she did not care about the outcome all that much. General Farnes was thinking back on the encounter. In the first place, I don't know why they would ask us to stop the others and keep this area ruled by lesser demon kings alone. There must be something else they are hiding. After saying this much, the others in the council were looking at me with a "who are you?" expression. Now that I thought about it, I had talked the most outside of General Farnes. Why did I only realize that now? And then I realized something else. The location of my seat. Why was it next to the general? Wasn't this a special seat? In the demon world, the best and most powerful were supposed to sit near the leader, and I was merely an ogre. I see, so that was why they were all looking at me like that, though knowing it didn't fix anything. It was best to pretend like I didn't notice. After all, I was an ogre. They would just assume I was thick-headed. I do have some thoughts about what was just said, if I may. Felicia. Tell us. Felicia, who was the general's advisor, raised her hand. No, wing. Chapter 69. Felicia, is there something that you noticed? Felicia was the person that General Farnes trusted the most when it came to strategy. When it came to who she trusted most in strength, that was Atrasatia, who was left at Melvis's castle. I suppose it was these two who were closest advisors. About this movement. If you look at the root of it, this is a Gekkokugyo resulting from the invasion by the celestial world. Indeed, since the Demon King was defeated, not only lesser demon kings and demon kings are afraid, but even great demon kings are wary of the celestial world. And that's why battles were being waged with more ferocity than before. Whether it's Leninoth or Farah, such squabbles should not be enough to prompt someone like Demon King Troutzard into action. However, it would be a different matter if the celestial world was involved. So what you're saying, Felicia, is that Demon King Troutzard's actions are related to the celestial world. It is still within the realm of speculation, but the hole in the sky opened above the Baradodo territories, which is directly south of Troutzard. Furthermore, the pillars of salt are located in Troutzard's lands. It would not be odd if his actions are related to the celestial world. General Farnes was deep in thought. This hole they were talking about was the hole that opened up in the sky when the celestial world invaded us decades ago. They had wreaked havoc on the demon world and then left. Their purpose had been to take the orbs of control that existed in the bodies of all of us. In the celestial world, they were just referred to as magic stones. Demon King Baradodo was defeated by the celestial beings, and his country was currently split into 7 pieces. There were no traces of its former glory now. As for the Pillars of Salt, it was also known as the 6 Pillars of Salt, and was said to have been used as a base by the celestial beings when they invaded. They had attempted to cover the demon world with some kind of holy power. However, in spite of their best efforts, this part of their plan ended in failure. and the pathetic remnants of the holy power were left in the demon world as pillars of salt. The only reason why they were still there was because no one wanted to go close to them. I had never seen them myself. I understand what you mean, Felicia. We should assume that there is likely another motive as we discuss the matter. Now, about their request, do any of you have any thoughts? The general asked, and many of the others spoke up. But most of it was what I had been thinking. We simply did not have a sufficient fighting force if we were going to stop Leninoth and Farah. So, what could be done? There were many opinions about this as well, and it didn't seem likely that everyone would agree on one thing. Perhaps we should take a short break. While the deadline was tomorrow, they had to reach a decision as soon as possible. And so the general must have thought it would be a good idea to let our minds rest. She turned to me. By the way, Galen, you were against agreeing to their proposal. Why is that? I hated when she interrogated me. However, I had to answer. I didn't say I was against it. I told you that it wasn't realistic. Is it really? I think that we can acquire a lot of power if we target the weaker countries first. Yes. Lesser Demon King Lubanga is currently being attacked by 2 countries at the same time. Because of this, he is forming an alliance with Lesser Demon King Ruse, or attempting to. Fortunately, we share a border with Ruse, so it will be possible for us to invade them as soon as they send their army to support Lubanga. A big problem in the demon world was that when Country A and Country B started fighting, Country C would suddenly intervene. Every country was just itching for a fight, and while countries A, B, and C fought, Country D would then join the fray. Once that happened, there was no end to the chaos, and a great war between many countries would ensue. To continue with what I was saying, if this country invaded Ruse, Leninoth will likely attack us in turn. No, not likely. They will do it for sure. And then what will happen? We will have to fight Ruse and the much stronger Leninoth at the same time. A country as small as our country would not survive a 2-front war. Even if we did succeed, Ruse was allied with Lubanga. So there was the possibility that they would send reinforcements. In other words, we should reject Demon King Troutzard's request. No, if we do attack, it should be Leninoth's country. As they were already in a state of war, we wouldn't risk antagonizing anyone else in the process. Ruse was the only country that might try and take advantage of the situation, but they were busy helping their ally. But were we not talking about starting with a weaker country, because a direct conflict with Leninoth now would hardly end in our favor? Yes, but if we absolutely must fight, then I think we should attack Leninoth directly and not any other country. If that was possible, we'd have done it already. That's what was written on the faces of the others. However, that's when someone came to my rescue. I agree with him, it would not be wise to antagonize a different country now. Surprisingly, it was Felicia who spoke. You too, Felicia, however, didn't we conclude that victory is nearly impossible? What do you mean to do? In that case, Felicia turned to me. Did she want me to say something? There was one thing that I had been thinking about for a while. Did she see through me then? Or did she just want me to make a fool of myself before she imparted her wisdom? I didn't know. What I think is that instead of accepting this request as it is, we should attempt to reach a compromise with that messenger. For instance, something that will help us win against Leninoth. Felicia nodded slowly to this. Decent enough. I'll give you a passing grade. That's what her expression suggested. She clearly had a very high opinion of herself. However, she had an incredible amount of mana for someone who just gave advice and helped with strategy, and so I had no intention of fighting her. Chapter 70. Farna's Mansion, Felicia. Due to this visit from a messenger of Demon King Troutzard, the town was put in a state of high alert. The messenger that had come was Meralda, the flying dragon. Among the Demon King's subordinates, she was a relatively understanding person. She had been a general for about 100 years now, but there had never been any stories about her getting emotional and causing a genocide. Perhaps that was why she had been chosen to be a messenger. And so, a meeting was held. And just as the fatigue started to become visible on the faces of those who participated, it was announced that we would take a short break. General Farnes was perceptive when it came to such things. Even though everyone that was present was strong, there were some who did not like to think. And so tea was brought in from the next room, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. As there were some who looked like their heads were about to burst, this would be a good way to let off steam. A few even got up and left the room. Secret conversations? Perhaps it wasn't quite that, but they would have things to discuss in private, and they would want to share information. Besides, there were bound to be a few who were muttering, and I see during the meeting, who didn't understand at all. This was evident when you saw that those who spoke during the meeting and those who didn't seem to split up into two groups. In the meantime, I couldn't help but stare at this ogre, Galen. Perhaps he was hungry, as he ordered some food to go with his tea. And then he took it and left the room. Was he going to eat outside? Are you curious about him? Asked General Farnes. That's when I noticed that I was still staring at the door after he had disappeared. Yes, he is not like other ogres, that's what I was thinking. It's unlike you to muddle your words like that, Felicia. I heard that he came here today to collect a reward. I was not present at the time, as I was escorting another corps commander outside of the castle, but I've read the reports. According to the reports, Galen was much like any other ogre. He had led a charge and taken the enemy camp. He was just like the previous commander. It was surprising that he beat a high ogre through Gekkokujio, but this was in the middle of a war. Such things sometimes happened. Our country had not been invaded for hundreds of years, and so we had gathered a lot of information for the future. I had information about Nair's subordinates as well. This was why I had not expected Galen to be able to speak so well during the meeting. If I was asked whether or not I was curious about him, I would have to say that I was very curious. Ogres were not supposed to have that much knowledge. Was this some ploy by General Farnes? At first I had suspected that the general was using Galen to speak her own opinion. And so that was why I had to make sure of it earlier. I had started to say something and then made him finish. I wanted to know who was pulling the strings here. Surely he would then stumble on his words, and whoever was behind him would have to speak for him. However, it turned out that I was wrong. Once I heard Galen's answer, I was sure that there was no one behind him. Still, the question remained. Who was this ogre? If he is not your puppet, General Farnes, then he must be Nair's. I did not trust Nair in the least. And it had nothing to do with his personality and actions, which were often unpredictable to many. However, I always had an idea. I knew his boundaries, at least. Nair was waiting for something. I didn't know what it was, but it seemed to me that it was the only reason why he was even here. And so, I couldn't help but suspect that Nair's knowledge had been behind the words that Galen spoke earlier. Nair has nothing to do with it. Galen isn't acting, he really is like that. Galen doesn't think like us, and he doesn't think like Nair at all. Think like us, what do you mean? Galen doesn't react much when you look down at him. However, it's a different matter when you insult the other ogres. He gets angry. I knew that Galen had cut off Farnes' nail. I had escorted the others to the nearby town and then returned. But the battle was already over. An ogre challenging a vampire. It wasn't so much reckless as straight-up suicide. I suppose ogres have no thoughts for the future after all. That had been my reaction to hearing of it. However, my mind was changed during this meeting. No, Galen is clearly different from the other ogres. If Nair was involved, he would have said something that would have not been to our advantage. But he didn't. There had been nothing strange about Galen's words. In fact, he had been absolutely correct. Indeed. I'm surprised as well. So, don't you think it will be amusing to ask him more questions and find out his opinions? Do as you like, General. I will follow you regardless. Then it's settled. I'm going to scratch him a little. When vampires scratch, people die. Aren't you aware of that? Chapter 71. Tea was brought out during the break. I asked if there wasn't anything to eat as well and was given some bread. It was the typical preserved food type. But everyone stared at me when I was about to eat it, and so I took it and went outside. It was just as I was finished eating and returned to the room that the second half of the meeting started. I think we heard the general opinions earlier. As for how we can stop their ambitions, that is a different matter. However, I just wanted to know what you all thought. Regardless of how we do it, I'm thinking about accepting the Demon King's request. Leninoth and Farah. We won't let either of these lesser Demon Kings gain dominance. Everyone nodded at General Farnes' words. She was good at bringing things together. Now, I am quite sure the other two generals would agree with this. We cannot just obey timidly when someone makes a demand. And so let us return to the previous subject. Instead of merely listening to Demon King Troutzard, we must make him compromise. Think about it. And tell me if you have any ideas. After that, everyone gave their opinion as they wished. However, most were unrealistic. Very, very unrealistic. For instance, they are a great country, and so we should borrow some of their soldiers. We can win if we make them do most of the work. This was ridiculous. In fact, if they did just send some of their strongest troops to us, we'd be wise to consider it the first step of an invasion. What kind of fool would want to accept soldiers from a strong country that we weren't even in an alliance with? How about sending our own men to them and have them train? They have been warring for years, and our soldiers will be able to learn a lot from them as they grow stronger. What kind of idiot? Why the hell would they pass over their military secrets to us? Strategy and combat arts were only worth anything once you had experience. Things you didn't want the enemy to know, there was no way that they would tell us. And so, I mostly just sat there in stunned silence, waiting to see where things would go. We can have them strengthen our troops, and then we can work together as friends. Then no matter what enemy we face, we will be able to trample over them easily. They went on. Idiots. I couldn't help but mutter. However, it was in a quiet voice, and so no one heard me. It looks like Galan has an opinion. The general suddenly said, "Wait, did she hear that? Not really. I would like to hear it. As I told you before the meeting started, I want everyone to speak frankly." Well, if she was going to say that much, I couldn't just say that I had nothing. Besides, from the looks of it, at least half of the others were against the last speaker's opinion. But then again, I didn't have an alternative plan. What could I say? There are 3 countries ruled by lesser demon kings that are connected with our country. First is Leninoth, who is currently continuing his war. Then there is Ruse. And then there is Kurulu, who is at war with Lubanga. Most of those seated looked at me as if they couldn't understand why I was telling them this. To continue, even if we attacked Kurulu or Ruse, Leninoth would use the opportunity to attack us. The only thing that is keeping Leninoth in check is our 3 generals, who each have their role in protecting this country. In other words, why not have one general remain and protect the castle, and have the other 2 armies cooperate in order to invade Leninoth? Have Troutzard send an army to the east. Of course, there will be no need to cross the border. What was important was that troops were gathered and spread out in the east. As long as the threat of invasion was there, Ruse and Lubanga would not be able to move. Kurulu and Nakti might then use the opportunity to send their armies to Lubanga. After all, both countries would have their eyes temporarily directed to the west side. They would see it as a very rare chance. In other words, we should use Troutzard's fighting force as a decoy. A show army. I don't know if there is such a thing, but the 4 other countries aside from Leninoth that would get in our way would become involved. Ruse and Lubanga were allies. They would have to split their forces in order to face the Demon King army that might come from the west. And if their east defenses were weakened, that would only strengthen Kurulu and Nakti's momentum. They would never ignore such a chance and attack our country instead. In other words, these 4 countries should clash against each other beautifully, and we would be free to hit Leninoth with everything we had. I see. That is Galen's opinion. What do you think, Felicia? I think it's a good idea, but I have 2 concerns. The first is that Ruse and Lubanga will not move as you suggest. Then it will be difficult for Kurulu to attack. That's what she says. What do you think, Galen? If that happens, I think we should consider abandoning the plan. However, I would think it very odd for them to have an army near their borders, and for them to not respond at all. Indeed. It's unthinkable, given how things work in the demon world. If that happens, it would either be because there is a traitor here, or with Troutzard. Or they are so pressed that they don't have the strength to do anything else. Perhaps by searching for the reason they do not move, we will discover a solution to this whole thing. I see, and what do you have to say to that, Felicia? I understand. As for the other thing that worries me, the possibility that Demon King Troutzard will just invade us without stopping. So Galen, there is nothing we can do about that. No matter how hard we fight, our defeat is guaranteed if he invades us. It doesn't matter how many soldiers we leave behind. That is true. If we were on equal terms with the Demon King, these negotiations would have started very differently. Everyone present agreed about this point. Well, everything discussed here will be useful during tomorrow's meeting. You can leave the rest to me and Galan. Everyone bowed at the general's words. They understood. Well, I was the only one who wasn't bowing. I mean me. I froze while pointing a finger to myself. I have to go again. Chapter 72. I was now with General Farnes in the same tent we were in yesterday. As we knew that Meralda would likely teleport again, we kept our guard up as we waited. However, just waiting with excitement and anticipation was bound to be tiring, and so I spent the time thinking. For instance, about General Farnes. In terms of mana, the general was said to have an amount that made her the closest to being a lesser demon king in the whole country. Close to a lesser demon king, in other words, her name was not on the tablet of control yet. Where can one find the closest tablet of control from here? What are you talking about all of a sudden? I'm bored. And I was just thinking about where it might be. While they are scattered all over the demon world, there is unfortunately none in our country. So where are they? Usually in the countries of demon kings and great demon kings. I don't really know about the others. I have no interest in that. I see, but I wonder how many there are in all. Who knows? They can be found all over the demon world, perhaps over 40. I doubt anyone has counted all of them. The residents of the demon world weren't completionists, and no one had bothered to investigate, apparently. Have you ever seen one, General? A couple of times. It was so large that it just looked like a shiny black wall. It was said that it was impossible to move or destroy a tablet of control. Of course, that would just make people want to prove their power. However, judging by the fact that there were never any stories about people successfully doing so, it was likely true. The tablet was aware of the mana level of all residents of the demon world. I thought that it must be some kind of receiver device. In that case, perhaps the orb of control was the transmitter. Perhaps the residents of the celestial world wanted the magic stones because that feature was necessary and not just the stored mana. Well, it was all just my own imagination. I heard that you have enough mana to have your name writ on the tablet of control. That's what they say. You don't know. I just hear people say that I am not much different compared to some whose names are written, and so I'm inclined to believe it. I see. That's what she was going on. So, you will be able to declare yourself a lesser demon king soon. I don't know about that. This country is small, and there are not enough people. And since there are no plans for that to change, I have very low expectations. You're talking about the receiving of mana through the orb of control. Yes, unlike other countries, the roof cannot be raised, so it will be difficult to increase it by much. We residents of the demon world had mana-storing stones in our bodies. As for why they were called orbs of control, it was because subordinates used these stones to give some of their mana to their superiors. That's where the control part came from. And while it was just a small amount, if it was from hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, it would become an immense amount. Unfortunately, such a boost could not be expected in Lesser Demon King Melvis's country. Sorry to keep you waiting, Meralda said as she popped out of a cardboard box, teleported in front of us. I suppose it was a special ability that dragons had. I was jealous. Let's continue where we left off. Meralda would have things move at her own pace this time. It won't do. That is what Meralda said when we suggested she could listen to our requirements instead of just accepting the demand as it was. I know it will be difficult to move your armies. We are not even asking you to cross the borders. We just want a diversion. And I am saying that it won't do. If we send troops to the west, the north and south will become more aggressive. The battles will heat up even more. And so we were rejected. It had seemed like a reasonable enough request to me. Say these battles with the other demon kings do heat up. What kind of losses are we talking about? Perhaps we could compensate. It was worth considering. Indeed, it would probably result in each side losing about 10 lesser demon king-class officers. Well, that sounded very heated indeed. This country only had Melvis, but in other countries, people of that rank could easily die in battle. Clearly, there would be no way to compensate them for that. That was a problem. Without any other solution, the whole business would have to be forgotten. That being said, I couldn't think of anything else. Clank, suddenly, General Farnes got to her feet. What is it? She looked pale. Something unusual must have happened. But what, Nayer? The Corps Commander. Why was she talking about Corps Commander Nayer now? He has escaped control. What? Escaped, he's fled, did he revolt? Oh, I could sense it too. There is no place to take the gathered mana. I, and all of my subordinates, were no longer under Melvis's control due to Nayir's disappearance. Everyone in the village must be very shocked right now. It was a catastrophe, I suppose, but that was the first thing that came to my mind. Chapter 73. I didn't understand the reason, but my connection to Corps Commander Nayir had been cut off. Well, I suppose that he wasn't the Corps Commander anymore. The orb of control connected those who were above to those who were below, and they spread out like the branch of a tree. One might say it was like a tree diagram. And I had been cut off from that flow. Yes, that was the best way to describe it. Cut off. I didn't realize it would make me feel so anxious. I muttered in surprise. Everyone could tell if there was a connection through mana. This was why even meatheads were able to tell their allies apart from enemies during war. And now, that was gone. For instance, the death of a corps commander or commander would not have caused as much of a stir. After all, the flow of mana would be maintained. It was like how even if one branching point in a tree diagram disappeared, the overall shape would remain the same. You just needed someone else to fill in the spot, and all would be well. However, things were different now. Nayir had been cut off. He had used a great deal of power and cut the flow. In order to escape the bond of control, you had to want to do it. It was like cutting a thick wire with a jigsaw. It was not something that could just happen by accident. You too, has something happened? It sounds like someone has broken away. Broken away? I suppose it was true. I would never have thought that Nayir would leave Melvis's control. That's when I realized it. We were still negotiating. General Farnez was so shocked that she had blurted out the internal affairs of this country. A little problem has occurred. The general also noticed that she had misspoken. I could see her grimace. What happened? No, it is not something to tell outsiders. It is our concern alone. We are currently talking about something that is very important for both countries. Perhaps it does concern us. It does not concern you. It's about my subordinate. You do not get to decide that. Hiding it will do you no good. I could understand her view. Meralda most likely wanted to know if we could be trusted. If we lied or misled her here, it would leave a very bad impression, even if we went through with the negotiations. I see. Well then, I will tell you. Just a moment ago, a corps commander was freed from the bonds of control. He was my subordinate. Ah, the one you called Nayir. Now that I thought about it, she had shouted the name in the beginning. Yes, that is correct. Did this corps commander hear what was being discussed and run out of fear? And no, Nayir would have been in King Melvis's castle and would have had no way of knowing. I thought so too. It was just yesterday. He could not have known. Hell, I had expected him to still be reading books in that underground library of his. And from what I gather, this person left without leaving someone else in his place as corps commander. Yes, and so his former subordinates are no longer under anyone's control. That is the situation. There wouldn't be nearly as much alarm had Nayir passed on his role as corps commander to someone else. The fact that he hadn't was close to a declaration of war. He purposely wanted to cause chaos and turn our eyes towards him. He wanted us to know that he would not be coming back, and this confusion would continue unless the next corps commander was chosen. I myself was confused. So he left by force. He must know that he will be chased. You would do well to assume that he has prepared a way to escape then. Perhaps he is moving now in order to cross the border. I would think so, I see. He made me come here so that I couldn't chase after him. I had to agree with the general there. There were so many things that were suspicious. It had been Nayir who pressed me to ask for the deep-sea dragon sword. He had insisted on it, even. And in order to receive a private possession of the general, it was necessary to go to her town. On the other hand, Nayir would be at the castle. Aside from the general, the only others who would know that he was gone were Nayir's subordinates. The Gob brothers, Bayan, Lobos, and me. We couldn't contact the others, and even if the general tried to go after him, the castle was much too far away. So he had been thinking about this moment even during the war. I was used as a pawn to get the general away from the castle. How very sly of him. I would kill him the next time we met. It seems like your country is not a monolith then. I don't know what this Nayir intends to do now, but him. What is it? Meralda suddenly looked strange. Like she was trying to remember something. Was there something that we didn't know? Nair, now that I think about it, that name does sound familiar. The general of such a great country knew the corps commander of a small and weak country like ours. Nair is a vampire who came to our country 300 years ago. Was he from your country before that? No, that's not it. 300 years, I see. Now I remember. Meralda's beautiful face scowled. Apparently, it was a memory she would have rather forgot. As he never talked about what he did before coming here, no one knows much about him. While I cannot confirm anything, I will tell you what I do know. After all, it concerns my country as well. So saying, Meralda searched through her sleeve and pulled out a rolled-up map. As you know, our country has been in a state of war with Demon King lettered for a very long time. Meralda began. Chapter 74. Demon King Troutzard's messenger was the general, flying dragon Meralda. A woman who is every bit as beautiful as the flashy kimono she wore. I assumed that she was a lot older than she looked, but as I was an ogre that could read the room, I didn't ask her about it. And as someone who still had those old Japanese sensibilities, she was exceptionally good-looking to me. Were we not in this situation, I might have wanted to hit on her. In any case, she slowly began to talk of the past. To the east of Demon King Legard's country, there is a small country ruled by Lesser Demon King Legras. I suppose you might recognize it as the country where one of the 6 pillars of salt is located. The 6 pillars of salt, the places where the celestial world invaded from. A terrible war had been waged, and countless residents of the demon world had died. It used to be ruled by Lesser Demon King Sola, but that changed with a Gecko Kujio. And now Lesser Demon King Legras sits on the throne. I looked at the map. Legras's country shared borders with Great Demon King Bahashani and Demon King Legard's countries. This would be a very nervous place to be for a Lesser Demon King. It was only much later that I heard stories about a certain person playing a big role in that takeover. However, that person did not stay in the country. He took his subordinates and wreaked havoc on the surrounding lands. It was Legard's country that suffered the most. So he provoked a demon king. He had a lot of nerve. He did all that, and it didn't start a war with Legras's country. General Farnez was right to question this. You had to retaliate when someone ravaged your lands. It was the way things were done in the demon world. Well, the people wreaking havoc weren't under Legras's control. In other words, they were like us now, free. There were people who weren't under anyone's control. However, they were usually shunned wherever they went. And they eventually came to our country. Several towns and villages were destroyed. The group was composed of obliteration hunters, black knights, and Dullahan. All of them were very powerful. We had a difficult time dealing with them. Most of them escaped, but we captured some. That's how we found out. The name of the person who led them. You mean? They called him Nair, a short vampire, and the group that he led was called the Wild Hunt. What do you think? Sound familiar? I had never heard it before. As for General Farnez, the Wild Hunt, the gang of ghosts that come out of the shadows to work as much savagery as they can before vanishing into the night. So you do know them. It was around that time when all rumors of their attacks suddenly stopped. I had assumed that they had been defeated. What time was this? About 300 years ago. It was the same time that Nair had come to this country. So the guy who used to pick fights with demon kings was our corps commander. A good, lowly citizen like me was working for a gangster. However, I still didn't understand what Neher wanted. Did he want to bring back the Wild Hunt? Well, then he could have done that. He could have just left. He didn't need to plot so carefully like this and escape. Yes, his mind was still a mystery to me. It wasn't just his purpose. I never knew what he was thinking during normal times. But he was not someone you could trust. Somewhere in my heart, I had always believed this. And so while I was angry when I heard that he had fled, I also felt like it was something he would do. However, I would not forgive him if we met again. I understand your situation now, and I will accept your earlier proposal. Meralda's words caused my open jaw to freeze. She had suddenly changed her mind. Because of what just happened, are you certain? General Farnez looked doubtful. If Nair is the head of the Wild Hunt, this disaster might affect our country as well. I do not know what he has been thinking or waiting for during the last 300 years, but I feel like it would be unwise to cut you off now. No, it would be best for you to be indebted to us. Thank you. Thank you. The general and I both bowed our heads. While we would be indebted to them, it was not really a problem. After all, we were always in a weaker position. The day might come when they asked us to do something in return, but it would have been just the same as if they had ordered us to do it. Anyway, it was more important to get out of the current predicament. Well, let's discuss the details, is what I would like to say, but it seems like you have important matters to attend to. Yes, now that Nayer was gone, it felt like I was suspended in the air. I will remain here. You can go and deal with it. Thank you. So, how about the same time tomorrow? That is fine. Half a day will probably be enough. No, I will make sure that it is. That is good. I will be expecting good results. Meralda nodded with satisfaction, and then she vanished. This time, I had been staring hard at her, but had not been able to observe any special abilities being activated. It meant that if I ever had to fight her, I would have no way of dealing with that skill. Meralda, what a terrifying girl, gah. Galen, we must go at once. The general grabbed me by the collar and shot up into the air. See, can't breathe. Chapter 75. Meralda had given us a day. The secret agreement would be finalized tomorrow, and so I looked back on everything that had been discussed. Lesser Demon King Melvis's country was to stop Leninoth or Farah's ambitions. Of course, this ambition meant the swallowing up of the surrounding countries and rising to rank of Demon King. In exchange for doing this, Demon King Troutzard would send out their soldiers to the borders in order to keep surrounding countries in check. That's how it was. They had accepted our demand. You could say that it was a great success. And judging by Meralda's attitude, she did not seem particularly resentful about it. It also didn't seem like she intended to trick us. And I felt that as long as we kept our side of the bargain, they would do the same. Besides, this demand, of crushing the possibility of Leninoth or Farah dominance, it matched what we wanted as well. In other words, we had always been going in that direction, so it would be easy for the other generals to agree to it. And we even got a little help in the process. Normally, this would be a matter for great congratulations. However, I was in a dark mood. I felt depressed. This was all because of the former corps commander. As there was no way to hide it, it must be made public. And worse, we had found out about his past and how much of a threat he was. If people were sent after him, they would likely be annihilated. It would just be a double humiliation. This problem gives me a headache, but it can't be pushed aside. As for me, I kind of wanted the general to take responsibility and go deal with it. However, it might be too dangerous for her to go alone. Still, she couldn't take an army either. If he really had crossed the border, it could result in a war with that country. I heard that you were calling for me, and so I came, said Felicia. Felicia was in charge of strategic planning, a person of great mystery. I didn't even know what race she was. Felicia, this is a matter of great urgency. Corps Commander Nayer has betrayed us. Yeah. Even she was surprised by this. And so everyone who served under him is now cut off from control. Yes, I can see that Galen does not belong to any army now. Yes, I was currently free. Unfortunately, people like me, who were not under anyone's control, stuck out like a sore thumb in the demon world. You're not going to like this, Felicia, but I need you to take Nayer's place. You want me to be a corps commander, are you certain? You are strong enough. I don't see why not. No, that is not what I am worried about. You mean going public? It's an emergency. Considering the future, it would be best to do it now. What were they talking about? I was confused. It was like Felicia and General Farnez were synced together when they talked. There was no room for me to enter. I could not interrupt them. Well then, I will accept the position, and the first thing I'll do is put Galen under my control. Prepare yourself, Galen. And so I urged the orb within me as I turned towards Felicia. A beam of light shot out of and swirled around Felicia before disappearing into her body. Now we were connected. It seems to be all right. Your mana has increased greatly, Galen. What does this mean? I don't know. It seems different compared to when it was Gyuden. I didn't expect it to increase this much. Perhaps it's because I took in the Reapers. So that was you. I heard the reports. And when Lobos and the others are included, will it overflow? Indeed, I think it is possible. It would be best to have a few units under my command. Yes, that would be safer. As I will need you to go towards the castle and deal with Nayer, I'll be keeping Galen with me here. It seemed that my future was being decided. even though I was still not sure what they were talking about. Keep me, did she mean? Well then, after exchanging some words, General Farnes and Corps Commander Felicia made the transaction. And like that, I was sending energy to a different person. Apparently, I was directly connected to the general now. I guess this meant that my men were also now under her control? Felicia, I need you to go immediately. There are 4 commanders left. You'll be able to find them if you go to the castle. If you can, continue to gather information when you are there. As you wish. Felicia bowed gracefully and then left the room. So, there it is. You are no longer under Felicia. Understand? To be honest, I'm rather confused. It seemed like I was listening to a private conversation. Now, we must find Nayir's location. As for who we can send, there are not many who could run away if it turned into a battle. Do you mind if I ask you something first? Nayir would be trying to get as far away as possible, but more importantly, we have to find out how many men he took with him. There may even be others who are waiting for him, given how long he seems to have been preparing. If we are not careful, the wild hunt might start within the country. General, I have a question. What? Why are you shouting all of a sudden? If it's possible, I'd like you to explain. Explain what? About Felicia and Felica? Yes, about her. Chapter 76. Ultimately, it seemed like General Farnes had little intention of telling me more about Corps Commander Felicia. Of course, I wasn't going to push the issue, but it was clear from their earlier conversation that they were hiding something. And as someone who had just been used and manipulated by Nayir, this was not very amusing to me. The dissatisfaction must have shown on my face, because the general thought about it for a moment and then asked, "Why did you take in the Reapers, Galen?" Why? Because they were relying on me. That's when I made the decision to take them in. At that point, I didn't care if I had permission to do so or not. She had changed the subject so suddenly that I blurted out the truth without really thinking. Protect your friends with your life. It was the promise I had made with my mother, and I wasn't going to break it in this world as well. The general was silent for what seemed like a long time, and then she muttered, "Well, you're under my direct control now." It was as if she were arguing with herself. About Felicia, she is a derivative of a Garuda. Would you understand if I said that one of her parents was an origin type? Someone born as a unique type and not an advanced type. That's what derivatives were. A branching path in an evolution. If Felicia has descendants of her own one day, and they take the same form, they will become established as their own type. Well, it was a bigger deal than I had expected. And you're allowed to tell me this. I had been the one to ask, but this talk was about whether or not a new type would be born in the demon world. You must not talk about it elsewhere. Felicia can have children with other Garudas. And so their enemies, the Naga, are threatened by her. Garudas and Nagas were mortal enemies. In the demon world, there were species-specific predispositions that went beyond personal grievances. Sometimes they were of similar species, or as in this case, it was a matter of both being predators, snake and bird. As for these Naga, they weren't the serpent or humanoid monsters people thought of in Japan. These looked more like cobras. They also had 4 heads coming out of their neck, making them quite interesting to look at. The Naga, aren't they very vicious and aggressive? The type who will charge right at you. Most people considered them to be meatheads, just like us ogres. They are not happy with the idea of a new special type of Garuda, and so they launched an attack. After all, there are not many Garudas. However, Felicia used a certain strategy and annihilated them. Oh, no wonder she got her position. Of course, that just made them hate her even more. She was targeted specifically after that, and so she fled the country. And after being a wanderer for a while, she came to work for me. I had wondered why she was the only one of her kind here, so that was the reason. Is she still being targeted? She is. Rumors spread when your name becomes known. And so I kept her out of the spotlight. That's why I didn't take her to negotiate with Meralda. I would have preferred to leave such matters to her, but considering the possibility of her enemies finding her, it could not be helped. Well, I guess that explained why she took me. So she really had meant it when she said that I was personnel that she didn't mind losing. Felicia was that valuable to her. And the reason that I was taken out from Corps Commander Felicia's command. Felicia has an incredibly high amount of mana. It is not impossible that she might become a lesser demon king one day. That would result in her name being put on the tablet of control. Not exactly something she would want. That's why I had you removed. The general then noted with an amused laugh that it was a good thing that all of Nayer's subordinates were of the weaker species. In other words, Felicia was not likely to become a lesser demon king. While she was supposed to be the brains, she apparently had even more mana than General Farnes. What a frightful person the general had been hiding. While I don't want you to repeat this to anyone, I do want you to remember it. After all, I may have to ask you to do things in the future, to ensure that her name does not leave this place. I am just a humble ogre, use me as you will. At least I had learned that General Farnes also took care of her own. Thank you. She laughed, so it worked out for the better after all, that Nayer's subordinates were weak. The Gobgobs, buy-in, most of them were not really suited for combat. They were the perfect personnel if Corps Commander Felicia didn't want to become a lesser demon king. It was almost impressive the Nayer had found all these. He found them. What is it, Galen? I couldn't help but think about it. We commanders had been gathered together by Nayer. Why had he gathered all of these people who weren't experts in battle? It was as if he didn't want to become a lesser demon king, either. Was it something like that? Could Nayer have been purposely avoiding raising his mana so that he wouldn't become a lesser demon king? What if he was really so strong that it was actually odd that his name wasn't on the tablet of control already? I doubt that. No, perhaps it's possible, but why? Yes, why? That was the question. Why did Nayer want to avoid having his name on the tablet of control? Now that I thought about it, having 2 goblin units during a war was absurd. And he had done the same with the flying eagles, which were only good for carrying supplies. It was as if he was playing. Could it be because if his name was there, people would remember what he did 300 years ago? The wild hunt that had ravaged the countries of 2 demon kings. And of course, there were smaller countries that suffered as well. If his name appeared on the tablet, people would start to search for the old vampire. And they would likely have more than harsh words for him. And what if a great demon king or demon king started to search for him as well? That's why he was avoiding it. The general seemed to have come to the same conclusion. General, this might be a much deeper problem than we thought. Why had Nayer been hiding like this, and why had he decided to move now? This was a problem that we were very much involved in. Damn it. And we are so close to finalizing this deal with Demon King Troutzard. I understood her frustration. An invasion from lesser Demon King Leninoth, negotiations with Demon King Troutzard, Nayer's betrayal and secret. Too many things were happening at the same time. Chapter 77. Here's a riddle. What's something you have too much of when you're young, but have too little of when you get old? It's time. Or not. I'm still young, but I don't have enough time at all. Apparently, even vampires felt the same, in spite of living much longer than humans. They too were bound by time. We have no time. We must hold a council at once. General Farnes was still quite young, at least in appearance, but she knew the importance of time. She conjured up the same members as yesterday, like some magic trick. And then we began. There were 2 matters to discuss, the messenger and Nayer, and so time was more important than anything now. I had only intended on being a bystander, but I suppose I forgot myself a little. I went too far. It was too late now, though, and I had to go all out. If we want to defeat Lesser Demon King Leninoth, it has to be a brief, decisive battle. I declared this in a loud voice. I might regret it later, but I would deal with the consequences. Of course, they talked about the lack of soldiers and made other such arguments, but I refuted each and every one of them. Yes, I went too far, much too far. I had humiliated the powerful residents of the town, including the vampires. And since Corps Commander Felicia had already left, there was no one to keep them in check. And so they stormed off, red-faced at having lost an argument to a meathead ogre. After all, I had obliterated them so thoroughly that every time they opened their mouths, the situation became more unfavorable to them. I would have to be careful when I slept tonight. Galen, even I think you went too far, said General Farnes. I know it, but it was as if I had suddenly been possessed. But it wasn't the god of comedy, that's for sure. It was like being drunk. In any case, my passion for dealing with the Nayer situation had made me lose any sense of caution. However, it was in the past now. Not that that made things better. Besides, it was all Nayer's fault. And so we met with Meralda on the following day, in order to discuss what we had agreed upon. I had forced everyone to agree on. And without any further trouble, the agreement was settled. But while I had been the one to suggest it, I was starting to have doubts. Are you really an ogre? Meralda asked me before she left, but I wasn't sure how to answer something like that. I know that I'm an ogre. That's all that matters. In other words, my stance was that the opinions of others did not matter. How very philosophical, she muttered, and then she left. Now I would be able to return to the village, is what I thought. However, I still hadn't received the sword yet. You really are amusing, Gollin. If you leave now, what was the point in even coming here? She was right. I'm going after you give me the sword. In any case, I needed to return to the village once and tell the others about Nair. I hoped that Rig didn't get a heart attack, but even if he did, it wouldn't be my fault. He would have to complain to Nair. Though he would have trouble doing that. That's when it came to me. I wasn't a commander anymore. Had I been demoted? It wasn't that I wanted to go up in the world, but it didn't really seem right. I had worked so hard. The deep-sea dragon sword was your reward, wasn't it? Wait here. I will go and fetch it. So she was not going to let me enter the treasure room, and so I waited patiently outside. After a while, General Farnez returned with a bundle in her arms. This is the deep-sea dragon sword. The strongest monsters lurk at the bottom of the sea, especially in these deep-sea places. They say that the most unbelievable monsters can be found there, and this sword was made with their bones. Thank you. I will take good care of it. It was rather expensive, she said with a little annoyance as I grabbed it casually. I guess she was rather skeptical. But how did they manage to kill a dragon that lived deep in the sea? This world did not have submarines, and I very much doubted anyone could have dove that deep. Because it attacked them, of course. Yes, it's true that they are usually in the waters that are so deep the light doesn't reach them, but sometimes they will suddenly rise to the surface if they detect a ship. Wait a minute. I thought these dragons would be like deep-sea fish, but if they could easily move back and forth like that, they would have to have features that were equivalent to submarines. Their skin would have to be very tough. It was amazing that people were able to kill such a creature, but this was the demon world. Yes, in the future, I would be more careful about antagonizing people that look strong. As for the bundle, I unwrapped it to reveal a long, Japanese sword. Compared to my old one, the one that had broken during my fight with General Farnez, it was longer and thicker. But it was still a katana. The blade is white. Was it because it was made of bone? It was nice. Do you like it? Yes, very much. There is something called bone china that is made by mixing cow bones with porcelain. It had a similar white luster to it. I liked it a lot, but there was no sheath. As for performance, well, I would have to test it out next time. By the way, there were several things in the demon world that were stronger than steel. Bones like these from powerful monsters was one of them. They tended to be hard and tough. They could probably cut through steel. Thank you for such a great gift. It's your reward. Now that I thought about it, Nair's reward had been a look into the underground library. I didn't know what he had been trying to do there, but I now had something to cut him in half with the next time we met. Well, I'll be going now. You really don't compromise, Gollin. I wanted to return to the village as soon as possible. I will continue to search for Nair. Depending on what I find, I may need to speak with you again. I understand. Please tell me if you do find him. I intend to give him a taste of this blade. Very well. I will let you know. And like that, I left the town of Estbia behind me. It took me 5 days of walking to return to the village. Regardless, I had finally been able to return. Chapter 78. Unsurprisingly, the village was in an uproar when I returned. As everyone had been cut off from Nair's mana flow, they were also removed from Melvis's control. And while I knew the reason for this, those in the village had no idea what was going on. Did Melvis die? It was either that or rumors of my death. These rumors eventually resulted in people claiming that I had started a rebellion. I always thought Gollin would do it, said the idiot brother. I made sure to jab him and dislocate his arm after that. And since I was the only one who could put it back, I decided to leave him until he came crying to me. So, former Corps Commander Nair has defected. Anyone who is seen to help him will be treated as a traitor from now on. Furthermore, If anyone has any information, you would do well to speak up quickly. While it had not been that much time since it happened, Rig had gone to Nayir's town and acquired information. He was a very capable adjutant. And so the village had regained a little of its composure by the time I returned. However, because Seifo just had to start spreading rumors, the others had begun to suspect that I was part of Nayir's rebellion. After carefully explaining things to them, I sent kobolds out to the other villages. That should bring this chaos to an end. Maybe. The part that was the hardest to explain was how this affected us all. I told them that Felicia was the new corps commander. They seemed to understand when I told them that she originally worked under General Farnes. However, I told them that we would not be under her command. "Oh, so you are rebelling after all?" someone asked. And so I punched him. Did they really think that I was such an anarchist? I didn't feel like telling them every little detail, so I just said that we would be working for the general directly. There were two different reactions when I said this. Rig and Paney were very shocked. An army that was directly under the general's command would have to be outstanding. Of course, we weren't. But I couldn't tell them that this was just a move to protect Felicia. We will likely participate as a reserve corps from now on. The general had said as much. It was too late to integrate us with her other armies. So we would only be used when necessary. That is such a wonderful thing, Paney said with much emotion. If you are the chief of a reserve army, that means you are just as powerful as a corps commander. Oh, really? The general hadn't said anything about that. Usually, the general's main army only moves during a final, decisive battle. In such times, units directly under her command will have the most important roles. In other words, you will be part of the army that attacks the enemy leader. As the chief commanding a part of that army, you will be expected to do much more than before. I think you're exaggerating a little. Paney was clearly thinking about it very seriously. However, I knew that the general did not put me in this position because she had high expectations for me. She just didn't want Felicia to attract too much attention. That was all. Still, does this mean that if something were to happen to the village, the general would protect us? Is that true? Of course not. This was the other reaction. Up until now, I could go directly to the corps commander and make an appeal if there was a problem. Like how the village would make a request to me, and I would go out in order to solve it. It was similar to that, but on a larger scale. But how would things work now that I was directly under the general? What if there were problems where I couldn't make a decision, or it was too much for me to handle? I was sure that there would be all kinds of problems in the future. Previously, I just had to go to the corps commander. Did that mean I had to go to the general now? Would the general even help with the village's problems? It was hard to imagine. I think that some other corps commander will deal with it. Either that or one of the general's subordinates will take pity on us. But I really didn't know. I suppose we'd find out when the time came. Well, surely she wouldn't just ignore us, I'd like to think so. And so I finished explaining everything and things returned to normal in the village. But it wasn't long before my hopes for some peace and quiet were dashed. Seifo came up to me. "Hey, Gollin, what happened anyway?" "About that tribe that doesn't belong to anyone." "Oh, I forgot about that." Yes, it really had escaped my mind. Now that I thought about it, Seifo had brought that matter to me. However, I had pushed it aside after being summoned to the castle. My assumption had been that I would return immediately, but then I was forced to go to the general's town in order to pick up my reward. Then I became involved in strange meetings and negotiations, and I had forgotten the whole thing. I'll go and investigate it tomorrow. It was a hassle, but that couldn't be helped. This was my job as the commander. No, I wasn't even the commander anymore. What would I be called now? Chapter 79. This was the matter that Seifo had brought up to me. It was the village that was the third closest to ours. This place was rich with water, and they had a number of sources nearby. As there were wells, the residents rarely went out to any of these lakes. However, a hunter who had been chasing prey had spotted it, a creature that hid in the shadows of the water grass. The hunter was wise enough to stay away from it. He did not know what it was, but it was clear that it was not under lesser demon King Melvis's control, and that was something to be wary of. As for this connection that had recently been severed by Nayir, it had functions other than efficiently gathering mana for those above. It allowed people to differentiate between people from your country and those who were not. And so people who were free could be discovered immediately. They stuck out. That was why the hunter stared fixedly at it. The creature he saw then disappeared into the water grass. The hunter did not follow any farther. It was the right thing to do. And so now, they want me to investigate these mysterious people. Unless it was incredibly strong, it was hard to believe someone would be out there alone. And so it was likely part of a large tribe, just like the Reapers. That might make things very dangerous. Of course, it didn't mean they were necessarily aggressive. If anything, perhaps they had been persecuted in another country and had to flee to this one. It was certainly possible. And so I would have to go and negotiate with them. After all, I was the only one here who had the power to make decisions. That was the reason that I took the 2-day journey to the place they had been sighted. A cave. I was able to find the place with the water grass fairly easily. However, as it was a swampland, it was difficult to move once you stepped inside. And so I went around it and came out near a lake. After some searching in the area, I found this cave. The cave's entrance is narrow but tall, quite large overall, and since it's close to the water, this is the most likely place. But I didn't like the idea at all. The cave was dark and cramped, and there would be many places to hide. I would have to move carefully. If the people inside were especially cautious, they might let fear get the best of them and attack me all at once. But none of the nearby villages have been attacked, so perhaps they are not hostile. They hadn't made any villages in the mountains or any other visible base, so this cave would have been perfect for them. If they were indeed here, they had to be inside of this cave. I'll just go with the flow. There was no point in standing here and hesitating. I had to move. I took out a lamp from my rucksack and lit it before stepping foot into the cave. Is anyone here? Sneaking in might lead to being attacked, and so I raised my voice and listened for a reaction. My shadow swayed on the cave walls. I perked up my ears for a moment. Is anyone there? My voice echoed in the silent cave. There was no response. There was no one nearby, at least. Natural caves were not a single, straight path, and most of the ground wasn't flat. I had to climb up and down many times. After I felt that I had descended a great deal, I suddenly heard the sounds of water. Splash. There's water, perhaps it's a puddle. But it was rather loud for just drops of water. I listened carefully again. This time there was a much louder splash. Is someone there? I raised my voice, and then, splash, splash, slosh, the sounds continued. Did someone jump? Is there an underground lake? I raised my lamp and moved slowly. Eventually, I felt water around my feet that reached my ankles. I ignored it and kept walking. So it is a lake and... I saw faces half raised from the surface of the water. There were about 40 or 50 of them. Perhaps there were many more where my light didn't reach. I could see the light reflecting off their eyes as they stared back at me. Damn, this is creepy. I had once heard that the eyes of nocturnal animals glowed, because the light that is diffusely reflected in their eyes. As the light hits the retina multiple times, they are able to see in the dark. I take care of these lands. My name is Gollin. I am not here to fight. There was no reaction. They must be very cautious. I will say it again. I am not here to fight. I need to speak to your representative. As all of them had half of their faces in the water, I could not read their expressions. Still, it seemed like they were looking at each other and discussing the matter. I have come here alone. There is no one else. I just want to talk. Finally, one of them moved forward. The creature moved through the water. They must be a species that live in the water. As I thought about this, its upper half became visible. And what appeared in front of me? No, what towered over me? So you're Lamias. Half snake and half human. Their upper body was that of a human, and their lower half was a scaled snake. And not just any snake. They were thick and long, like a great serpent. I would like to talk. Are you willing? The Lamia nodded silently. When they were this close, they were quite scary. Chapter 80. The half-human and half-snake Lamias were not hostile towards Garuda. While they were both snakes, that was one area they were quite different, compared to the Naga. Instead, they were often enemies with a tribe who made their settlements in wastelands, known as the Donster. Donster looked like humans but had the heads of lions. In other words, they were the exact opposite of Lamias. Perhaps that was why they didn't get along. I'm Gollin, an ogre. I'm in charge of the surrounding lands. I was allowed to say that, right? Somehow, I felt as if my position wasn't quite set in stone these days. It was rather uncomfortable. I'm Dalmia, a Lamia. I see. There was something very overpowering about Dalmia. She was a young woman and wore clothes that stuck tightly to her body, kind of like a bathing suit. The other Lamias were likely wearing something similar. However, I couldn't tell, as they did not come out of the water. I got a report from the nearby Ogre village and came here to investigate. Dalmia's eyes suddenly shone sharply. She had elongated pupils, just like a snake. It was intimidating to be glared at by such eyes. Of course, I'm not coming here to make any demands. I just want to know what is happening. Where did you come from? Why are you here? Silence. I had suspected that this would happen, given the vibe I got from them. We would not be able to talk. Very well, that's fine. I won't force you if you don't want to talk. Do you mean it? If you don't want to tell me. I doubted the Lamia had come here, because they wanted to. There must have been a reason, something had forced them. Thank you. However, you will have to answer some other questions for me. For instance, food. What do you eat and how do you acquire it? They were in an area where there was plenty of water grass. Serpent-type monsters rarely lived in cities, and so not many people knew about how they lived. The insects and fish in the lakes, also the water grass, and we sometimes eat the animals that come to drink. Ahem. It was the answer I had expected. However, there was something that didn't feel right. There is a lake right outside of this cave. Is that the one? Dalmia nodded, but I didn't see any tracks that suggested Lamia have been in and out of this cave. There had been no traces of movement on the ground. Even someone like me would have noticed a fallen scale. This place is connected to the bottom of the lake. I see, so that's why. This underground lake was connected to the lake outside. I have one other question. Would you attack ogres or any other species? Dalmia shook her head. And it's the same with the others who are behind you. They will not attack, we just want to live here. All right, then it's fine. I will go and talk to the ogre village. As long as both sides do not bother each other, you might as well live here. Are you certain? This place is still my territory. So you have my permission until someone takes my place. Normally, I probably should just drive them out. But if they were just going to live inside the cave and occasionally hunt by the lake, I didn't see the problem. No one else lived in the area to begin with. Thank you. You're welcome. However, if you start running wild and attacking other tribes, I will have to make you leave. I understand. I noticed something just as I was about to leave. The number of faces sticking out of the water had doubled. There really were quite a lot of them, huh? I hid the fact that I was losing courage and quickly left the cave. In fact, the Lamias were not a pure combat race, but they did have higher mana than ogres. If the average warrior was pitted against each other, one-on-one, the ogre would likely lose. That's how much of a threat they were, so I was very relieved that nothing had come of this. And so I went to the nearby village and explained the situation to them. While they would not be able to use one of the sources of water, it was not much trouble for them. And so they did not mind that some unknown tribe had started to live there. I would avoid going near it unless you have to. They were not under Melvis's control, and it was unlikely that they would ever consider each other allies. It was even possible that they could bump into each other and start fighting. And so I was very clear about that possibility before returning to my village. Still, Lamias A. I suppose I should tell General Farnez about this. She would not like the idea of a tribe that wasn't under anyone's control living here. But I didn't think there was any reason to drive them out, as long as they kept to themselves. And so I intended to persuade her if she disagreed, but I had a feeling that she would trust me. When I arrived at the village, I was told that I had a guest. What? Don't I get to rest even a little? I asked who it was, and was told that it was a vampire. Surely it wasn't Nair? Perhaps one of his men? I grabbed the deep-sea dragon sword, which I had set up as decoration, and then went to meet this guest. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Adjutant Atrasushia's assistant. My name is Myon. She was a young vampire, a young girl really, and I'm Galin the Ogre. I remembered the name Atrasushia. She was one of the general's adjutants, who had been sent to the castle in order to monitor Nair. Myon had an impressive mana level. Now, Galin, commander of the Flying Corps. My superior has discovered the purpose of Nair, the rebel, and I was sent to inform you of it. Rebel A. Yes. Myon nodded heavily. So Nair really had gone out and done it. Also, had they settled on a title for me? Chapter 81. Mayon looked like a young girl, so I had assumed she was in training. But apparently, she was a full-fledged soldier. It was hard to judge a vampire's age by their appearance. I've been instructed to tell you the details, and if you have any questions, I will answer them. I see. Well then, Mayon said as she began to tell me of the events in the order that they occurred. In brief, it was something like this. The castle's underground library had an impressive amount of books that Melvis had collected. As these were Melvis's personal belongings, no one who was under a general was permitted to read them. However, as books can get eaten by bugs if they are left on shelves for many years, it was necessary for them to be dried and aired out once in a while. And it was during such times that the contents could be seen by others. In other words, there were actually quite a few people who knew what kind of books were in the underground library, even people who were not generals. We do not know how Nair discovered it, but he somehow came to understand that lesser demon King Melvis's diaries were kept there. Diaries, eh? I don't know. Something about a lesser demon king having a diary felt strange. I had always thought of Melvis as being an intimidating, old vampire, and so it was hard to imagine him keeping a diary. Did he record all of his meals? Or was it like a traveling journal? I couldn't imagine it. We first assumed that he must be interested in the books there. However, one of these diaries was the only thing that was taken. They apparently had a proper list of all the books there. And so they knew the position of every book on the shelves. It was no wonder, as they would have to place them back exactly the same after cleaning. He only took one of them. Yes. What the hell was Nair trying to do? By the way, didn't someone else go in there with him? I think the name was Igis. Yes, Igis had been making reports of the books that Nair picked up. Judging by that information, we know that he viewed all of the diaries, cover to cover. So it really was his goal from the beginning. Whatever Nair wanted, it was in the diaries. Is that right? Nothing is certain yet. Igis was killed within the library. He was a very skilled fighter, and yet he was killed without anyone above noticing it. So he read through Melvis's diaries, and then took one volume and ran. And while doing so, he had killed the vampire who was watching him. It was rather brutal, wasn't it? Still, we think we know what it was that Nair wanted, judging by the remaining volumes. They knew. And what is that? King Melvis undergoes a certain change between the volumes that is before and the one after the diary that was taken. A change, what change? In one volume, King Melvis is not an elder vampire, and in the next he is. There were certain requirements you had to fulfill in order to evolve into the higher species. For the tree fairies, they had to live for a very long time, and the Dullahan had to reunite their heads with their bodies. For ogres, they would get there eventually as long as they continued to eat, sleep, and kill their enemies. It was generally easier for the weaker races to evolve. The higher ones often required items or unique experiences in order to do it. Weren't elder vampires? King Melvis is the only elder vampire that currently exists. So, you think that Nair is searching for a way to evolve? That seems like the most logical explanation. Nair had always seemed so easygoing and aloof. But had such ambitions been hidden behind his expression and words? Had using me to keep General Farnez away from the castle, killing Igis, leaving Melvis's control, had all of that been a part of his plan to evolve into an elder? After escaping the castle, Nair joined his subordinates, who all wore black, and they fled to the east. We have chased him and were able to confirm that he entered the territories of a great demon king. So he escaped the country. A bounty will be put on Nair's head, though we have little faith in anything coming out of that. Everyone would say we were fools for allowing him to escape the country in the first place, but Melvis was asleep, and it would have little effect. Furthermore, everyone who is under Nair is now under Corps Commander Felicia's control, and we are continuing to ask people for information about Nair. And so Mayon ended her report. There was only one elder vampire in the whole demon world. Nair had wanted to become one and had been waiting for his chance. I wasn't sure if he was very patient or if he was being hasty. Regardless, I would not forgive him. Chapter 82. Wild Hunt. Nair, lesser demon King Legraz's country, was located to the east of demon King Legard's country. This country had destroyed 3 countries ruled by lesser demon kings within the last few hundred years. and so Legres came to be known as a very ambitious lesser demon king. Due to the fact that there were currently 4 lesser demon kings living in the country, and that the lands were relatively big, the surrounding countries were very cautious of them. This was an ambitious country that would bite back with a vengeance if you crossed them. That's what they said to each other. One night, a certain company came to this country after crossing the border from Great Demon King Bihashani's country. There was something strange about them indeed. They were all dressed in black, and while they were few in number, it was clear that they were well organized. If that was the only thing that was odd, one might just assume that they were soldiers who were hiding their identity. However, there was something else that separated them from others. This company brought death wherever they went. Phew, we finally crossed the border. What a trial that was. Nair laughed as he talked about how he hadn't traveled so much in a long time. It was with a company of ghost knights, skull mages, and dullahans. Together, they had raided multiple villages as they made their way to this country. But what was especially heinous was the fact they took trophies of their victims. Some were impaled on their blades, while others had just parts of their bodies strapped to the sides of the horses. And like this, with Nair in the lead, the gang in black headed straight to the castle where Legres lived. Once the Eerie Company entered the castle, they continued on to the throne room. Of course, Nair walked in the front. No one tried to stop him. Their eyes just widened in surprise, and they could not move. Legres, who sat on the throne, was the first person to look Nair in the eye. "Ah, it's been a while." It was a very casual greeting. Was this the proper way to treat a lesser demon king? And then Nair approached the throne. Legres's guards were so taken aback by this that their hands went to their weapons. As for Legres himself, he calmly got up to his feet and walked straight to Nair, and went down on one knee like a subject. "Welcome back, Lord Nair." You've done well, Legres. I am unworthy of such praise." Nair and Legres, what had happened between these two? These days, very few knew the answer to that question. After all, 300 years had passed. And while many of the higher races could live longer than that, most would have retired. Nair and Legres had a close friendship that no one could come between. Allow me to return it then. A streak of light shot out of Legres's chest. It swirled around Nair before entering his body. It was proof of the connection to the orb of control. It seems to be working fine. I, Legres, have been waiting most impatiently for what seemed like an eternity for your return, Lord Nair. And now that wish has come true. Suspicion and puzzlement filled the room. What did he mean? Indeed, that is fine still, he just wouldn't wake up, and so it took so long. Yes, that is true. But then how did you ask him? At first, I intended on waiting until he woke up. But then I wondered if there might be some record he kept, and I started to search. That's when I learned of his old diaries. And I couldn't help but hope. I see, and you ended up being quite right about it. Exactly. Had I been wrong, I would have pretended like nothing had happened and returned. Then I am glad it was not the case. A great load has been lifted from my shoulders. Thank you for everything. However, there are 2 things I will require now, and you will have to help me. I see, so your greatest wish will take a little longer to be realized. Yes, but things should speed up if the demon world is thrown into chaos. And so, we shall be very busy. I am looking forward to it. Of course, I will follow you, Lord Nair. I knew I could count on you, Legres. Nair said with a laugh as he sat down on his throne. He ignored Legres, who bowed his head. What was currently on Nair's mind was the contents of the diary that he had been reading while on the road. Lesser demon King Melvis's diary contained the history of how he came to be an elder vampire. However, it was not written with exact details. Nair had read the diary over and over again, and after considering the situation before and after the evolutions, he was able to set up a hypothesis. It was something too reckless to even consider. The magic stone of a demon king and the life stone of a resident of the celestial world. By taking both of these into your body at the same time, a vampire may rise to the next step in their evolution. Taking in just one of them will result in the eating away of your flesh. Furthermore, these 2 stones must be the same size. These requirements are rather severe. When a resident of the demon world is killed, the power within the magic stone becomes a part of that person. That was why a resident of the demon world could expand their vessel for the orb of control when they killed an enemy. But that was no good. A powerless magic stone would be pointless. In other words, for Nair to get the magic stone that he needed, he would have to extract the stone right before the Demon King died. It was hard to imagine how difficult such a task would be. Well, I think I'll manage. The real problem is the celestial world. I won't be able to acquire a life stone unless there is another great invasion. Besides, would a resident of the celestial world, who is just as powerful as a demon king, really come down? It would be almost too convenient. No, it's not likely to happen as things are now. The demon world needs more chaos. Wars must erupt on all corners of the world. Yes, I must create a situation where the lands are crawling with demon kings, or I won't be able to defeat one. Nair had no intention of waiting for the right time. The more chaos there was, the more new demon kings there would be. And the newer ones would be easier to defeat. If a hole would open in the heavens at the same time, he would be able to take advantage of the chaos and easily cross borders and reach it. In other words, the only thing on Nair's mind now was how he could throw the demon world into a vortex of chaos. How should I do it? It's going to be so fun. Nair could not stop smiling as he imagined the world bathed in blood. On that day, the name Lesser Demon King Nair quietly appeared on the tablet of control. Chapter 83. I just wanted to be able to relax in the village, drink during the day, and live like a degenerate. If only someone else would do all of the hard work for me, that would be amazing. Sir Galan, I've brought you the petitions for the day. Who cares? Is sir. Rig looked at me with a puzzled expression. All right, it was time to end my little escape from reality. Petitions, eh? What are they about? Apparently, more monsters are appearing on the road that leads to the next town. They want you to do something about it. One might wonder why they didn't just hunt them down on sight, but I suppose it was difficult for the non-combat races. What did they do up until now? They say that the monsters come down from the mountains, so that would have put them in the former Corps commander's jurisdiction. Apparently, he sent out his close subordinates. So that group in black was hunting them down. It is quite likely. I see. I'll gather some men together and send them out when I can. Not today. I have to go and check the bridge. I won't be able to gather people until I return. Indeed. Then I will tell them that they must wait a few days. Rig bowed and then left. So, now I was busy processing confusing petitions in the village. It had all been under Nair's jurisdiction, but due to his abandonment of his post, they now had nowhere else to go. Corps Commander Felicia was very busy with restructuring her army. I understood that. Nair had taken his own little pets, which left her just the 4 commanders, and they were hardly what I'd call reliable. But there was one thing I understood now, and that was how good Nair had been with managing the town. There was a proper office for petitions to be brought to, and he had his men take care of everything related to battle and hunting. As this was the countryside, residents were few, while monsters were many. Killing monsters meant the expanding of your vessel, so it was no wonder they were so active there. Still, I heard that the amount it expanded was very small. Most people agreed that you wouldn't get that much stronger if you killed monsters. Of course, if you continued to do it for hundreds of years, it would be a different matter. Regardless, since Felicia was working desperately to rebuild the army, these jobs had come down to me. As for the men that worked for me, hey Galan, here we are again, you better be ready. Exactly, we're not the same today. And it wasn't just the idiot siblings, most of the ogres were meatheads. Shut up. I'll fight you all together, so go and wait outside. As it could not be helped, I went back to this old routine. Beating up the siblings, that is. It would have helped me greatly if their heads had been screwed on tighter, however, all ogres were just like this. And so I couldn't really use anyone. I would have to go out and deal with these annoying petitions myself. We're going hunting tomorrow. That'll mean fighting all sorts of monsters, so be ready. So soon. Bika groaned, but it would probably be all right. Rig, I'm going to go and see the bridge now. Get ready. Yes. There was a road that connected the ogre village to the town that Nair used to live in. And in the middle was a large bridge. It was very sturdy, but sometimes the residents of the demon world did things that exceeded my expectations. Of course, this time it wasn't anything ridiculous. Apparently, a giant had been running and tripped on the bridge. The bridge shook and a crack appeared down the middle. Also, the handrails were partially destroyed. I would have to go and look at the damage and give out orders. It was so troublesome. There was a hole in the center of the bridge, and cracks spread out in all directions. Will repairing it be enough? There was something similar to concrete in the demon world. It was a mixture of soil, ash, sand, and water. I was able to notice this thanks to the hole, but it had been made to be very thin in order to keep it light. So it was no wonder that a hole was made. But there was something else that bothered me. Hey, get over here. Right away, sir. A kobold and a leprechaun rushed to me frantically. I hadn't really been mad, but my face was stiff. Was there no bracing to strengthen the bridge? Bracing, sir. Bars of iron like this, I thought they are usually placed inside. I don't know, I have never seen anything like that. Ahem. Well, I wasn't a professional either. But I had seen it quite often in Japan. However, they seemed to have trouble imagining such a thing, and as I tried to explain it to them, I suddenly remembered. It was called reinforced concrete. Buildings and bridges always used them. The dojo's garden had been filled with concrete during some landscaping work once. If I remembered correctly, it had also used it. I think they had small, square cubes of concrete they laid out on the bottom. Then iron bars were placed over it like a net. If they used such a thing for an ordinary garden, then surely it should be in a bridge. Having that will make the bridge stronger. I said knowingly, ending the explanation. We will try it at once. They said they were able to make wires, so there should be no problem. This bridge is very old. You will make a new one right next to it and destroy the old bridge when you are finished. It's too dangerous. Understood. An old bridge that wasn't reinforced, and it was so thin, it was better to do something before it collapsed. I'll expect the new bridge to be able to withstand a falling giant. Leave it to us. After that, every new structure they made used reinforced concrete. I hoped they would last long. Chapter 84. Even General Farna's investigation was unable to uncover the whereabouts of Nair. Instead, they heard news from a merchant traveling across borders that Nair's name had appeared on the tablet of control. He was now a lesser demon king. Normally, there wasn't much in the way of distribution of goods between countries. In a way, it was similar to Japan when the country was closed off. Occasionally, a few merchants were allowed to enter. That was all. As the Mana connection allowed people to easily tell if someone was from the outside, you could not do business with the general population. If anything, you were likely to be attacked while traveling. And so it was mainly generals and corps commanders that bought things on the way, as they gathered information. In any case, if Nair had become a lesser demon king, that must mean he was working for some country out there. His goal was to evolve into an elder, and so he would likely start moving again. We had to be careful. The problem is, can we survive? The fact was that Nair wasn't the only problem we were facing. We still weren't sure if we could defeat lesser demon King Leninoth, and that's why the general called me in today. As for the place, it was the town that used to be ruled by Nair. It was currently run by Corps Commander Felicia, and General Farnes had paid it a visit. As for why the general had come all of the way here, it was because, had I walked all the way to her town, it would take me a full 5 days. Besides, the effects of what I did during the last meeting had not died away. I really shouldn't have forced things to go in that direction. It was divine punishment, I suppose. On the other hand, the secret agreement with Demon King Troutzard was accepted without complications. The other generals also agreed to it, and Meralda had sent word that there was no trouble. However, it would take some time before they could send out their army. Currently, Demon King Legard's forces were gaining momentum, and Troutzard's army was in the middle of replacing and reshuffling their soldiers. And so the plan was to send those soldiers east instead of returning them home. There they could train and recuperate. If the Demon King's forces headed east, the countries ruled by lesser Demon Kings would become very alarmed. They would have to send their own men to guard their borders, just in case something happened. However, all of these countries were in the middle of fighting their own wars, and so it would be very difficult to send out men. We will have to prepare while the small southern countries are distracted. It would do no good if we started attracting their attention. And so, it would be best to move once the tension in the south had reached its peak. In other words, it was time to lie low. We have to finish forming our strategy in the meantime. Now, I would like to hear your opinion, Galen. Recently, Felicia would often ask for my opinion on different matters. She had left the town early, but later heard about what happened at the meeting. That being said, I was still an amateur. I didn't think it was right to talk too much about strategy. Still, if I was asked, then I had to answer. We never had a very great chance of winning, but we should still try to raise that chance as much as possible as we make plans. Any suggestions? Lesser Demon King Leninoth has swallowed up 2 smaller countries now. If I'm not wrong, that means there are now 3 lesser demon kings in his country. Exactly. Then we must spread out his forces as much as possible. We did not have enough soldiers. If we went to war like this, we would lose. I understand what you are trying to say, but don't you know that it's not so easy? That is why we are here, still debating the matter. General Farnez had obviously given it much thought. At most, this country could only send out 2 generals and their armies. It was necessary to leave 1 army to protect the castle where Melvis slept. This meant that it would be very difficult to go out and invade another country. Still, it was something that had to be done. Thankfully, we have a secret agreement with Demon King Troutzard. We can send out 2 generals, and so 1 army will be sent out to invade Leninoth's country. That will just be an ordinary war of aggression then. They will, of course, fight back. It will hardly be the quick and decisive battle we need. The general did not look pleased. In other words, that army is a decoy, said Corps Commander Felicia. I nodded. If we send out a general, they will have to send out a general as well. In other words, one of their armies will leave the castle. As Corps Commander Felicia said, the first army would be a decoy. They could just move slowly and buy us time. There was no need to be victorious. So the main army will be elsewhere, but the enemy still has other armies. Yes, and so we will need help. From Demon King Troutzard. But he already said that he wouldn't help us with reinforcements. Not him, Lesser Demon King Farah. General Farnez looked at me with surprise. But Corps Commander Felicia muttered and seemed to be considering it. Lesser Demon King Farah's lands were connected to Leninoth's, and while they were bitter enemies, they apparently wanted to avoid clashing at this early stage. Farah's fingers stretched to the north, while Leninoth went to the south. We just needed to make them clash now. How would we do that? I've been thinking about it ever since Meralda told us about the wild hunt. What would happen if we pretended to be Leninoth's army and created some chaos on Farah's lands? Isn't it obvious? He will send an army to annihilate us. Right. But what if we escaped to Leninoth's country before they could catch us? I don't know, they probably wouldn't chase us. Yes, that was likely, since they wanted to avoid all-out war. Then we should repeat the attacks until they do cross the border. After enough times, they would not be able to hold back. Besides, if their armies repeatedly got close to the border, then Leninoth would have to react. And this was Farah's country. It would not be taken lightly. If we wanted to settle the matter, he would have to send a general. Like that, the lesser demon kings besides Leninoth will be split north and south. What remained would be Leninoth's castle. We will try to stay hidden as much as possible as we advance to Leninoth's castle, and then we take his head. What do you think? Chapter 85. It was a simple plan. We would lure out the other armies so that the castle's defenses would be weakened. Of course, they would have countermeasures if they discovered us. But as there was no possibility of us cooperating with Farah, it should be an effective strategy as long as they didn't catch the concealed soldiers. As for Farah, he would have no choice but to act when faced by a group that entered from Leninoth's country. But let's say Farah became suspicious. He would still not be able to ignore us if there was actual damage. And all we needed was for him to send an army to the border. After all, Leninoth wouldn't be able to ignore him either. Well, I have a feeling it might work, but what do you think, Felicia? I guess it was usually Felicia who suggested plans like this, but she was currently preoccupied with her duties as the Corps Commander. Indeed, while I am not sure if it will succeed, I think it is a good idea. What do you mean? There are a number of factors that rely on chance. Can we reach Farah's lands without being caught? When Farah and Leninoth's men chase us, will we be able to escape without them catching up? And most important of all, is one army enough to defeat Lesser Demon King Leninoth? Those are my main concerns. Leninoth will be a challenge. With 2 generals, I think we will have a 40% chance of victory. But with just one, I think it will drop 20%. I see, And what do you think about that, Golan? Yes, some of it relies on luck. If you want a perfect victory, you have to have stronger soldiers in greater numbers than your enemy. The discrepancy is too large. Perhaps it is impossible. And that's why I think we have no choice but to rely on luck. You say that, but something tells me you have another idea. Apparently, Felicia had sensed something in my words. No, I really cannot think of anything else in terms of strategy. What if we were talking tactics and not strategy? Felicia pressed further. There are ways to avoid being too strongly influenced by elements of chance. I see. And will you tell us? Certainly. I felt like I was being toyed with on the palm of her hand, but it hardly mattered. I'll be dead if the plan fails. I didn't know much about the other generals. That was why I couldn't feel too confident. General Gorgodin leads an army composed of many giants. They aren't the most suited for a defensive battle. I think that most of them specialize in destroying. I looked at them and they were nodding. So far so good. Attack instead of defend. Allowing them to let loose on the enemy camp will allow the general and his subordinates to play to their greatest strengths. And so, I think that General Gorgodin will be perfect for the decoy army that will be sent to Leninoth's country. I see. That seems like a good idea, and since you have a lot of night demon subordinates, I think you should be the one to attack Leninoth. This is because you will have to move by night when heading to the castle. It wasn't just vampires, there were other monsters like lobos as well. Like werewolves, they showed their true worth during the night. Taking them and acting during the night would raise our chances of success. And if possible, I felt that the actual attack on the castle should be during the night as well. This, of course, left General Dardaroth to protect the castle. General Dardaroth was a Phaetian. Apparently, most of his subordinates were active during the day, so they were not suited for covert operations. So I will be fighting Leninoth. I think it's very fitting. If General Farnez couldn't do it, then no one in this country could. Leninoth was a hecaton chair, and so he was a bad fit for Gorgodin, who was the same race. My hope was that General Farnez would just blow him up with magic. I see. That's very interesting. I suppose my question, then, concerns the army that will go to Lesser Demon King Farah's lands. Eventually, one of Leninoth's armies will come. Won't this result in them being attacked on both sides? I'll handle it, as the person who suggested this plan. Besides, one must have a grasp on the entire operation in order to know the right timing when it comes to advancing and retreating. Ultimately, I thought Felicia was pushing me into saying this. Of course, I myself was more than willing. I would take responsibility for this plan that I put forth. Well, there it is. Do you agree that the elements left to chance have been reduced? I said jokingly, quite. There are other uncertainties, but ignoring those, I think it's a rather good plan. I suppose it's not possible to cover all uncertainties. Yes, that's true. For instance, something like the enemy suddenly having 2 new lesser demon kings. We weren't in a position to be able to consider possibilities like that. Very well, we can hammer out the details before bringing it up with the other generals. I'm glad to have been of service. They likely didn't need me anymore. And so I left the room. I could go home now, right, Farnez and Felicia? What do you think about all that? Yes, though I could hardly believe it at first. And their secret talks continued. Chapter 86. Farnez and Felicia. The meeting was over and Golan had left. Farnez and Felicia stayed in the room and talked about their impression of him. What do you think? I was very surprised when I first heard about him, but he is indeed very different. Both of them only had what would be considered a general understanding of ogres, as there were no ogres that were close to them. The demon world had a very diverse population, but while some races were very well known, there were others where people only knew their names and features. To a vampire like Farnez, ogres were just walls of meat. If she were feeling kind, she might call them shields. That was her impression of them. She had never given them more thought than that. At least until now. But what she felt when talking to Golan directly was intelligence and deep insight. As Golan was Nayer's subordinate, she had initially assumed that it was Nayer speaking through him. Even I can see that he is no ordinary ogre. It's obvious. Still, you used to suspect that someone else was pulling the strings, General. Yes, but not anymore. If he can speak and debate so freely, he will not allow himself to be someone's puppet. I agree with that, but it is so strange, is he really an ogre? Farnez chuckled at Felicia's question. How could Galen be anything but an ogre, given his appearance? He even moved like one. When he was angry, he would swing his fists in the blink of an eye. And since he couldn't use magic, it was all about physical strength with him. Really, it was all classic ogre behavior. If you ignore his intelligence, he is actually very much an ordinary ogre. No. What is it? Now that I think about it, he defeated the Taiga and Gigant Centaur commanders. I have seen those reports, but I don't see how it can be true. His chances of winning would be 5% at most. In fact, it should be 0. There was no end to people who would exaggerate about their wartime achievements. And so Felicia did not put much weight in such reports, because reports and facts were not always the same. Besides, she had seen Galen in person, and her conclusion was that it was impossible for him to have done it with such low mana. And yet you would be wrong. It was witnessed by the Flying Eagle Scouts as well. He might be an ogre with rare intelligence, but that doesn't mean he can turn the rules of our world upside down. If an ogre defeats a Gigant Centaur, that ogre is now something else. Felicia would not back down. This was because his intelligence could be explained if he just happened to have been gifted with great understanding and a good teacher while he was young. Then he could have grown into the ogre that he was now. However, was there an explanation for how he could defeat an enemy with more than double his mana level? No, that's not how things worked in the demon world. Well, enough about him. Let's discuss the plan. Indeed, the plan that he suggested is more practical than the one I had prepared. As they had purposely tried to get Galen to talk, Felicia had not even spoken of any plan. This whole idea started when Farnaz told Felicia about what Galen had done during the meeting. Well, if he was going to insist on such things, he should be the one to come up with a plan. That was their reasoning for bringing him out here. Ultimately, it had ended without Felicia even talking about her plan. Are you sure about this? Yes, it would have been very dangerous. And I was personally not very enthusiastic about the idea. Felicia's plan would have started with using traveling merchants to spread news to Leninoth about the chaos in Melvis's country. Leninoth had already tried to invade twice and failed. If he heard about what was happening, he would want to use the opportunity to get his revenge. And so they would engage him in front of Melvis's castle. And in the meantime, the 2 other generals would go out and strike Leninoth. Judging by Leninoth's personality, when sending out an army to invade, he would want to have his defenses tight around his borders. The other countries must be kept in check, especially Farah. This would mean that only one army would remain at Leninoth's castle. It would be the perfect time to attack it. However, they would certainly detect 2 armies entering their country. The enemy might wait at the castle, or they could launch an ambush. If it took too long, the likelihood of losing the defensive battle at Melvis's castle would also increase. It would mean the end of the country. The risks were just too high. If I fought with Leninoth, my chances of winning would be 2 in 10, I suppose. Currently, yes. If you prepared very carefully, you could raise your chances to 50%. It's those kinds of details that we must discuss now. We still have time. Yes, the plan won't go into motion for another month, maybe 2 months. We just need to get everything ready by then. I still haven't finished restructuring my army, and so I may not be useful to you for a while. It can't be helped. Nayir's little pets have all gone, and so many of those who are left are not fit for fighting, especially now that Galen is out. I am very sorry, but I should be able to finish everything within a month. I'm counting on you. And like that, the plan slowly started to take shape. Wild Hunt Nayir. Hey, Legras. Would you mind if I left for a while? You can do anything you wish, Lord Nayir. Thank you, Legras. I'm thinking about going west. West? Do you mean to push Legard into the storm of chaos then? No. I'm going farther west. Ah, so it's Troutzard. You mean to tear those horrible reptiles into pieces? Unfortunately, no. It's a place called Chiral, which is even farther west. Chiral? I see. Legras brought up a map inside of his head. Yes, Chiral was a small country that was right next to Troutzard. However, he had no more information about it. This was because he felt that it had no value at all. He had no idea why Nayir planned to go there. However, he did not want to pry. Nayir would tell him if he wanted to, and if it was a secret, then there was nothing Legras could do to persuade him. Please be careful. Yes. Goodbye. Nayir's departure would create a wind, a wind that would bring a new chaos to the demon world. However, there was still some time before that would happen. Chapter 87. I understood why the general would call a corps commander and hold a meeting. The opinions of your subordinates were important. However, why was I included in such things? Surely my opinion was unnecessary. Those were the thoughts in my head as I walked down the road to return to my village. Still, I also don't like the idea of them planning without me. I didn't want any of my men to die. No matter how honorable a death it was still death. Nothing changed. Death was foolish. Everyone should forget about fighting and live more entertaining lives. That's what I thought. Of course, reality won't allow that at all. Look at the Reapers, for example. What if we didn't fight and were absorbed by Leninoth? Painey and all of the others would either have to flee and become wanderers again, or they would be killed by Leninoth's army. In this post-apocalyptic world, saying life is important was a good way to get laughed at. The Reapers were hated and seen as dangerous. The chances of them surviving were low. If you wanted freedom, you had to win it for yourself. I could refuse to fight if I wanted. Fight in the war? No. While I might be exiled or imprisoned, I could probably do it at least once. However, what would happen after that? People who refused to fight had no right to live in the demon world. Who would befriend someone who was considered weak? And so ultimately, I could not refuse to fight. I just had to come to terms with this. That's why I decided to desperately protect those who were close to me. That was my limit. I can't take on a larger burden than that. In this world, it was impossible to be a hero that could save the entire world. Well, maybe it was possible if Lesser High King Yamato returned. If he and his subordinates were alive and well, it might have been possible, but I wasn't sure. Isn't the Reaper village in this direction? Now that I thought about it, I had never visited it after it was made. There was no need to, as Painey would always visit me. Maybe I'll pay them a visit. I didn't have any reason in particular, but I doubted they would be angry to see me, and so I headed towards the Reaper village. Ah, Sir Gaulin. Welcome to our village. I was greeted by the elderly Reaper, Ruma. He acted as a kind of leader in the village. Several Reapers had come out to greet me. Either they had sensed me as I approached the village, or they had watchers somewhere. Reapers tended to be feared by the other races, and so perhaps they were cautious of an attack. In any case, we ogres did not even place guards by the entrances of our villages. Ah, Ruma. It just struck me today that I've never paid this village a visit, and I stopped on my way back. Is that so? This is a very comfortable place, as the sun does not reach us for very long. However, you might find it a little too damp for your liking, Sir Gaulin. It was more of a valley than a space between two mountains, and so it was indeed damp, like the bottom of a mountain after the rain. It was baffling to me that this was apparently the ideal place for the Reapers. The sun only shone down during the day for an hour, so the village was dark nearly all of the time. The likes and dislikes of other races were always hard to understand. I'm glad to hear that you like this place. By the way, I don't have any particular business here today. No business and nothing to say. I really just came here on a whim. In that case, I shall give you a tour of the village. Yes, an inspection would be a good idea. Yes, an inspection. That was a nice way to put it. And so Ruma guided me as we walked through the village. Reapers generally stayed indoors during the day. Apparently, it was during the evenings that they started shuffling out of their houses. Speaking of houses, they were simple structures made of large leaves that were layered many times. If you want sturdier houses, I could send some people to help you. General Farnez had many kobolds and leprechauns working for her. They tended to be very skilled with their hands and were valued as craftsmen. And ogres could be used to carry logs and were very helpful when building houses. Thank you for your concern, but we've always lived in houses like this and are perfectly comfortable. Residents of the demon world were very tough, and so they were often completely fine in environments where humans would easily get sick. Even I slept on a bed that was really just a wooden board. Of course, it was also because fluffy beds didn't exist here, but I never had trouble sleeping on the board either. And while my lifestyle had become quite sloppy since I was reincarnated, I hardly cared about it at this point. Now that I think about it, I do have a request, Sir Gaulin. What is it? We Reapers participated in the battle. And you were a great help. They were part of the advanced races, after all. They could withstand attacks better than most. That alone made a huge difference. Furthermore, they contributed greatly at several key points. Reapers were strong as individuals, but were also good in a group. And so I found them to be incredibly valuable personnel. Now that it's known that we fought in the war, I think it's possible that Reapers who live in hiding in other countries might want to come here as well. Ahem. Is that right? It's difficult for Reapers to move across the border, but we were visited by a representative. Of course, they are still not united in this, and so nothing is decided yet. Apparently, Lesser Demon King Leninoth's actions were causing many in the surrounding countries to be worried. However, rumors about his defeat were starting to spread, as was word about the Reapers who fought alongside us. As long as they follow the rules, I don't mind. The requirements will be the same. Tell them that if they can agree to that, I will accept them. Thank you, I will tell them the next time that they visit. Several Reapers had died in the previous battle. It was impossible for me to protect everyone. But we couldn't run away either. In order to protect the peaceful life they had now, I had to send them off to war. It seemed like a contradiction, but it was the right answer. And in return, I would think of a plan that would ensure that there would be as many survivors as possible. And so, I wasn't wrong to attend that meeting. My eyes gleamed in order to prevent ogres from being used as disposable tools. That was how I got on in this world. After that, I continued my inspection of the Reaper village and then left. Chapter 88. After leaving the Reapers, I returned straight to my own village without any further detours. Yes, it's peaceful here. I saw some ogres swinging their fists at each other as soon as I stepped into the village, but that was a daily occurrence. If anything, it would be very abnormal if no one in the village was being punched. And so the occasional shouting I could hear was no more different than the cries of a cicada to me. It was part of the scenery. Welcome back. As I walked down the path, Bika saw me and came running. She was carrying something on her back. Ah, hello. It was surprising that in spite of knocking her into the ground nearly every day, she still kept coming. All the other ogres of her age were too scared to even look me in the eye. Huh. Were you off somewhere, Galen? What a terrible thing to say. She invaded my house all of the time in order to challenge me, but now she forgets when I happen to leave. I went to another town, but more important, what is that thing on your back? She was carrying something that looked like a chimera. It's a boar, a great snake, and a monkey. I hunted them today. I see, why don't you carry them separately? She had shoved the snake into the boar's mouth. But as it was very large, only the snake's head fit inside. The rest was dangling out. The other end was wrapped around the monkey's neck. She was using the snake to tie everything together. In other words, she brought them back so that they looked like a single creature. It was quite surreal. Bika was somehow much more sloppy than the average ogre. Did you pummel all of them to death? Did I? I might have just snapped them. When it came to pure arm strength, Bika was superior to her older brother, Seifo. She could probably crush my hand if she shook it. However, Bika moved without much skill to speak of, and so she had never succeeded in grabbing me. I left her and entered my house. Welcome back. Welcome back, sir. Paney and Rig were in the house. Why? I thought that you'd be back today, and so I took the liberty of waiting here. I also prepared some food for you. That was my adjutant for you. He understood me well. Thanks, Rig. Not at all. I expected you to arrive a little earlier and prepared it in advance, so it might be a little cold now. Yes, I stopped by the Reaper village. That's why I was late. He was even thinking about the exact time I would arrive. I wasn't sure if I should be impressed or scared. My village. I met Ruma. I didn't really have a reason for going. But I just thought that it would be good to see it. I see, it is a very nice place. We ogres found it much too gloomy, but I didn't say that. By the way, I heard that there are Reapers from other countries that want to come here. Yes, I was told about it the last time that I returned to the village. However, they said that this was not a tribe they had been in contact with before. And so, there are many uncertainties about it. Well, it can't be easy to move from one country to another. They should come when they feel like settling down. But more importantly, it looks like a war will be starting again. Against who? Rig asked with a serious expression. The same country. This time, we'll be invading. Rig and Paney looked very surprised. Lesser Demon King Leninoth is very powerful. Surely he is too powerful, considering the size of his armies. That's true. And so we have to prepare so that we don't die, and so we don't lose. While I said it was war, we wouldn't actually move until Troutzard sent out his army to the border. We were wholly dependent on someone else. If Troutzard didn't distract the other countries, we would not have the courage to launch the invasion. And if my plan was accepted, we had to lure Farah's army into Leninoth's country as well. There is a lot that we need to do. I would do anything to help raise our chances of survival. I will do my best, Painey said with determination. The Reapers had finally found a place to live. She did not want to lose that. And I didn't want them to lose it either. It will be a very severe fight. However, we have plenty of time. Don't stress yourself out. It's too early for that. This was not a fight that we could escape, and so we had to train. I could already hear the ogres groaning and saying again. I asked Rig to get me maps of Leninoth and Farah's countries. He said that they were at the castle, and so he went to fetch some copies. In the meantime, I made the ogres and reapers undergo the exact same training. To put it simply, it was training that did not use special abilities. For some reason, residents of the demon world tended to rely on their race's unique abilities and skills. It was something that set them apart from other races, so I suppose I could understand why they would want to rely on them. But I wanted to change that. One problem was that in spite of them being so reliant on these special abilities, most of them had not really tested them to see just how effective they were. It was so bad that I wanted to yell at them. For the next 2 months, I beat them thoroughly into shape. There would be no coddling in this army. Backs would be broken. But then again, I might have been the one who really got stronger from it all. Perhaps it was because the Reapers were already at such a high level. In a way, they were beating me into shape. And like that, we finished our preparations. And then the order came for us to march. It was good timing. I also got a report that said they had decided to use my plan, and so began the plan to defeat Leninoth. Chapter 89. For the most part, things were to be carried out just as I had suggested. There were 3 lesser demon kings in Leninoth's country. Of course, one of them was Leninoth himself. The problem was the other 2. There was Mujura the Great Hihai and Totwar the Nosferatu. Both of them were known to be very dangerous. Mujura was an evolved Hihai, a baboon-like creature, but was several times stronger than the norm. And the Hihai were already strong and vicious enough to be known as the savage kings of the forest. They were said to have powerful arms and could attack with great speed. However, no one was sure about just how strong an evolved Hihai would be, but it was safe to say that they were incredibly powerful. They were also known to have great endurance, and if he was indeed better than the Hihai in every way, I had much reason to despair. As for Totwar, the Nosferatu were just as dangerous as the vampires. Unlike vampires, who specialized in magic but were also capable with hand-to-hand combat, the Nosferatu only used magic. This made them tricky enemies for meatheads, such ogres. They were able to nullify most physical attacks. If we could only defeat them with magic, we would have to be careful when choosing soldiers to go against them. Of course, Leninoth is still the one we should really fear. After all, Lesser Demon King Leninoth had defeated both of them. That showed he did not have trouble fighting with magic or with weapons. I myself had defeated a taiga and gigant centaur. However, in such instances where someone challenged someone who was much stronger than them and won, a lot of it was because of luck. Besides, defeat usually meant death. When 2 who were of equal strength fought, someone would die at least half of the time. There had to be a great difference in strength for the winner to make the loser a subordinate. Making an enemy your servant was only possible if you could disable them both in body and spirit. Only the strong had real power over life and death. And so, I could well imagine how overwhelmingly powerful Leninoth must be, as he had subjugated other lesser demon kings. I was starting to get really worried. Could we defeat him? Now, we will depart quietly. Currently, the whole country was preparing for war. Soldiers and supplies moved from town to town. There was a tenseness in the air, and it felt like we would be launching the invasion any moment now. Of course, with preparations being made on such a scale, the other countries were likely to respond in some way. And so we would leave quietly, so as not contribute to the chaos. As this was a covert operation, I selected a smaller group to go with me, 30 ogres and 30 reapers. There were also some non-combatant kobolds, making us a party of 80 in all. Considering the battle ahead, this was the absolute limit. We would stick out too much if there were more, and it would affect our chances of winning if there were less. And so I had to accomplish the mission and return to the village safely with this lineup. All right, I can't wait to break some heads. We won't be fighting for a while. I smashed Sappho in the head. He was getting way too ahead of himself. I had already explained the plan to him many times, and yet it seemed like he didn't remember it at all. He was pretty reliable when it came to fighting, but ogres had trouble understanding anything that was complicated. I would have to be sure that he didn't go off on his own while we were in enemy territory. And so, we marched down the town road until we were near the border of demon King Janius's country. While Leninoth's country was our destination, we would not march straight into it like a group of idiots. We would go through our neighbor Janius's lands. Janius's country was vast, and there were great stretches of uninhabited land. My plan was to pass through Janius and Leninoth's borders. All right, all of you, disguise yourselves. As we wanted to look like Totwar's men, we all donned hoods and cloaks in order to resemble night demons and wraiths. Our faces would be hidden underneath tattered cloth. Apparently, residents of the demon world did not really employ such strategies, and so from far away, we would be believable as a group of wraiths, I think. Regardless, it was like this that we moved through Janius's lands. If Janius's soldiers happened to find us, we would have to quickly move into Leninoth's territories. And so we kept close to the borders. This meant that we had to travel on ground where there was no road. But this was not really a problem for ogres, who were ridiculously strong. And the reapers were able to hover in the air. Time for a break. But kobolds tired very quickly. And leaving them was not an option. It would actually inconvenience us greatly. And so we ended up moving at their pace. I've just received a report from the scouts. Rig approached me as I was resting. For a few days now, I had sent kobolds out on their own to scout ahead. Since Demon King Janius and Demon King Gidman are in the middle of a war that would put us on the opposite side of the battlefield, I doubt we'll attract any attention as long as we keep our heads low, but they must still be careful with how they move. I understand. I have made sure that they only confirm whether or not there are any villages or towns up ahead. Like this, we gathered information during the day and moved at a gentle pace. And after making as much progress as we could, we would sleep from midnight to morning. That was how we marched. As of yet, none of the ogres looked particularly disgruntled with how things were going. And I wasn't worried about the reapers, as they put a lot of weight into being orderly and following rules. Perhaps it was because I had hammered it into the ogres before leaving. Well, it was more the use of force. But I was sure that they would remain quiet. Don't worry, you'll be able to let loose as soon as we arrive at our destination. It was like dangling a carrot in front of a horse. They would move straight until they could go berserk. So, there is no problem if we keep marching in this direction. They were unable to discover anything as far as their eyes could see. According to the scouts, it was just more mountain ranges, and there was not a single village in sight. Well, we are near the border. No one would want to build a village in such a dangerous place. It just wasn't convenient, even if they hadn't been enemies. And so the march continued to go smoother than expected. Chapter 90. The march was going much smoother than expected. There was a time when I thought that, I wish I could punch my past self. Hide, don't you dare move. We were currently trying to stay concealed, holding our breath and waiting for the enemy to pass. That being said, this enemy wasn't a soldier. It was a monster. The thing looked more like a kaiju as the sounds of its feet echoed through the forest. Rig. What is that thing? I believe it's a type of multiocular beast, but I've never seen one that was this big before. Neither have I. Any beast with 8 to 10 eyes on their faces were called multiocular beasts. And while they did not have an orb of control within their bodies, some of them were terribly strong. This one is about twice as tall as the forest trees. It was no wonder that there were no villages around if something like that lived here. A multiocular beast that was the same size as me would be a strong enemy already. Instead of the ability to reason, they had highly developed aggressive instincts. And I did not want to go up against a creature that lived only to kill its next prey. Who would want to fight a beast that was so large you had to strain your neck to look at it? But then again, I was with ogres. I don't know about this one. I bet half of our group will get eaten if it finds us. Apparently, Seifo agreed with me. In this instance, half would be eaten, while the other half would make a run for it. It wasn't like we had a chance of winning if we were willing to sacrifice half of our men. Perhaps the multi-ocular beast was searching for something, as it took a few steps forward before looking around. It continued to do this while walking in a circle. It was only when the sun started to set that the beast finally went away. Phew, good thing it didn't find us. The last thing we needed was to take on a kaiju in a place like this. If we were going just by height, it was about 3 times as tall as the gigant centaur. Should we camp here for the night? It would be no good if we fumbled in the dark and ended up getting caught. Besides, we were all quite mentally drained now. And so it ended up being a very quiet night. Even the ogres could not be heard talking, which was very rare. After that, we continued to slowly make our way through Janius's lands, all the while ready to escape into Leninoth's country if something happened. We noticed the change on the 10th day after crossing the border. We were only a few days away from entering Farah's country. There is movement on Leninoth's side. Rig said. He looked rather nervous as he approached me. It was just as we had finished our break and were about to start marching again. Movement, were we discovered? No. While we were able to confirm the presence of soldiers, it does not seem like they know we are here. I believe they are on patrol. But we haven't encountered any soldiers on patrol up until now. While this was Janius's land, we were very close to Leninoth's. Well, it's not like there was a clearly visible line, so I didn't know for sure. But I believed that we were passing through an area that was just a few kilometers away from Leninoth's territory. It must be that our country has begun the invasion. Yes, it would be right about now, wouldn't it? In order to make this plan work, there was a need for 3 groups to move at the right time. And ours was the first group. While the country prepared for war, we would quietly escape. Our goal was to avoid any fighting until we reached Farah's lands. Around that time, General Gorgodin would make a big show of appearing at Leninoth's borders. Of course, Leninoth would send out an army to drive them back. However, Gorgodin and most of his army were giants, so there would be nothing strange about them moving slowly. Gorgodin's purpose was to start a battle near the border. By luring the enemy in and fighting, we would be able to spread out the enemy forces. In the meantime, General Farnez would take her very best soldiers and move towards Leninoth's castle. Most of them would be night demons, so they would be able to blend in the shadows and avoid detection. As for us, we just had to wreak havoc on Farah's territories in order to attract soldiers into Leninoth's lands. My prediction was that Totwar's army would be deployed, and we would just disappear right before their arrival. If Leninoth is acting now, it must mean he is wary of the surrounding countries. In order to focus on the war, he had to keep a sharp eye on his borders. Apparently, Leninoth was not the type who found such measures to be too troublesome. Well, it was a good thing for us. The more scattered his forces were, the better. But then it might be harder for General Farnez to sneak into the country. If they were discovered too quickly, it was possible that the enemy would see through the entire plan. I could only hope that the stealth abilities of those creatures of the night would not disappoint us. Besides, there was nothing we could do to help them. What should we do? I think it would be too dangerous to go deeper into Janius's territory, and we should only move under cover of night from now on. There were many reasons to avoid being seen by the scouts Leninoth had unleashed, and though it might cause a delay for us, I preferred safety. Everything would be over if we were caught, and so I had everyone gather together and then explain to them the change in plan. Our country and Leninoth's country are likely in a state of war now. From here on, we will rest during the day and move during the night. If you are seen by anyone, report it immediately. We have to erase all witnesses. I'll be expecting you all to be extra vigilant. And so it took us 2 days longer than planned. However, we were able to arrive in Farah's lands without being seen. Chapter 91. Wild Hunt Lesser Demon King Chiral. For the past few days, an ominous air has pervaded Lesser Demon King Chiral's country. The start of it all was the destruction of a single frontier village. No one knew the reason. It was clear that they had been attacked by someone, but there wasn't a single enemy corpse to be found. Only the villagers had died. Word of it reached the neighboring town, and while a team was sent to investigate, they too vanished without a trace. And so a second team was dispatched, and the incident was reported to the castle. The village had been in a place that was close to the border with Demon King Troutzard. Could it be that the Demon King had attacked? Lesser Demon King Chiral realized how serious the situation was, and he ordered for his scattered generals to gather together. The next day, a town that was not too far from the castle was attacked, and a survivor came to them to tell the news. First a village, then the investigation team, and now a town. They didn't know who this enemy was, but they were getting closer. Close the gates, have the soldiers prepare for a battle. Chiral was quick to make the decision. There was no doubt that the enemy would come here, he was sure of it. As he watched his subordinates frantically move, he considered his current fighting force. According to the report, a town was turned into ash in just one day. A half-hearted assault will not be enough to stop them. The towns that were closer to the castle had strong defenses. There were some that were practically fortresses. Once their gates were closed, it would be very difficult to destroy them. So while these fortresses lured in the enemy, he called in his generals and their armies. This was the best strategy. However, the enemy was already so close. They just came out of nowhere. Who are they, and will the generals make it back in time? Even the closest general was still 3 days away. And it would take twice as long if you were with an entire army. It would be best to assume that it would take 15 days for all of them to arrive. They won't make it in time if they take their men. Hey, send out a second message. To all of the generals, tell them to come ahead. It was just as Chiral had said this much. There was a deafening blast coming from the castle gates. Zzzzzoon, it was so loud that the ground shook under his feet. Chiral immediately grabbed his favorite battle axe. We're under attack, they're coming. The iron gates were a meter thick. He had been very proud of them. They were not something that could be broken with physical strength. Still, Chiral was sure of one thing. The enemy had arrived. Ah, is this our first time meeting? He had headed for the gate, but just as he entered the courtyard, a cheerful voice entered his ears. Chiral was very surprised. He had not expected someone to address him here. You're a vampire. Exactly, are you surprised? A vampire boy was standing there. Fool, coming in here all alone. Vampires could fly. No matter how thick your gate was, they could fly over it and attack on their own. However, what of it? Invading an enemy castle by yourself, it was nothing short of suicide. Even if he was incredibly strong, there was no way that he could take on all of the castle soldiers. Kill him. Before he finished giving the order, spears began to fly at a speed that the eye couldn't follow. A group of minotaurs were using their special skill, spear throw, to the fullest as they launched the missiles one after another. Hey, whoa. The vampire was not able to dodge every single spear as they shot down, and some of them tore through his body. He collapsed on the ground headfirst. It was quite pathetic, really. And then the minotaurs fell on him. What can one person do? Just then, there was another deafening crash by the castle gate, and Chiral's attention moved towards it. That's when it happened. The minotaurs that had swarmed around the vampire began to crumble in rapid succession. What the? You could have at least given me a warning. The vampire boy looked like he didn't even feel any pain. The warning system in Chiral's head was now raised to its limit. It was only then that he became calm and understood that this vampire had enough mana to put him in the Lesser Demon King class. Are you the bastard who attacked Sajib village and Sultan town? Never heard of those places, but I guess I did attack a village and town. The vampire was standing on the corpses of the minotaurs now. His eyes were large and round as he laughed. There was no malice in his expression, but Chiral sensed unspeakable madness in those eyes. What do you want? I want nothing really. They were just in the way. He had destroyed a village and town because they were in the way. That's what he was saying. Chiral gritted his teeth. Then you shall die here. The special skill, Wrath, allowed one to heighten their own power. And with Roar, one could cause their enemy to lose heart and weaken them. Chiral was a gigant minotaur and could use the skill that combined both of those skills, Wrathful Roar. His own power was greatly enhanced, and his enemy's power greatly reduced. BBBBROGGH, Chiral's roar echoed through the castle. His skin turned to bronze and his muscles bulged. See this, I giga what? A fountain of blood was pouring from Lesser Demon King Chiral's neck. Oh, your head didn't fall off. I wonder why. I thought I was strong enough to do that. Why can't I do it like Gallant? Chiral could hear him muttering to himself. It was as if he had very little interest in what was happening. It was the left side of Kyrill's neck that had been cut. Even now, blood was flowing from it. HHHMPH. He used his muscles to force the bleeding to stop, and then he looked at the vampire again. The vampire was holding a giant sword that seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. Even when compared to Kyrill's axe, it was not inferior. Oh, that's an interesting trick. He was likely talking about how he had stopped the bleeding. The enemy in front of him was stronger. Thinking this, Kyrill decided to bet everything on landing a single hit. After all, the sounds coming from the gate were getting more and more distressing. And so he tightly gripped the axe and put all of his power into it. Zzzuan, bang, the ground shook more violently than ever. The gate had been destroyed. He understood that immediately. Oh, they finally did it. Why are they so slow? Apparently, the enemy could tell as well. They would swarm into the castle now. He had to finish this fight before they could reach him. And so Kyrill took a step forward. However, the enemy in front of him just smiled. Well, the time seems right. Will you die for me? Chapter 92. Wild Hunt Nair. Minotaurs boasted impressive strength, but they could not use magic. They liked to use battle axes, and they were skilled in close-quarters combat. That being said, they did have high resistance to magic. Perhaps it was because they were of the advanced races that they did not have any obvious weaknesses to physical or magical attacks. You really are a gigant. I might have underestimated you a little. Had his mana not recently increased greatly, this might have been a rather desperate battle. That's what Nair thought. Still, for Nair as he was now, this was only a slightly difficult opponent. And so the gigant Minotaur's body crumbled to the ground. Immediately after, the surrounding Minotaurs fell into a state of panic, and they broke ranks and began to flee. However, they were hunted down by the company in black that had arrived. It was all very one-sided from that point on, but Nair didn't even glance towards them as he made his way to the highest point in the castle. Well, that's Lesser Demon King Kyrill's country down. Where should I go next? Nair's expression was filled with curiosity as he gazed over the land from the top of the castle. What country lay beyond this one? After the wild hunt annihilated their enemy in the castle, they regrouped and departed. When the generals finally did arrive, they were much surprised at the horrible sight that awaited them, and they felt a deep outrage over the death of Lesser Demon King Kyrill. If only they had been present. While such thoughts plagued them, it was such an impressive attack that the results may have just been the same even if they were there. No, this was an enemy ambush. Had they been able to intercept them properly, the results would have surely been different. It was while considering such things that the generals gathered together. And then one of them spoke up. So, who will be the next king? Now that Lesser Demon King Kyrill was dead, his generals turned on one another, and the country was thrown into a state of civil war. Generals led their armies against other generals. Then other generals would take the opportunity to attack them from behind. And just when the chaos within the country had reached its peak, a neighboring country launched an attack. Like this, the civil war quickly turned into a defensive war. And so Lesser Demon King Kyrill's death caused the country to fall into great turmoil. Demon King Troutzard's country, Meralda. The battle between Troutzard and Legard was like a seesaw in terms of who had the advantage. It seemed like a conclusion to it all was very far away, but that was how wars between demon kings usually played out. If you used your entire force, you might win, but the damage would be great. And what use would a victory be if others targeted you during that moment? And so it was convention to fight smaller battles and chip away at enemy forces. In the midst of all this, General Meralda's army was pulled away from the front lines. But instead of allowing them to return to her lands, they were sent to the east. To the east, there was a cluster of countries ruled by lesser demon kings. They would be easy enough to conquer, however. Beyond them lay the country of a great demon king. Troutzard did not want to share a border with someone so dangerous. If he was ever going to swallow up the smaller countries and expand his lands so they would be next to a great demon king, then it was best to get rid of all his demon king neighbors first. And so Demon King Troutzard had never sent his armies east. It was because of this that the cluster of small countries were alarmed like never before. Indeed, their response was so dramatic that one might wonder if they would start attacking immediately. What? Lesser Demon King Kyrill has fallen. A messenger had been sent to Meralda from the castle, and the contents were most shocking. So, what happened to the country? Without a king, the land is ruled by confusion. If this continues, the generals will fight, and it will likely start to affect the surrounding countries. You must be tired, go and rest. Meralda scowled after hearing the full report. The war with Demon King Legard had been going on for many years, and she doubted anything would change soon. Demon King Janius was busy fighting Demon King Gidman, and they had no attention to spare for what happened here. That's why Troutzard was able to send soldiers to the east in order to keep the small countries in check. But if Kyril was really dead, and the west side was thrown into turmoil, then Demon King Troutzard would be forced to be watchful of them. Soldiers were limited in number, as were generals. He didn't have enough of them to maintain so many lines of battle. He was rich in terms of personnel, but his lands were vast and his enemies many. The West, huh? I hope that nothing happens. No, something definitely will happen. If generals of nearly equal strength were fighting, then the battle could be very long. Especially if they knew each other well. And other countries would not just watch this silently. Neighboring lesser demon kings would see this as a wonderful opportunity. The West will be consumed by chaos. But how long would it take? Meralda felt that it would not take very long at all. Still, who killed lesser demon King Kyril? Apparently, this information had not been found yet. It was not in the report. However, it was known that he was killed by someone. Kyril was a lesser demon king. There were not many who would be able to kill someone like that so easily. A certain name came up in Meralda's mind, a name that had been discussed recently, but she shook the thought out of her mind. This was no time for such speculation. We'll have to keep our eyes on the west now. Meralda muttered to herself. Chapter 93. Lesser Demon King Melvis's Castle Farnes. Drums beat loudly, and the shouts of the masses gathered around the castle resounded into the sky. It was the signal for departure. There had not been a departing ceremony that was this grand since lesser demon King Melvis fell into his deep sleep. General Farnes was watching from the castle balcony, along with a few of her subordinates. They are filled with such unusual passion. Farnes muttered as she wondered how many years it had been since she last saw something like this. The others listened to their superior officer politely and without comment. General Gorgodin's army would be leaving the castle now, but it wasn't just the residents that came to see them off. War was an opportunity, and merchants liked to gamble. And so many merchants had brought their wares and opened stores in the castle city. Farnes was sure that some of them would be spies who had been unleashed by Leninoth. However, if she enforced strict investigations, the merchants would all leave and never return. Leaving just meant they would be taking information about this country elsewhere. And residents of the demon world never let a slight go unanswered. Payback was the law, and it was no different with merchants. I don't know how many spies he sent, but they might as well take as much information as they can find. Leninoth will know about Gorgodin's departure immediately. Currently, Leninoth sat waiting in the castle located in the center of his country. The south was guarded by Mujura, the great Hihai. There was also a report that Totwar, the Nosferatu, was roaming the north, near Farah's lands. If Gorgodin crossed the border, then Mujura would surely come to meet him. They didn't know where Mujura was waiting now, but he would move as soon as the border was crossed. Gorgodin would make a big show of marching, just as had been planned, but he would not go too far past the border. The battlefield would be as close to it as possible. In the meantime, we'll take down Leninoth. Are we fully prepared? Farnes asked her adjutant, Adarasushia. Yes, General, while it will be incredibly dangerous, we are ready. I see. And the personnel for our suicide squad? I have chosen 10, including backups. Very well. As soon as Gorgodin crosses the border, all eyes will be on them. That's when we'll leave. Yes. We will be ready at any moment. Currently, Farnes was supposed to be in the south in order to deal with Demon King Troutzard. In fact, they were in the middle of sending soldiers there right now. But this was a feint. They wanted it to look like they were just as scared as the other lesser demon kings. Farnes herself would lead the small group of her finest and go and take Leninoth's head. And several preparations had been underway in order to raise their chances of survival. 5 would enter the place for the decisive battle, but they would take 5 others as reserves. Lesser demon King Leninoth was a giant known as a hecaton chair. He was huge and strong, ridiculously tough. Farnaz did not expect her nails and fangs to be effective. She would be able to scratch him at best. That was all. But considering his mana level, that in itself was quite impressive. And so she and Felicia had talked for many days in order to think of a way to win. The thing they would use was poison. The Hecatoncheir were strong against physical and magical attacks. And so traditional combat tactics would be of no use. And so they thought of using poison attacks. They would spread a powerful poisonous liquid in the area and kill all of his guards. After that, it would evaporate and create a poisonous gas that would eat away at his flesh from the inside. Of course, this meant that Farnaz herself would breathe it in, but she would drink an antidote in advance. Besides, night demons already had a strong resistance to poison. It wasn't as high as wraiths, who didn't have physical bodies, but it was higher than reapers. And so if they did spread poison, the only one who would take great damage was Leninoth. And then this. When she had asked Galen if he had any good ideas, this is what he said. Restraining tools. Hecatonchairs were very large, and perhaps it was because of this that they could not move very quickly. But as each attack was usually enough to kill their opponent, there wasn't really a need for them to overwhelm an enemy with speed. Well, it was so slow to begin with, why not make it so that it couldn't move at all? Yes, that was what Galen had said. Indeed, it would be difficult to catch someone who was fast, but perhaps they could manage if the enemy was slow. And so Farnaz accepted Galen's suggestion and tried to have chains made for this very purpose. However, Felicia stopped her. If you do make something, it will have to be something that won't come off easily. Ultimately, what they came up with was something that would go over his entire head. Of course, it would not be easy to put something like this over his head. And so they would use a smokescreen. Even while obstructing people's vision, it would be difficult to hide the body of a giant Hecatoncheir. On the other hand, vampires could easily hide in smoke. In order to defeat Leninoth, they had to attack his weak point and bind his movement. The last thing that Farnaz needed was a weapon, something with absolute destructive ability. This. Yes, it's perfect. A metal stake. It was something that you could only use if you had the strength of a vampire. For a stake, it was very thick. But the point was thin like a needle. If this was rammed into the head, even a lesser demon king would not be able to escape death. However, it was only after doing all of this preparation that the odds became 50-50. If even the slightest thing went wrong, the odds would change greatly. And so Farnaz braced herself. Now, it's time for use to leave quietly. As vampires could fly in the sky, they did not require roads. They just needed to move in the shadows of the night. The die had already been cast. There was nothing left to do but act. Chapter 94. We had entered Lesser Demon King Farah's country. It seemed like a miracle that we made it this far without getting caught. What the hell? Could our luck really be so good? I expected that we would be discovered once or twice, and that we'd have to fight. And while there were some dangerous moments, things had gone relatively smoothly. I know what it is. Gaia is whispering to me that I must succeed. But I can't hear anything. My adjutant, Rig, said as he put his ear to the ground. I didn't know why he had to take everything so seriously. Now we must get to business. I'll give you a simple briefing. I had several plans prepared. To be honest, I had no idea what would happen, and I was taking the worst-case scenario into consideration as well. Oh, we'll finally get to go wild. I can't wait. The idiot siblings were very enthusiastic, but I needed them to be patient. If things had gone so well up until now, perhaps it was fine if we got a little greedy. I had considered various scenarios in the event that we were discovered and even chased by the enemy. However, it seems that we've slipped by unnoticed. This is a great opportunity. I watched everyone's reaction. I was a little anxious about whether they followed. Regardless, they didn't seem to have any opinions in particular. And so, we will pretend to be Leninoth's army. To be precise, we will pretend to be Totwar's soldiers. Totwar was one of Leninoth's generals. He was also one of the lesser demon kings. In terms of strength, he was someone incredibly dangerous. Totwar led an army of wraiths and night demons. I suppose you would have called them undead back on Earth. And it was surprisingly easy to disguise yourself as one of them. We were already doing it, with the cloth we were covered in. I'll speak plainly. We will be fighting while wearing these hoods. What? But they'll get in the way. Sappho was quick to object to this. Currently, the cloths they wore were covering their entire bodies, and there were some holes for the eyes. It was the same for both ogres and reapers. We will do it until the enemy sees through it. If we succeed, we could be the trigger that plunges Farah and Leninoth into all-out war. Of course, I was not really that optimistic. However, I wanted to be prepared in the event that Farnaz failed, or if Leninoth died and this country became divided. I don't really understand, but you're saying that something good will happen if we fight like this. That's exactly what I'm saying. Will you do it? You're the chief, Gollin, I don't mind. Me too. It seemed like the other ogres didn't have a problem either. In fact, there was something I had noticed while spending every day with them. The other ogres were afraid of me. Whenever I tried talking to them casually, they would start shaking. I had selected ogres that were young and energetic, and I was quite friendly while talking to them. Was it that? Was it because of the training? Perhaps I shouldn't have told them to come at me at the same time. I shouldn't have beaten them all at once. I didn't want any of them to die. That's why I had trained and looked after them until I could barely stand. And yet they treated me like a stranger. Damn it, they were a cold-hearted lot. Leaving that aside, I turned to see how the Reapers were reacting. They too did not have any objections. But then again, it was always difficult to know what the Reapers were thinking. However, the Reapers would have nowhere to live if Leninoth took over our country, so I knew that they were desperate. They just didn't show their emotions on their faces very much, so it was hard to tell. In any case, their reaction was muted at best. If only we could overcome this barrier of species and become closer. Now, I will tell you my plan. While in these clothes, we will go and attack one of the fortresses in this area. Farah's soldiers should be stationed in them, so we will deal as much damage as possible before retreating. Leninoth and Farah's borders were littered with fortresses. There was a fortress in any place that looked like it might be a good hiding place. And of course, that meant soldiers. However, these fortresses were not very big. There were about 20 fortresses in the area, and each could likely house about 100 soldiers. But if we were counting all of the fortresses along the border, how many would there be? We had no reason to rush or to panic. The thing we needed to be wary about now was being caught before the attack. Also, we wanted to avoid a situation where our men were killed or captured, and the enemy realized what was really happening. Because of this, we will search for a fortress with fewer enemies. And once we find one, we will wait for night and then attack. All right, let's crush them into the ground. I've been itching for this moment. Really, were we going to be okay with these guys? I looked at the idiot siblings skeptically as I felt the coldness of the blade that the general had given me. After that, I sent out the kobolds to scout the area and find us a good candidate. All right, we'll choose this place. It was a fortress that was surrounded by 3 cliffs. There was only one path that led to it. In other words, we would stick out as we moved towards it. Can you do it, Painey? Yes. There will be no problem. The plan was to have the Reapers lead the attack. I didn't know why, but these kinds of roundabout methods were unusual here. Well, they did surprise the enemy quite often, so I wasn't sure what the difference was. I guess they never really thought of secret infiltrations. Now, as for this fortress, it was the smallest out of the ones we found. Its walls were made of logs. The logs were heavy. And while they were quite durable, they also took up a lot of space. That meant the interior of the fortress was smaller. This suggested to me that there would be fewer soldiers inside. We just had to attack and leave a few survivors. That's all it took to give this attack some meaning. And once Farah's army came out, we would have succeeded. After all, Leninoth's army would then have to watch the border. Now, we wait for the night and then depart. Chapter 95. The Forest at Midnight. Painey, I'm counting on you. Yes, Sir Gollin, leave it to me. The 10 Reapers quietly slipped out from the forest. They were headed to the fortress in Farah's territory. It was built on top of a mountain and was surrounded on 3 sides by steep cliffs. There was only one way to enter, a nearby forest. That was all. And it was this relatively small forest that we would attack. Under the moonlight, Painey and the others silently stealed up towards the fortress. Wraith's inspectors were good at this kind of work. And so even though there were guards watching, they were not discovered. All right, we charge in as soon as the gates open. They will have double our number inside of the fortress, but most of them will be asleep. Crush anyone you see. Our strategy was about as simple as it could be. A few reapers would enter the fortress and open the gate. Of course, they would be discovered at that point, and so Painey and her team would go in to defend the gate. And the rest of us would rush in before the enemy could call the others for support. I told Painey that she shouldn't push herself too hard. If there were too many guards, then they should retreat. Come on. Time continued to pass without any sign of movement. I could see the fortress from between the trees, but the gate was still closed. When I turned around, I saw that Seifo and the other ogres were swaying impatiently under their hoods. As for this attack, I was quite confident that it would succeed. The fortress was quite small, after all. However, there was a possibility that someone very strong just happened to be there. The thought made me sweat. If we were defeated here, it would affect the entire plan. And so I fought the urge to rush forward and just stared at the gate and waited. Just when the sweat from my foreheading was starting to stain the ground at my feet, I saw the gates slowly open from the inside. They had succeeded. Good, the time was ripe, now we just had to charge in. All of you, it's time to go. Arg! And so I ran. Behind me, the ogres and reapers raised their voices and followed. Hey, they'll hear you. Had we charged in silently, we would have been able to buy some extra time, but it was too late. The soldiers in the fortress would have definitely heard us now. Bah, just keep going. I raised my club. There was no turning back. HYYHHH. As we rushed through the gates, the ogres tore off the hoods that were getting in their way. Hey, you idiots. It was hopeless, they were hopeless, they had forgotten everything. Ultimately, the carefully planned deception that I had pushed for so hard vanished in a flash. Goo. There was no helping it. It was better to let them do what they wanted and stay motivated. The ogres flowed into the building. The reapers stood their ground in the courtyard, slowly but surely taking down the enemy. Golden eye orcs, eh? I could also see shrieking goblins, but it looked like they had no intention of joining the fight. The soldiers that came out of the building had pig faces and long fangs, and their eyes were all one solid color. It looked like they had poured gold into the sockets. They were called golden eye orcs and were somewhere between the bottom and center when it came to demihumans. They were high among orcs, but lower than us ogres. I don't think we have anything to worry about. I had brought with me the best of my ogres, and the reapers were already near the top. Besides, this was an ambush. Surely we could not find ourselves at a disadvantage. It was just as I was thinking this. Ba-bang, ba-ba-ba-bang, shit, thunder cannons. There were no guns or traditional cannons in the demon world. They had probably not been invented yet. However, they did have gunpowder. In war, it was only used to make sounds, like it was doing just now, like firecrackers. No one had thought of using it to launch balls of metal. Ba-bang, ba-ba-bang, ba-bang, ba-ba-bang. And since the fortress was on the top of a mountain, the sounds of the thunder cannon traveled far. It would easily reach the other fortresses. Gunpowder was expensive, and so I had not expected it to be here in a secluded fortress. However, perhaps it had been necessary in order to guard Leninoth's border. Sir Galan, what should we do? Painey asked as she moved towards me. They will send people to see what is happening. I don't want them to see us retreating. We'll have to leave this place soon. I understand. They would send their swiftest ahead. If we waited too long, we'd be seen. The problem is, where do we run? If we returned to the forest and continued on straight, we would be going into Leninoth's territory. But we wanted to lure in Farah's army, so crossing the border again would not be a good idea. We should go deeper then. While it would be very dangerous, I decided that we would move deeper into Farah's lands. It's time to get out of here. All of you, follow me. Ag. Farah's army would never think that we'd move deeper into their lands. Well, I hoped that they wouldn't, and so we melted into the shadows and began our retreat. We headed towards the forest first, and once inside, moved as if tracing an arch. Once we were out, I saw that several lights had appeared in the fortress. They were probably burning torches now. We'll continue to move from here. They would be looking towards the border for Leninoth's men. And so we moved quietly into Farah's territory and found a safe area before the sun rose. There were lots of spots like this in the forests. Sudden clearings that were devoid of trees. They were perfect for resting. We'll be attacking at least one more fortress, so you better rest up, I said before lying down. That night, we took a small fortress that was far away from the town road. We now found ourselves very deep into Farah's lands. And while they must have heard about the other attack, the soldiers did not seem like they were on their guard. Just like before, I sent the Reapers in first and had them open the gate. Both fortresses were overseen by goblins. While they were not suited for battle, there were many of them, and they lived all over the demon world. And they were likely quite suited for these kinds of jobs. When the gates opened and we rushed inside and trampled over the enemy, I heard the sounds of large wings flapping. Someone who could fly had likely gone to call for reinforcements. It was difficult to do anything about these kinds of contact methods. If we waited too long, we'd get ambushed from the sky. All right, retreat. Moderation was key. And so I gathered my men and we started to move out. Chapter 96. Wild Hunt Nahir. It's finished already. Nahir held both hands behind his head and looked at his opponent calmly. As for his opponent, he had no energy to spare in the face of Nahir's provocations. He just glared back with hatred. That was the most he could do to resist. They were in Lesser Demon King Listorus's castle. Nahir had come all of the way here with the Wild Hunt in order to kill the Lesser Demon King. They had passed the border and slowly made their way to the center, all the while crushing soldiers and their commanders and corps commanders. And now he was facing one of the generals in a one-on-one battle. That being said, the enemy was covered in blood as he glared at Nahir. One might have thought that Nahir had killed his parents. This enemy was called an Ogre. It had the head of a snake and was particularly suited for combat. And while they were weak to the cold, they were strong against statuses like poison. Their greatest assets were their speed and strength. They also liked to charge. And yet this one was now riddled with wounds. Hey, do you mind? You've had enough, right? Without giving him enough time to hold up his spear, Nahir's arm thrust into the Ogre's chest and came out the other end. He had pierced through the heart. Nahir pulled out his arm and smashed his enemy in the head. Blood poured from its chest and neck, and then it collapsed onto the ground. Now the battle was finished. The Ogre's subordinates began to move back as if to get away from Nahir. Do it. The members of the Wild Hunt closed in on them without making a sound. And like that, they unleashed their deadly attacks on the enemies in the area. These enemies also failed to surprise me. Nahir seemed to be oblivious to the massacre happening around him. He just muttered to himself and then disappeared down the passage towards the back. The passage led to Lesser Demon King Listorus's throne room. There was no obstacle in his way now, and so Nahir moved towards it without hesitation. Is there really no one who can surprise me now? Maybe Galin really was special. What a waste. Nahir had lived so long that he had become bored of living. The lives of ogres went by in a flash for him. Usually, they would never have occupied any space in his mind. However, ever since that fight, Nahir found himself thinking about Galin every once in a while. I want to meet him again. Maybe I'll go and do just that. Several months had passed. Perhaps Galin had grown stronger again. In that case, why not put him to the test? After all, Nahir had not even experienced Galin at his best. Yes, he wanted Galin to fight without holding back next time. If that happened, what kind of trump card would Galin pull out? Nahir became restless just thinking about it. Now that Lesser Demon King Chiral was dead, his country was in disarray. The remaining generals fought amongst each other. Every day there was another battle for dominance. After hearing this news, Lesser Demon King Listorus saw it as a great opportunity, and he had sent out his armies. He thought that he could make off with the profits under the cover of chaos. He had never dreamed that his castle would be attacked in the meantime. Lesser Demon King Listorus had sent many men to invade his neighbor, just as Nahir closed in on him. Lesser Demon King Leninoth's country, Farnez. After General Gorgodin left the castle under the eyes of many people, General Farnez secretly crossed the border. They moved during the night and rested in the day. And after repeating this many times, they were finally able to reach Leninoth's castle. We're fully prepared to take on Lesser Demon King Leninoth. The only problem left is the timing. As they were vampires, fighting during the night would not be a problem. And since they could fly in the sky, they could invade the castle directly. However, their enemy was Lesser Demon King Leninoth. He would have his finest men defending the castle. There were many soldiers stationed here, and they were strong. If they ended up taking too long, they would quickly be surrounded. We'll aim for the darkest time, before sunrise. The castle is big. We'll have to stay close together as we advance. There was not enough time, and so they had not been able to acquire any information about the castle. Farnese looked at the people she had brought. There were 10 in all. She had planned heavily for this moment. For the battle against Leninoth, 5 would be selected to fight alongside her. But in spite of the many preparations, their chances of winning were still just 50%. On top of that, they had to finish things before the reinforcements arrived. It will be a battle against time. Everyone nodded at Farnese's words. All right, let's go. Farnese and the others jumped off of the cliff that overlooked the castle. They flew as high as they could so that the guards would not see them. Their destination was the top of the castle. That was where they would enter. As they flew in the sky, they inspected the castle below. There were about 20 soldiers patrolling the courtyard and around the building. There would likely be many more inside. It looks like it will be impossible to make it through without a fight. Even if they tried to avoid fighting as much as possible, how long would it take? Farnese was a general in Lesser Demon King Melvis's country. She was confident in her own strength. However, this was Leninoth's castle. It was possible that there were people here that were the same class as generals in her country. Don't make a sound. After descending on the castle roof, they erased their presence and moved slowly. Grog, they bumped into an enemy immediately, but she dispatched him quickly with her claws. Even the soldiers on patrol were strong enough to be corps commanders here. Farnese focused even harder. Who's there? As they moved down a long and dark hallway, they heard a voice come from the other end. Tisk. Farnese dashed forward. We're under attack. And while she killed the enemy immediately, he had been able to shout. Now more soldiers would come. We have to run, follow me. This was no time for stealth. Farnese flew through the castle. The castle itself had a structure similar to every other castle, and so she relied on her intuition as she rushed to the place she thought Leninoth would be. They killed any enemy they met on the way, passed several rooms, and finally arrived in the hall where the king was in. There she saw the Great Hihai. Somehow, the Great Hihai who was supposed to be fighting General Gorgodin was present. Chapter 97. We made it through the night, and it was now midday, but we were at a loss. I had a general idea of where we were and knew which direction we should head. However, we could not go in the direction that we wanted to. Enemy scouts were crawling all over the place. They sure are quick to react. And they're well trained. In any case, we had to go even deeper into Farah's territories in order to avoid being discovered by the enemy. But I was getting worried about how far we were going. Let's stop here and rest. We gathered under the shadow of a large boulder and rested. Once we had caught our breath, we'd think about what to do next. There's something I want to ask you. Why do you think they sent soldiers from the nearby town, and not just the fortresses? We only attacked 2 fortresses. And so I had assumed the other fortresses in the area would send scouts to find out what happened. But things turned out quite different. Reinforcements had immediately been sent from the town. Sensing the danger, we tried to escape into Leninoth's territory, but there were too many eyes near the fortress now, and more soldiers were appearing in the area. You said that you heard the beating of wings during the attack. I would assume that they went and told the town. Well, that's obvious, but would they really react so quickly? They wouldn't have been able to move in the morning unless they were preparing in the middle of the night. I can't say for sure. Even Rig was uncertain. As the battalion was now looking for us, we had nowhere to run. They were being so thorough that one might wonder if they had been ordered to search through every blade of grass in order to find us. Of course, we were forced to move away from the town and fortresses and move in deeper. Well, Leninoth's lands are vast. Perhaps we can just go around and return. Our goal was to bring the enemy close to the border. If this was going to happen, wouldn't it have been better to just attack some random Leninoth town or fortress? Sappho started to say. The idea had flashed in my mind. However, there was a fatal flaw to that idea. My men are ogres and reapers. People will know that it was us immediately if we attacked one of Leninoth's towns. We had already destroyed 2 fortresses and killed a commander as well. The enemy would not mistake us for someone else. After the war, they would have a good idea of how many soldiers we have. In that case, they would not bother to send someone who has the rank of Lesser Demon King. Our plan would not work unless it had an impact. Something on the level of an invasion from Farah. It will all be over if they see us as so weak that some local battalion can take care of us. After saying this, Sappho muttered understandingly, Being weak is pretty sad. Recently, Seifo seemed more philosophical than usual. Was he getting tired of life? Now, that's enough hypothesizing. What do you think we should do? It was good that we had lured out Farah's men, but now we had nowhere to run. I don't think we have any choice but to wait for night and escape under cover of darkness. Rig is right. However, can we even stay hidden until night? That was the problem. Why? Why can't we just go inside the forest? Bika asked with a puzzled expression. Call it farsight. A lot of tree spirits and fairies came out of the towns. I don't think we could fool them if we entered the forests. In the first place, we had never intended on going this deep inside. And if we go deeper, our goal was for Farah's men to be seen by Leninoth's men. If we move too far from the border, there will be no point in us even being here. Oh, right, then we should just stomp all over the enemy here and go home. You idiot. I wasn't surprised that he would say that in the end. It's the conclusion that most ogres would reach. I want to choose the safest option that is possible. It only has to be until General Farnez defeats Leninoth. We would have succeeded as long as they know about what is happening here, and Leninoth sends out his army. It was General Farnez that we were talking about. Even after escaping, she would be able to shake off pursuers. Then shouldn't we hurry to Leninoth's territories? That's true, but it's dangerous. If we moved now, we would be discovered in less than an hour. But I was starting to think the results would be the same if we waited. We'll be fine because we have you, Galen. I'm telling you, we have no choice but to go. Exactly, we're in a war. You can't be so focused on safety. You're being delusional. Seifo and Bika said. The other ogres were nodding. You too, you just want to fight. Is it that obvious? You sure are sharp, Galen. I knew it. Fighting was all they ever wanted to do. Still, we were just prolonging our fate by staying here. It was not as if I could think of something that would turn the tide. We have no choice. We'll pass the forest and fortress and go to Leninoth's territory. All right. Hooray. Part of me felt like I had been coaxed by Seifo and Bika, but I wanted to believe that it was the right decision. And so we pulled the hoods over our heads and entered the forest. We were headed towards the border. Of course, this would happen, but we were seen almost immediately and ended up having to make a run for it. Chapter 98. Even if we continued to hide in the shadows under boulders, we wouldn't be able to escape the flying monsters. And if we escaped into the forest, the tree monsters and fairies would see us. They often have dangerous abilities that can only be used in the forest. There was Forest Neighbor, which allowed them to read the memories of trees, and Leaf Friction, which allowed them to pick up man-made noises in the forest. We're going to run to Leninoth's territory. The best thing to do was to cross the border as quickly as possible. According to the plan, we were to make sure that Farah's army had been dispatched before returning to Leninoth's territory. And considering that scouts and other personnel had been sent out from the town, it should not take long for the army to appear. However, we needed more time. We had to escape Leninoth's territory before Farah's army arrived. Run! The ogres and kobolds kept their white hoods over their heads as they dashed through the forest. Somehow, I felt like it probably wasn't very effective, but it had to be better than nothing. The Reapers remained the same. They should blend in with us if seen from far away. We'll run between the two fortresses. The most important thing was to get away from the scouting team that was sent from the town. That meant we were forced to go through the forest. But the fairies would find us immediately. We just needed to get closer to the border and... Hey Galen, they spotted us. I know. The sound of the whistle echoed around us. Hey Galen, what should we do? Run. Just keep running. Even I thought that I sounded a lot like Gyudin, our former commander. But it couldn't be helped. They would catch us if we stopped running now. They're getting closer. Painey said as she approached me. It was like she was sliding on the ground. I mean, her feet weren't even touching it. Reapers had it easy. What direction? Reapers were supposed to have superior sensory organs compared to ogres. I couldn't even tell that the enemy was gaining on us. Ooh, from both the right and left. Run. It wasn't that I had a poor vocabulary. There was just nothing else that I should say. A few moments later, an arrow hit the ground near me. Judging by the direction it had flown, there was someone behind us. We had somehow managed to avoid letting them block our escape route. Don't slow down. We can make it. I brought up the map in my head. We would have surely passed between the two fortresses by now, and this forest would continue until it took us near the border. At this rate, we would surely make it. Painy. Yes. What is it? Are there any enemies in front of us? No, I do not sense anyone. Good. The town scouts would have found us already. We were making so much noise while we moved. If it was their job to protect the border, surely they wouldn't be foolish enough to miss us. However, it looks like it'll be us who succeeds in our mission. When Farah's army moves, so will Leninoth's. Once we entered Leninoth's lands, we just needed to hide and slowly make our way back to our country. We continued to run for some time after that, and then the forest finally ended. All right. From here on there is just a field of grass that stretches towards the border. We will likely have arrows shot at our backs, so don't get too relaxed just yet. Ag. I ran in the lead as we formed a triangle. It was the kind of formation we might use to break through something. But that was fine. We just needed to cross the border and… Hey, what is that? A huge army appeared in front of us. It is most certainly Leninoth's army. I know that. I shouted at Rig. They were lined up as if they were about to launch an attack, but when had they arrived? It's the line abreast formation. I bloody well know that too. But why so sudden? I didn't understand. We were still at the step where Farah's army might have finally started to move. It was at this point that we were going to lure out Leninoth's army. Why were they here? Hey, Gollin. I don't think we should keep running. Sappho said something sensible for once. We were like arrows flying towards a line of shields. I very much doubted that we could break through them. Everyone. Turn ARRUNDDD. We braked desperately with both feet and ran at full speed in the direction that we had come. While I cannot be certain, perhaps they sent armies to their borders when our country attacked them. I see. The soldiers that appeared when we passed Demon King Janius's border. Maybe they were the same. Apparently, Leninoth was more cautious than we thought. Once he knew that our country had attacked him, he became wary about all the other surrounding countries as well. Hey, the enemy is coming towards us. What are we going to do, Gollin? Bika had been in the far back, but she was now running in the lead. The soldiers in front of us now were likely from the fortresses. There's a great Leninoth army at our rear, so we have to keep going. We'll smash through the enemy and go back into the forest. You sure are random. I had no idea that Leninoth's army would be waiting there. There was a limit to what I could anticipate. Thankfully, the soldiers that followed us from the fortresses were goblins and fire foxes. We would stomp right over them. All right, I can see the forest now. We just charge into it at full speed. A huge army emerged from the forest. Judging by the situation, was it Farah's army who had been chasing us? Gollin, they're coming from this direction as well. All of you, turn around. TURNAARRUND. This was bad. We would die if we charged into them. Bika suddenly stopped, and since she was in the lead, everyone crashed into each other. It was like a line of dominoes, but this was no time for that, and so we turned around again. Hey, isn't Leninoth's army in that direction? Yeah. What are we going to do? Like I know, but look behind you. Farah's army is coming after us. Yes, they were chasing after us. And so we desperately fled towards Leninoth's army. Chapter 99. Leninoth's army was up ahead, and Farah's army was behind us. There was an expression for this. Something about a tiger at the front gate and a wolf at the back. Gollin, we're going to be pincered. And both sides are moving towards us. If my prediction was accurate, they would crash into each other right at the spot that we were now. And the lines of soldiers extended so far on both the right and left sides, we wouldn't be able to escape. What are we going to do, Gollin? Sappho sounded frantic, but I had never imagined that we would be in such a situation. This is no time for remorse. The enemy would arrive within 30 seconds. What could we do now? Run? No, we'd be crushed. Should we just charge in one direction? That was suicked. Even if we managed to delay things, the enemy would be at our heels in no time. So what should we do? 20 seconds. Hey, Gollin, this is bad. I'm thinking, just shut up. 15 seconds. If we can't run and we can't fight, then what was left? I know there is one way of getting out of this. 10 seconds. There's still time. Let's go, my secret move. Shirking, what is this? Why are you suddenly giving me control? What? 5 seconds, Gollin. Hey, Gollin, do something. Sir Gollin. That bastard, he ran away. The clash. I pulled out the iron club and blocked the enemy's sword at the last moment. Then I smashed the enemy coming from behind me with the back of my fist, sending him flying into the air. This all happened in half a second. Then I kicked a nearby soldier, grabbed him by the neck, and threw him as far as I could. That dealt with the fastest ones, but the main army would reach us soon. AARGGGHH. I swung the iron club over my head, blowing away several enemy soldiers as I rushed into their formation. Swords and spears shot towards me, but I blocked them all with a few soldiers I grabbed and held up as a shield. And like that, I moved deeper and deeper through their ranks. Retreat, all of you. Duck and run through this opening. I could barely tell what was happening now, but I could hear the sounds of bodies colliding. Things were clearly desperate. This was more dangerous than I expected. Thankfully, it seemed that Leninoth had sent Troutzard, and so most of the soldiers were wraiths. Many of them were wearing cowls and were creatures I had never seen before. And so we tried to blend in with them as we moved through the field. At some point, the soldiers started to spread out more, and so we stood up. And then we ran, at full speed. Hey, Gollin, slow down. Shut up and run. I ran faster than I ever ran in my life. After all, there were thousands of soldiers gathered here. It would be the end of us if they realized what was happening. Run, run, run. How many times had I said that today? It was with such thoughts in my head that I ran in the lead and escaped the battlefield. Just like Zhao Yun, who rushed through Cao Cao's army while carrying the child of his master. Lesser Demon King Leninoth's castle Farnez. Why is Mujura here? This was Lesser Demon King Leninoth's castle, the throne room. They had come here prepared to fight Leninoth, but here was the great Hihai, Mujura. Farnez's mind was like a great storm then. The castle was made to be very large in order to accommodate Leninoth, who was a hecaton chair. And in this giant space was Mujura and a group of Hihai and Great Hihai. In any case, Leninoth was not here. So Mujura had not been sent to fight Gorgodin. Was Gorgodin being ignored? The thought occurred to her but was quickly dismissed. Leninoth was known for being cautious. He was not a fool who would look at enemies lightly. He would have had some kind of plan. But if both Leninoth and Mujura were here, then there would be no point in fighting. There was no possible way that they could win. Farnez glared at Mujura. He was covered in long fur, but she could see the muscles bulging from underneath. She had heard that in spite of his size, he moved as if he weighed little. Perhaps she could still win if she used everything that was at her disposal. But it would be a long fight. We will retreat. Perhaps Troutzard had been sent to deal with Gorgodin instead. That meant the plan to make Leninoth send men to the north had failed. She hadn't expected Gollin to fail her, but perhaps something had happened on the way. And so Farnez took her subordinates and rose into the air. And like that, they escaped through the window. She couldn't help but look back towards the throne room one last time. It was eerily quiet. In fact, Farnez could have escaped by using space teleportation. But the others were unable to use it. She wanted to get as far away from the castle as possible. It was only after she was sure that there were no pursuers that she sighed in relief. That was close. We might not have made it if we had to fight. She had been so focused on fighting Leninoth that Majura's appearance was a complete surprise. And we can't take on two lesser demon kings at once. No, wait. A certain thought came to Farnez's mind. Majura had been in the throne room. She had assumed that Leninoth must then be somewhere close by. But was that really the case? If Troutzard headed north and Majura was in the castle, then who went south? Surely it wasn't Leninoth who went to deal with Gorgodin. While they were both giants, Leninoth was on a different level. And when they were both the same race, it was hard to make up for the difference in power. They would have nearly the same strengths and weaknesses. And so, of course, the more advanced person would win. We have to go back at once. Farnez spread out her wings to the fullest and flew high into the air. Chapter 100. We escaped the battlefield. We ran and ran and ran. It wasn't until I was out of breath and my lungs were screaming in pain that I finally stopped. Ha ha, Gollin, what is it? That should be enough. What are you saying? Also, since when did you have this much mana? Since when? Since that damned idiot threw this whole mess onto my shoulders. He's always like that, giving over his body when he knows it'll raise our chances of survival. But he ain't wrong. This was the edge of the battlefield, and we had reached this place without any casualties. When I looked at the main army, I saw that Totwar was there. The plan had succeeded. If he was here, that meant there was no one dangerous left to guard the castle. And so we just needed Farnese to defeat Leninoth. Then victory would be ours. But if she lost, well, it was obvious. We'd all die or become Leninoth's servants. As for the Reapers, they were a headache waiting to happen. And so he would probably wipe them out completely. Now, it's time for a counterattack. Hey, Sappho, Bika. What? You two stand on my right and left. Painey, you stay behind me. Yes, but Sir Galen, what are you going to do? You can take off your hoods now. They already know. It was now as obvious as day that we had no connection through mana with Lesser Demon King Leninoth. While we had been momentarily overlooked amidst the chaos of the battlefield, we were still being targeted. Galen, shouldn't we just run away? From the battlefield, the fast ones will catch up to us. Sappho wasn't being realistic. There were beasts who were faster than horses. If we moved away from the battlefield, we would stick out even more. Oh, so I guess we have to fight. Of course, but this is Totwar's army, but they will likely only send their weakest soldiers. While it might not be the most satisfying, it'll have to do for now. I stood in the lead. Sappho was on my left and Bika was on my right. Painey was behind with the Reapers, and they were preparing to fire off some magic. The kobolds stayed in the center. As long as we didn't fall apart, they would survive. Here they come. Fight to the death. The enemy were Loopgaru with spears. I was glad that it wasn't night time. They transformed under the moon. And behind them was a swarm of spiders. I had never seen anything like it before. They're Euryctia compactiles, Galen. They have no venom, but they spit webs. You know them. Sappho said that they make nests in the forest. They can change their color and blend in with the rocks and trees. What the hell? Indeed, on closer inspection, there were much more than I thought. I hadn't seen them at first. Was I getting too confident on the battlefield? Regardless, they blended in with the ground to a confusing degree. All right, everything in front of you is an enemy. Don't hold back. Fight with everything you got. ARGHH. The Loopgaru reached us. They had the heads of wolves, but their fur didn't extend below their necks from what I could see. This is what they were like during the day. After all, they were clearly wielding spears because they couldn't use the claws they were so proud of. Come at me then. I smashed their heads in with my iron club. The blood splattering the air was the signal. Sappho and Bika joined the attack. Ah, this is so fun, ARGHH. Every time Sappho swung his club, Loopgaru bodies piled up. When I saw him swing that metal weapon in every direction, I had to wonder if he wasn't stronger than me. Wait your turn. Bika was breaking their necks at an alarming speed. She seemed more vicious than usual. She was a kind of pervert who enjoyed breaking people with her bare hands. In any case, I wouldn't want to fight her with my bare hands. Sir Galen, permission for us to move forward. Painey and the others were unleashing magic from behind. Not yet. Wait. The magic of the Reapers was blasting giant holes into the bodies of the spiders. The Reapers had a quiet way of fighting, and so it was no surprise that their magic carved out holes in their enemies instead of exploding them. While they were also good with scythes, now was not the time. I understand. We will focus on magic. Good. My instincts were telling me something big was about to come. We were on the outskirts of the battlefield. We weren't attracting too much attention yet. The soldiers coming at us were small fry, though there were a lot of them. Farah and Leninoth's armies were nearly equal in number, but these kinds of battles were often the most dangerous. It would be a difficult decision for them, how far they wanted to go. Regardless, they wouldn't be able to pay attention to us for long. That would be our chance to escape. Galen, something crazy is coming. Sappho sounded frantic. We weren't supposed to be here. Should we be ignored or crushed right away? Apparently, Totwar had decided to crush us. The thing that was coming was a manticore. It had the head of a lion and the feet of a tiger. Its fur stuck out sharply like a hedgehog. Was its tail that of a scorpion? It looked poisonous. I didn't know if it was a commander or corps commander, but it looked insane. This was the moment of truth. I'll kill that thing. Sappho, Bika. I leave the rest to you. I got you. Do your best. Painey. Yes, Sir Galen. Move forward, take my place. Yes, Sir Galen. Well, I didn't actually have much time left. What would happen? If I couldn't do it, I'm sure he'll manage. Besides, after what he did, he can hardly complain if I throw it right back at him. I'm going. I bared my teeth and dashed towards the manticore. Chapter 101. Manticores are beasts with intelligence. They are able to think and talk. That being said, they cannot control their instincts. That wasn't so much a fight as a hunt. It was quite obvious to me, now that we had switched places again. He fought just like a hunter, running towards his prey, chasing and then trapping. I hadn't realized that he was capable of such things. Such rude thoughts had come to my mind. Damn it, he's changed. Was he watching me every day and being influenced? As he had not been able to overwhelm the manticore with his mana level, he was not able to deal the fatal blow, no matter how many attacks he got in. Continuing the fight any longer was bound to attract others. Either that, or the manticore would escape. And so he purposely left an opening, allowing the manticore to launch a counterattack. The manticore got carried away then and lunged forward. But that's when the other me ran. It was nicely done. The manticore's instinct demanded that he chase any fleeing prey, and so it charged forward without thinking. That's when he suddenly turned around and attacked. The counter landed beautifully. After that, he did not slow down his attacks until it was dead. But even when the battle was over, the explosion of violent power had not settled. The scene that followed was so gruesome that even the surrounding ogres looked disgusted. The thing no longer retained its original shape. Ugh. The memory flashed in my mind. Hopefully, he would do things a little more gracefully next time. And so we had killed an enemy boss, but what were the others doing? Galen, we finished over here as well. Bika said as she waved a hand. Don't be lazy, wave with your own hand. Not with a hand you picked up off of the ground. They got a few of us, others can't move. What should we do? Do a roll call, Sappho. We'll carry the wounded. Judging by how the battle is going, I doubt they'll send a second wave. We can watch from here. Both armies were already fighting at full force. Apparently, Farah's army had already been cautious due to Leninoth's army appearing near the border first, and then we had just popped up out of nowhere. Something like that. But we had been moving through demon King Janius's lands, so we had no idea what was happening in Leninoth's territory. Staying hidden had been the only thing on our minds, but I should have considered the possibility that the army was already moving. It's no wonder Farah sent an army out. A place they had been watching warily was attacked. That was probably why Farah's army, that had been gathered at the town, had been able to appear so quickly. Without planning it, it seemed that we had guided the two armies together. In any case, I had not expected Leninoth and Farah to clash this quickly, and I wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing. If this fight didn't end in a draw, and one country was defeated, the surrounding countries ruled by lesser demon kings would soon follow. If that happened, there was no stopping the birth of a new demon king. It would mean that we had worked so hard only to create a powerful enemy. So, what would happen? The battle seemed to have entered its final phase. Both armies could not afford to spare any soldiers to deal with us. In fact, I was starting to wonder if the manticore was a commander. It certainly had the strength of one. Was killing it really a good idea? Maybe we had affected the balance too much. How long do we have to watch this? We could just leave now, but since they are fighting on a flat field, the soldiers are scattered. We should wait a little longer. We were about 2 kilometers away from Totwar's army. And since it was flat land, there were no obstacles between us. What would I have done had I more men? Would I launch an attack on Totwar's main army? Of course not, we would die. Galen. They seemed to be moving. Totwar's army was moving. Well, half of them. I didn't know if they were demi-humans or giants, but they were moving away from the others. It seemed like they had been saved for this moment, so they were likely exceptionally strong. As we continued to watch, they started to dash towards the part of the battlefield that was the most vicious. Those soldiers won't survive that charge. Reinforcements were arriving, where both sides were exhausted. It wasn't something that could be stopped. Would he make it their base so they would have the advantage, or would that be a foothold? Regardless, it was clear that Totwar was moving in for the kill. They would not be looking towards us. All right, we'll pull out. I wanted to cut through Leninoth's land and return home, but I felt that we might attract attention. We would just leave the country at a random point and find a safe route, no matter how long, and return. I was worried about General Farnez and wanted to get back as soon as possible. Be careful that you don't draw attention. Keep your heads low and move slowly. Don't you dare run. I had brought my best men with me, and there were casualties. Only about half of us got away with light wounds. Now, it's time to retreat, but as for our mission, the results seemed to point to great success. Now there was great tension at the border, between Farah and Leninoth. There were never any peace treaties here, so they will always have to have an army protecting the borders. We did good work. After moving back for a few hundred meters, we turned on our heels and escaped from the battlefield. While I looked over my shoulder many times, no one came after us. Since we had been seen by both Farah and Leninoth's armies, we decided against going straight back to our country. And because we had stuck close to Leninoth and Janius's borders on the way there, we decided to go in the opposite direction on the way back. Through Great Demon King Darm's country. Maybe we can get a look at the other Lesser Demon Kings too. We went through Darm's country and then passed through Lesser Demon King Kurolu and Lesser Demon King Ruze's countries. In the end, it took us 15 days to return home. A most unexpected situation awaited us there. Chapter 102. Wild Hunt Lesser Demon King Listorus's country, Nair. After entering Lesser Demon King Listorus's country, Nair moved across the country, destroying one village and town after the other. And once they had rooted out the soldiers that came to subjugate them, they headed to the castle. As the damage around the country had been so immense, many soldiers had been sent out to defend and rebuild. And so the castle was not well guarded. It was then that Nair and the members of the Wild Hunter attacked. Nair easily smashed the general's army that guarded Listorus, and he advanced through the castle until he was standing in front of Listorus himself. I believe this is our first time meeting. Oh, why are you looking at me so angrily? Nair's calm demeanor caused Listorus's brows to narrow. There was murder in the air as he wordlessly unsheathed his sword. Listorus was a fierce lion, a demi-human who had the head of a lion and a long mane. His hair was a burning orange, and he was dressed in silver. A very regal figure. He was just a little over 2 meters in height, which was a considerable difference next to Nair. His body was well built and had all the agility of a powerful spring, but he had the aura of a king. The fierce lions were known to be very proud and noble. They put a lot of weight in duties and promises. That made them a rare type in the demon world, but it did win them the admiration of others. As for the type that he hated the most, it was people like the one in front of him. Nair. Hey, why are you so angry? I won't let you leave here alive. The sword that Listorus was holding was very thin. It was more for stabbing than cutting. Oh, I don't like being glared at like that. Don't get so angry. Nair walked slowly towards Listorus. However, he stopped suddenly. Oh, your reach is this far. As Nair's eyes widened in surprise, lines flashed and crossed in front of him. There had been no sounds of rushing feet. He had slid across the floor, stabbed, and retreated. The movement had been as smooth as running water. However, Nair's body was untouched. Listorus had been confident that he had struck him, and so his surprise was great. Nair was also surprised. That was amazing. You're just like Galan. Listorus had unleashed this, attacked tens of thousands of times. And yet he had not been able to reach Nair. The moment that Listorus had moved into range, Nair had detected the attack and moved away. Had Nair not seen Galan do something similar before, he might have been hit by this first attack. And had he been hit, he would have been subject to a vicious chain of follow-up attacks. Nair's body would be full of holes by now. Listorus was the type who overwhelmed his enemies with the number of attacks. And while he had the head of a lion, he preferred weapons to fangs. That was why he was so confident in his thrusting attack. The fact that it had been dodged came as a terrible shock to him. As Listorus hesitated for just a second, Nair charged forward. And so Listorus prepared to fight back. The swords moved in a blur that spectators could not follow. Even I would get hurt if stabbed by that. It was a sword that could withstand the strength of a demon king. It wouldn't be hard for it to open holes in Nair's body. However, Nair dodged all of the attacks with ease. HMPH. The thrusts turned into slashes, but it made no difference to Nair. I don't know. You don't disturb me the same way that Galan does. Nair sighed dramatically, as if he was terribly disappointed. Listorus did not ask about Galan. He was curious about him, to be sure. However, if Nair was toying with him, then this was a great opportunity. He could win as long as he got the first hit in. It was this hope that supported Listorus's will to fight. Galan is so interesting, you cannot predict what he will do next. As for you, I can see it all, your foundation. Nair took a step back and raised his right hand. I see that now. Well, I guess it's my turn. In the next instant, a pale ball of fire materialized in front of his palm and shot towards Listorus. Listorus cut it down with his sword. The ball of fire exploded, spreading fire all over the room. The blasts of wind hit them both. Do you mind being part of an experiment? I want to see how much you can take. Before Nair even finished speaking, a fireball that was several times larger than the last was unleashed. Listorus blocked this one as well. However, the blast was so strong that it knocked him off his feet. His vision went black, and when finally opened his eyes, another fireball was coming. Once again, it dwarfed the previous one. Ag! And though he tried to block it, both he and the sword were blown away. And then another ball of fire came. It hit Listorus just as he got back to his feet. And like that, the Lesser Demon King's body blew up into flames. He used all of the mana within him to blow away the fire. Not only were most of his clothes burned away, but so was half of his mane. All right, next. And then the biggest fireball yet. It was too big to dodge. Listorus crossed his arms in front himself and braced for impact. But it was not enough, and he fell to his knees. Then the next came, and the next. The last one was nearly large enough to fill the room. And it burned Listorus's body. How about that? It's a new ability of mine. What do you think? Listorus was lying on the ground, unmoving. He had no strength to answer. Lord Nair, we've finished cleaning out the castle. Good work. Any survivors? The person who had come was a knight who was all in black. He was Nair's adjutant in the wild hunt. There are no survivors in the castle. I see, so this is the last one. Nair's eyes turned to Listorus, who was already barely breathing. You used magic. That is very unusual. Yes, it would have been difficult if I only used my claws. Vampires were powerful when it came to using magic. However, Nair tended to avoid using it. He didn't have to use it when his physical abilities were so advanced. All right, this is good enough. I have no business with this country now. Let's go to the next one. Nair said with a laugh, as he dropped one last fireball on top of Listorus's body. On that day, Lesser Demon King Listorus's name disappeared from the Tablet of Control. Chapter 103. Wild Hunt Lesser Demon King Eunice's country, Nair. After wreaking havoc in Lesser Demon King Listorus's country, Nair traveled up north and entered Lesser Demon King Eunice's country. Eunice is the strongest king in this area, and there is nothing here. We only just crossed the border. Right, that's true. Nair jumped and then flew in the air. Once he was dozens of meters above ground, he brought his hand up to his forehead and scanned the land below him. Forests, rocky mountains, forests. There are no villages or towns here. He returned to the ground with an expression of great disappointment. I have heard that, after expanding his lands, Eunice gathered most of his people around the castle. Really? Why did he do that? Because it was convenient, both for attacking and protecting. The more land you had, the more you had to protect. That was one way to think about it. But what about the people that had to leave their homes and travel so far? In the end, it would be quite meaningless if the residents ran away. Nair was the type who'd rather ignore things than manage them. And so, what an odd one. He said, leaving it at that. Ides, Lord Nair, this country is the strongest in the region. I know, it absorbed 4 other countries, didn't it? Yes. Lesser Demon King Eunice is a Tempest Giant. An origin type. People who had suddenly mutated into powerful beings. Eunice was one of them. So, he was originally a Frost Giant. Yes, he is known to use Icewind Blizzard on the battlefield, so it must be the case. This is an enemy that is a rank above the rest. Indeed, I don't think will be enough to take him on with these members. Eunice wasn't just strong, but also smart. At least that's what people said. Usually, when a country went to war, others would interfere. Even if it didn't start that way, it would be like that in the end. But Eunice avoided it. He was good with diplomacy. He didn't attack until he knew who his allies were. Then he would attack neutral countries. Regardless, he had expanded his country with unconventional means. Well, I don't think I'll go near the castle this time. Is that right? After all, I need unis to become even stronger. The adjutant in black armor tilted his head to the side. He did not understand what Nair meant. The reason that I came here is because I want Lesser Demon King Eunice to become a demon king. I see. I looked around, wondering who here was the closest to becoming a demon king. And it was this Eunice, and so I am going to help him. Of course, he'll be mine once he becomes a demon king. Nair needed 2 things in order to become an elder vampire. One was the orb of control inside of a demon king, and he needed to remove it while the person was still alive. That would be quite difficult. It didn't matter how many lesser demon kings he killed. That being said, Nair was not strong enough to take down a demon king. In the demon world, demon kings were close to invincible. Great demon kings were stronger than them, but there were only 2 great demon kings in the whole world. Great demon kings were on a different plane. They were so powerful that to fight them was pure folly. Of course, that meant that to great demon kings, lesser demon kings weren't even worth looking at. You are going to defeat a demon king, Lord Nair. Yes. Demon kings have ridiculously long lives, don't they? I can't take on ancient demon kings like that. And so I'm going to target someone who has only just recently become one. A strong demon king and a weak demon king still had the same orb. And so Nairo had planned to go after a newborn demon king. I didn't know that all the towns were close to the castle. Oh, well, it can't be helped. But I suppose we can attack a few so they feel threatened. Suddenly, numerous streams of light shot down from the sky and pierced the members of the Wild Hunt. Ahem. The bundles of light were imbued with immense power that even after they pierced Nair's men, they continued to glow. We're under attack, Lord Nair. I can see that, but this light... Another wave of light rained down from above, and one of them was coming straight towards Nair. Whoa! He quickly shot out a magic bullet in hopes of annihilating it, but it did not work, and a hole was burned through Nair's arm. That was dangerous. What the hell is this? Lord Nair? His adjutant came running. Is this a holy attack? But it doesn't seem to have been unleashed by residents of the celestial world. As Nair looked around, he saw that a group of knights had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Are you the bastard who leads the Wild Hunt? I am, and who are you? From what I can see, you look like a fallen angel. Fallen angels? They were former residents of the celestial world who had been banished or left behind. Some even came by their own free will. Regardless, anyone from that world who lived here now was called that. How very perceptive of you. I am a fallen angel. My name is Fasani. Hi. I didn't realize Eunice had something like this up his sleeve. What a surprise. A resident of the celestial world becoming a resident of the demon world. This was an incredibly rare occurrence, and so news of such things tended to travel fast. However, this had been a secret. That showed how powerful Eunice was. At the same time, he had exposed this secret in order to deal with the Wild Hunt. Clearly, Eunice was not one to hold back when matters were this important. I was planning on just moving through a few towns, but maybe I'll stick around and play, Nair said with a joyous laugh. Chapter 104. Wild Hunt Lesser Demon King Eunice's Country, Nair. The reason that Nair became Lesser Demon King Melvis's subordinate was because he wanted to find out how he could evolve into an elder. At that time, all the surrounding countries had heard that Melvis had fallen into a deep and long sleep. Nair had been willing to wait until Melvis awoke, but no matter how long he waited, Melvis showed no signs of waking up. And so he decided to move on his own. He went to King Melvis's bedchamber. Before Melvis fell into this deep sleep, he was known to destroy towns that he happened to dislike in the blink of an eye. As for reasons, he would say that they were preparing to attack him, etc. He was merciless against those who opposed him, and he was quick to anger. Those words described Melvis perfectly. And so Nair's actions could be considered as reckless. Considering what he was attempting, he could hardly complain if Melvis turned him into ash in an instant. I can't get inside. Nair was stopped by a barrier that kept out any who tried to enter the bedchamber. And, on closer inspection, I've never seen anything like this before. What was this mysterious power that filled the room? At that time, Nair had not understood it at all. Melvis had once risen to the rank of Great Demon King, but the curse from the residents of the celestial world had made him fall very low. People who knew of his power from those old days could hardly believe it. He barely had any mana left at all. It was likely that the only reason he remained a lesser demon king was because he had once been so incredibly great. But a barrier that is this powerful. Eventually, Nair would realize it. The barrier that surrounded Melvis's bedchamber was using power with the holy attribute. So even when he falls, he uses it to his advantage. Only an elder vampire would be able to use the power of the curse that was cast on him. But Nair wanted to enter Melvis's chamber, no matter what. And after much research, he came upon the truth that it was holy magic. Well, it wasn't pure holy magic, as it was utilizing the curse that was inside of Melvis's body. So it had changed quite a lot. The curse is made of holy power, and it's weakened Melvis's own power. Perhaps they offset each other. That was Nair's conclusion, based on the fact that the holy power was still inside of his body. In any case, Nair had no way of breaking through it. I will just have to give up. And so Nair was forced to lie low until Melvis awoke. He was a vampire and had already lived for so long. Another decade or even hundreds of years was nothing to him. He moved towards his skewered comrades and tried touching the spear of light. He felt the texture of the power. The strength of this holy power is decent enough. It was much weaker than Melvis's, he thought to himself. Bastard, you have seen holy power before. Fasani looked at him with surprise. However, Nair's mind had already gone elsewhere. What if he captured Fasani, questioned him, and forced him to tell him all about holy power? Such were his ominous thoughts. Why are you laughing? A blue vein popped out on Fasani's forehead, as he saw that Nair was chuckling to himself. The rest of you kill the other knights. This one is mine, he said, pointing straight at the enraged Fasani. My king said that you were dangerous. No amount of begging will tempt us to let you live. Apparently, they knew all about Nair's recent deeds in the countries of lesser demon kings. Of course, Nair had no intention of hiding them. If anything, he wanted to attract as much attention as possible, so it was no surprise that rumors were spreading. As Nair gave the order, the members of the Wild Hunt began to move. They immediately clashed with Fasani's men. Whoa! He was suddenly covered in holy power, and Nair felt his body weaken. Fasani had attacked him. This was followed by a chain of spear thrusts that he was also unable to dodge. Blood began to pour from the wound in his stomach. Fasani was targeting his torso, since it was easier to hit and guaranteed to deal damage. So this is the power of someone from the celestial world. It's worse than I was expecting. Nair had to defeat someone from the celestial world, who was just as strong as a demon king. That would not happen for a while. He did not have enough power. All of the attacks of a celestial world resident were poison to a demon world resident. On the other hand, they are not supposed to be able to move when they come down here, because mana was poison to them. It was said that it ate away at their insides if they just breathed it in. And so residents of the celestial world were only able to invade the demon world by making barriers and using them as their base. However, people like Fasani were the exception, as they had rejected holy power and chosen to live by taking the mana into their bodies. But what made them so dangerous was that when an angel fell, they could still use attacks that contained a little holy power. I thought it would be good practice for fighting against residents of the celestial world, but this is going to be harder than I thought. It was then that Nair was really hit by the reality that he would have to become much stronger in order to beat someone who was the same class as a demon king. As for the fight, while he struggled due to his unfamiliarity with holy attacks, Nair had already destroyed several lesser demon kings at this point, and he was victorious in the end. Although lesser demon king was said to be wise, even he would not have suspected that Nair's power outstripped those of a lesser demon king to this degree. So, that's it. Nair turned to Fasani with a smile, after taking away both his arms and his legs. Now, will you tell me everything I want to know about the celestial world? Give me information about the strong ones. When Fasani failed to return, lesser demon King Eunice greatly regretted how he had underestimated his enemy. At the same time, he branded the Wild Hunt as a threat of the highest level and had the news spread far and wide. Chapter 105. We had traveled past the borders of Demon King Janius and Lesser Demon King Leninoth's countries, and then entered Lesser Demon King Farah's country. There, we caused what destruction that we could as we planned to make Farah and Leninoth's armies clash. However, tensions had already risen to such a degree that both armies were already on the brink of war. We were like the spark in the gunpowder storage house as we attacked Farah's fortresses. That's when Farah's army was dispatched from a nearby town and we had to flee. I had assumed that we'd make it if we headed towards Leninoth's lands. However, after a desperate escape, what awaited us there was General Troutzard and his army. And so, while the plan to make these armies fight had succeeded, we were in tatters as we returned to Melvis's country. General Gorgodin died in battle. I was shocked by General Farna's words. What had happened on the battlefield? The plan that you created was very good. We did succeed in separating Leninoth's generals. However, it was Leninoth himself that went out to face General Gorgodin's army. But the king himself had gone to the front lines. I myself did not expect him to come out that far. It must have been something he did on a whim. Perhaps it was because he had already lost to us twice, and so he decided to drive us back himself this time. On the other hand, it had not been known that I or General Farnes had secretly left the country. And so Farnes has succeeded in entering the castle without being caught, and it was there that she encountered the great Hihai, Mujura. At first, I assumed that both Leninoth and Mujura were at the castle. I couldn't believe that Leninoth would just go out to the front lines. I wouldn't have believed it either. And I was not about to take on two lesser demon kings at once. Besides, Mujura would not have been easy to defeat. And so I decided to retreat. That was a good decision. If the fight became drawn out, the castle soldiers would have come to his aid. And of course, if Leninoth was really there, he would also join in. After leaving the castle, we took a longer route home, just to be safe. And that's when we heard about Gorgodin's death. While I was surprised, it made sense. And then I was sure that Leninoth had not been in the castle. General Farnes told me about Gorgodin's final moment. Apparently, a great army had rushed towards them while they marched. The two armies faced each other and glared. Normally, they would spend time to take stock of the other, finding out what races had been gathered, etc. But this time, it was different. Leninoth's army moved into formation and then immediately began to march forward. According to soldiers who survived, there were quite a few enemies that were incredibly strong. His trusted guards, most likely. They would be veterans on the battlefield. The battle started in the morning, and by midday, the balance had collapsed. Gorgodin decreased the size of the battle line, concentrating his men towards the center, with himself in the lead. And that is when Leninoth appeared. His presence alone was said to overwhelm others, and the battlefield seemed to become quiet for a moment. And did they duel? In the demon world, throwing numerous weak soldiers at someone like that would be meaningless. If you wanted to kill someone strong, you had to use someone who was also strong. Yes, it's said that the fight between Gorgodin and Leninoth was long and brutal. However, things eventually became unfavorable towards Gorgodin, and Leninoth asked him to yield. So, that's how big the difference in power was. Fights with clear winners and losers were all too common in the demon world. And if the loser was killed every time, well, all but the strongest would survive, and there wouldn't be many residents left. And so it was customary for losers to become the servants of the winner, especially when the difference in power was so great. Of course, those people might challenge them to Gecko Kujio after they become stronger. However, things rarely went that way on the battlefield. It was either kill or be killed. But sometimes the leader of an army might ask the defeated to yield. Come and serve me, something like that. And if they agreed, they would be comrades from that day on. Leninoth had done this repeatedly during his expansion. But if Gorgodin died? He didn't agree. He said that he wanted to fight and die as King Melvis's servant. And the fight continued. And the result was his death. Gorgodin was firm in his convictions until the end. As for his men, they could either run or die. Apparently, most of them ran. They were now home, healing their wounds. So that's what happened. The plan succeeded, but we had bad luck. That was her conclusion. What will happen now? According to what you told us, Farah and Leninoth's army clashed. In that case, Leninoth will be quite preoccupied with the north, won't he? It's very possible. And so, you might say it's a good opportunity to attack once again. We don't have anyone who can fight. Yes. We were a small country with a small population. If we had just a few more generals like Farnes, Then we could kill Mujura and put an end to Leninoth's ambitions. But it was not to be. For now, we have to rebuild what remains of Gorgodon's army. General Farnez's voice was much sadder than usual. Chapter 106. 10 days had now passed since we returned, and within those 10 days, many good and bad things had happened. First, the good. While Gorgodon's army had been smashed by Leninoth, the losses were not as great as we expected, and under the commander's lead, many soldiers were able to return. Farnez and Dardaroth conferred with one another and chose a new general. A young former corps commander with a burning passion for revenge, and so the old Gorgodon army was on the brink of a rebirth. The new general's name was Chalart. He was a strapping tall troll. They were a subspecies of trolls that were now established as their own tribe. Gorgodon's army already had quite a few tall trolls enlisted, and so he would not have trouble in terms of communication. I thought that it was a good idea for the successor of the seasoned Gorgodon to be someone on the younger side. I had not yet met General Dardaroth, but my impression was one of admiration, due to the fact that he was willing to take on less advantageous roles during war. And it was because of this that Lesser Demon King Melvis's country would still be able to survive after Gorgodon's death, if only it ended there. But then came the bad. As for the wars among Lesser Demon King Lubanga and the other small countries, it seemed like they were starting to settle down. Some might think that this meant that things would become peaceful, but it was not the case. 4 countries had been fighting on 2 sides, and they had begun to withdraw their troops. As for why these 4 countries were fighting, it started as an attempt to have their neighbors united under a single ruler in order to resist Leninoth. However, not only were none of the countries accomplishing this, but the attempt was costing them countless valuable soldiers. As the countries were weakening, if it turned to all-out war, even a victory would result in a country in ruins. It would be easy enough for Leninoth to swallow up such weakened countries. However, it was a little late for them to realize that this fighting was meaningless. So, what should be done? Find an enemy on the outside, and there just happened to be such a country left. Yes, Lesser Demon King Melvis's country. It was most regrettable, but the chances of this country being invaded had risen greatly. And there were rumors that the invasion from the celestial world was not far away. Things were starting to become very uncertain. And then another 10 days passed. I didn't know why, but once again, things were both good and bad. First, the good. Leninoth and Farah were still fighting. Neither were willing to back down. They couldn't. Everyone knew that they would clash one day. But it was supposed to be farther off. But one small-scale battle was gradually turning into something much larger. And while they still weren't using their entire fighting force, as long as one side did not pull back, this fight was expected to last for a long time. One side retreating and the other side remaining. It would mean there would be a clear victor on the battlefield. This was a time when both sides were trying to reign supreme. Would they take such an action that would clearly be interpreted as defeat? No, the fight would surely continue. And so Leninoth would not be able to spare any men in order to invade us again. We would have time to catch our breath. As for the bad, it was something that happened far away from here. Demon King Troutzard's general, Meralda, had sent us a messenger. To the west of Troutzard's country, Nair and his wild hunt were wreaking havoc. Apparently, there had been movement as early as when Meralda first came to visit us. Lesser Demon King Chiral and Lesser Demon King Listoris had been defeated by Nair. It seemed like quite the ridiculous upset for him to be able to kill 2 Lesser Demon Kings. And we became suspicious that Nair had been hiding his true power all along. The countries that lost their kings were thrown into great chaos. Generals moved to take their place. The fighting increased, and then other countries became involved. Things were in a terrible state, and Nair was behind it all, fanning the flames. Every time the wild hunt appeared in a country, all hell would eventually break loose. From what we knew, Nair's rampage had reached 4 countries. Lesser Demon King Eunice and Lesser Demon King Monan's countries were also in utter chaos. However, no Lesser Demon Kings in those countries had been killed. I didn't know what Nair was trying to do. We knew he had taken Melvis's journal, so it must be related to that. However, I couldn't see any consistency in his actions. I just wished someone could fill us in. If we looked at his actions, it seemed like he just wanted to see the world fall into a vortex of confusion. Was it a feint, or was that his purpose? In any case, the other countries were now strengthening their guard. It would be a disaster if the wild hunt came to them in the middle of a war. Having to consider such possibilities while creating strategies made things incredibly difficult. I wanted Nair to go far away, but somehow doubted that it would happen. In any case, I was grateful towards Meralda for sending us news of the wild hunt. Meralda is coming to the castle. As I was thinking about it, I heard news that she was visiting us in person. Not only that, but she would be coming directly to Melvis's castle. Rig seemed a little troubled as he told me this. General Farnez has also sent word that you are to once again be present during the meeting. I had remained in the village for a while now. Rig was the one who was constantly traveling back and forth. He would bring back information so that I always knew what was happening. However, I felt that there would be no point in me attending. Still, Meralda is coming, the last time she just sent a messenger. Yes, it was information about the wild hunt. So this time, it is an even more important matter. Very well. I'll prepare to leave at once. Meralda was Demon King Troutzard's general. Would her visit bring good news or bad news? I have a bad feeling about this. I looked up and sighed. The ceiling is filthy. Chapter 107. It took several days to walk to Melvis's castle from the Ogre village, but it was not a place where I would usually be invited, and that was much to my relief. However, I was now being asked to go and attend a meeting with Meralda of all people, and so my feet couldn't help but drag as I walked. Corps commanders tended to have their own riding beasts, but not me. But as I was the general's direct subordinate, perhaps I should have one. Well, if there is no rush, I don't mind walking. This wasn't like modern Japan, where people seemed to be constantly battling the clock. And so I would go slow and at my leisure. You're late. General Farnez said with disapproval as soon as I arrived. It wasn't fair. I was about to make my excuses, but thought that she might tell me to ride a beast next time. And so I just gave her the typical response. I was stuck in traffic. What the hell are you talking about? Was her response. However, she understood the nuance and didn't rebuke me any further. I heard that General Meralda is coming. Not coming, she is already here. So she had arrived before me, but I had come on foot. Commenting on it too much might result in her telling me to get a riding beast, so I let it go. I'm surprised that you called her here. If someone like that went wild in the castle, the damage would be great. Well, we are in an alliance now. Besides, they are cooperating with us, militarily speaking. I couldn't exactly refuse her when she asked to come. I see. I couldn't help but have dark thoughts. Forming an alliance and then entering the castle in order to kill the enemy. Perhaps we could use that one day. Of course, such a strategy was likely to meet a storm of protest from surrounding countries. It so happens that most people are so scared of General Meralda that they won't come near the castle. And I haven't called anyone here who I don't want present. Not only did the strong have a lot of mana, but ordinary folks tended to avoid them. And maybe she wanted to keep it secret from some people, but not me. Do I really need to be here? Are you dull? Another diss? I probably am. I find it hard to measure other people's mana. It was quite true, which was why I didn't feel as threatened when facing powerful people. That is interesting. General Farnez had a mixed expression. Well, it's often better to live life without all that stress. I didn't want to constantly think about whether or not others were stronger than me. I don't know about that. Regardless, today's meeting will be starting soon, and so I want to share some information with you first. Meralda had arrived 2 days ago, and they had had their first meeting yesterday. I'm sure it will come up later, but what was the purpose for this visit? It couldn't be good if she came all of the way here in person instead of sending a messenger. It had been on my mind the whole time I was walking. There has been a change in direction as far as the Demon King is concerned. Their war is heating up. That doesn't sound good. Demon King Legard is strengthening his forces. There was a large-scale battle the other day, and a total of 5 lesser Demon Kings were killed between both sides. Demon Kings would have quite a few lesser Demon Kings working under them. Still, 5 of them in one battle. It was hard for me to comprehend the scale of such a battle. So, is Meralda going to be called back to the battlefield? While we hadn't been given much information about it, it seemed that their armies moved in rotation. That was something you could do when you had men to spare. However, things would be different if the enemy was strengthening their fighting force. It is most likely, however, that wasn't Meralda's main concern. There is something else. What could be more concerning than an enemy demon king reinforcing their military? The small countries that are being agitated by the wild hunt. Things are getting very bad. Some people are even fleeing and entering Troutzard's lands and causing trouble. Nayer. The curse continues. I just hoped that someone would kill him already. As things have become uncertain in the west, they will want to put an army by the border. In other words, the army that's been watching the east will have to be withdrawn. We had wanted to stop any other countries from interfering while we attacked Leninoth. Meralda's army had been very important in making that possible, and now they were leaving. I heard that the wars in the south are settling down. Do you think they will come? In other words, would they attack us? I'm sure they will. We're too tempting a prospect for smaller countries who want to expand their forces. So, what did you say? I said that I could not make any decisions alone, and that I needed to discuss it with the others. Ah, I see. What a headache. I wish that I hadn't come. So, Meralda had been ordered to withdraw her troops. But as we had formed an alliance, she came to us in order to explain the situation. However, it seemed likely that any refusal on our part would be meaningless. We had only been able to invade Leninoth's country because of the threat that Troutzard's army posed. The meeting will start soon. What do you think we should do? I think we have to think of some other compromise, but it will be difficult. We were a small country, and our leader was in a long and deep sleep. We had lost a general, and our fighting force was weakened. The warring amongst our neighbors was settling down, which meant we might be targeted next. Meralda will not stay here long. Think of something if you can. How much time do I have? Until today's meeting begins. Today. I looked up inside. The ceiling here is clean. Chapter 108. It's nice to see you again, General Meralda. It's me, Galan the Ogre. I followed General Farnez into the meeting room and faced Meralda, much like I had last time. She was wearing the same clothes, which looked a lot like an old Japanese kimono. Ah, it has been a while. You might be the only ogre whose name I remember. I see, perhaps I should thank you. Well, you're also just about the only ogre I know. Then of course, I'm the only one. I couldn't help but shout. But Meralda just laughed. She wasn't angry. I talked with General Farnez yesterday, but things get so formal. That's why I'm quite relieved to see you here. General Farnez chuckled. You were full of threats yesterday. What's changed? I get sore muscles when talking about such serious subjects for so long. Besides, I went through the trouble of coming all of the way here. I was very much expecting to be treated to a welcoming party that would last a few nights. After hearing that, I was certain. I guess that means you don't really care if your presence here is known. General Farnez looked at me with a questioning expression. On the other hand, Meralda now had a mischievous grin. As for why I came here, we're to use you as a feint. Exactly. Realization finally appeared on General Farnez's face. Up until now, our alliance with Demon King Troutzard was a secret. As we had the same goal, we would both move to help achieve it within our means. Something like that. So, why had Meralda come here instead of sending a messenger? And we weren't in the general's town, but the royal castle. Not only was she here to tell us that her army could no longer be stationed by the border, but she was making a show of this alliance between our countries. She was helping us from behind the scenes so that we could maintain the advantage even a little. You can't become a demon king by just being strong. Greed is also important. You need to eat others. And so battles between demon kings are especially vicious. Leninoth and Farah. If one of them became a demon king, they would still have a great demon king neighbor to the east, which meant they would have to go west in order to strengthen their forces. Demon King Janius and Demon King Troutzard are in the west. If someone were to attack one of those countries, which do you think they would choose? I wanted to know what Meralda was thinking. The country that my master rules, it's our country that is exhausted from this war. And in spite of our lands being so vast, we don't have enough soldiers. And there is also the war with Demon King Bardoda. Said General Farnez. This time it was me who looked puzzled. Demon King Bardodo was no longer here. He lost during the invasion from the celestial world. His country had been split up, and several lesser demon kings were now fighting for prominence. That's how it is. The war with Legard is only getting worse each day, and we still have to have soldiers guarding the border with the old Bardodo lands. They were our enemy from long ago, after all. I didn't know that. Being a demon king seemed like a lot of work. And things have been particularly bad in the West recently. In other words, those wild hunt fools have been making a mess of things. And so, we've had to send many soldiers to the border as well. Seems like you have trouble on all sides. Indeed. While Demon King Janius isn't hostile towards us now, if we were to attack Leninoth or Farah, it would make him feel threatened. After all, it would mean that our country would be surrounding half of his. In other words, she was saying, look, things are really tough for us now. So could you just deal with this by yourself? I heard about what was discussed yesterday. You're going to withdraw your troops, however, that would hurt us greatly. The lesser demon kings, who had stopped fighting, would turn to us next. We were the only target left, and it's my wish that you'll crush them all somehow. Meralda said without a hint of concern, can we do that? I turned to General Farnes. She shook her head. Perhaps if it was just one country. But there are 4 countries who fought on 2 sides. If they come, it will be as part of an alliance. They would likely quarrel over how to split the country after they conquered it. But they had apparently stopped the war because they feared that it would drag on for too long. And so if they were going to attack us, they would want the battle to be as short as possible. In other words, they would come in full force and hope to win a definitive battle. And so we really need those soldiers by the border so that doesn't happen. Well, I do feel bad for you. Really I do, but my hands are tied. Meralda was the Demon King's general. She could not make any decisions about where to move her army. Are there any alternatives? If this alliance was to be maintained, then cooperation was a necessity. Surely Meralda would understand that. An alternative. Meralda fell silent and seemed to ponder it. Currently, it felt that it would take a series of very fortunate events for our country to be able to survive. There is one alternative. Oh, my eyes widened. I had assumed she would say that there wasn't, and that's why we had to fend for ourselves. And what is it? I cannot change what I already told you yesterday. I must obey the order of my lord. However, it might not necessarily be the case if we're talking about my own subordinates. What do you mean? The other generals would object if I just allowed you to borrow my men. However, if it were to be a trade, well, it would be difficult but not impossible. Chapter 109. So, the withdrawal of Meralda's army was already certain. She could not go against Demon King Troutzard's order. There was nothing that could be done about that. However, there would also be no point if we just said, ah, I see, and let it end there. If only there was an alternative, that had been my hope. And Meralda offered one. I was incredibly grateful. The trading of troops. A trade between both countries. I suppose she worded it like that, because they could not just help us without expecting something in return. My impression was that there were quite a few very powerful soldiers in Meralda's army. It seemed rather promising. That way, I can act while not overstepping my authority. And you can continue to prevent the birth of a demon king. Why was Demon King Troutzard withdrawing Meralda's army? It was because of Nair. The wild hunt was wreaking havoc in the west, which was causing chaos to erupt among some of the western countries. And Lesser Demon King Eunice's country was the only one standing strong. Apparently, this was a very bad thing. The west might just have a new demon king before the east, and so Troutzard had ordered Meralda to guard the west. However, things weren't exactly peaceful here either. In fact, there was a possibility that both the east and west would give rise to demon kings at the same time. This would be a nightmare scenario for Troutzard. As for the wild hunt, no one knew where they were now, but he wanted Meralda to guard to the west and keep them from stirring the pot even further. Too many demon kings will likely result in a great war of demon kings. We want to avoid that no matter what. As for this trade, what did you have in mind? The problem was whether or not we could stop Leninoth after the trade. There are a few among my subordinates who have power that is close to a lesser demon king. I will lend to you one of them, along with their men. They are veterans on the battlefield and will work very hard. It was just as I had thought. Now that we had lost Gorgodin, we needed someone strong more than ever before. And Meralda was going to lend us some men in order to stop Leninoth. Of course, they would be useful. However, General Farnes seemed to hesitate as she thought about it. It's not something that I can decide on my own. But if we do trade, It will have to be with my subordinates. The general had not responded immediately because she had to discuss it with the other generals. But also, what would happen if they allowed such strong troops into the country and something happened? She was worried that people who we thought were allies could suddenly change as soon as they were in the heart of the country. As for me, I didn't think we had a choice in the matter. Our country could never win against them. It was almost humorous for us to be cautious. However, perhaps such considerations were just a part of being a leader. I will not withdraw my troops immediately, so you will have plenty of time to talk with the others and decide. Thank you. I will call the other generals at once so we can give you an answer. I'm counting on it. And like that, the second meeting came to an end. We left Meralda. General Farnez and I moved to another room and gave our opinions on what had just been discussed. First, General Farnez let out a great sigh. Galen, what are your thoughts on what was said? I think it's a good idea. It is not possible for us to defeat Leninoth without outside help. Not only that, but the 4 countries to the south were likely to target us next. Things were dangerous. And since we had never been friendly with them to the point of forming an alliance, it would be much too late to attempt one now. That being said, we couldn't attack them either, as they had already formed alliances of their own. We would be at a great disadvantage. I understand that we are in a desperate situation, but what strings might be attached to this offer? She was worried that we would be seen as a vassal state to Troutzard. Perhaps that would be a good thing. No one will attack us. The strength of the tiger, so to speak, as if we could do something so pathetic. I had assumed the general was capable of making political decisions, but it seemed she was a resident of Demon World after all. We hadn't lost a war to them, and so she did not want to appear to be subordinate. As for me, I couldn't care less about what other people thought. Meralda was currently staying in the castle as a special guest. I thought that we would now have to wait for the other generals to arrive, but it turned out that they were already here. That was quick, but perhaps not really surprising. I will have to discuss it with Felicia and the other generals first. I expect that we'll come to a decision by tomorrow. Tomorrow, that's fast. Are you sure about that? There will be many details to iron out if we do make a trade. And if we refuse them, we will have to think of an alternative. So we should decide quickly. Also, there will be a banquet tonight. Be sure to attend, Galen. Ooh, a banquet. We want to make a show of General Meralda's arrival. And so we've been preparing since yesterday. She was taking advantage of the moment. I understand. I will attend then. As long as I can go in my tattered shirt and trousers. Chapter 110. The banquet began. A resplendent hall with ladies dressed in their finest as they giggled behind fans. That was what I had been expecting. But it was quite different. Not a single woman was wearing a dress. Everyone looked plain. However, there was food laid out on the tables, and the lamps used here were filled with high-quality oil. The hall was almost as bright as it was during the day, and it was clear that this place was very luxurious. It's good that it doesn't smell like beast oils. Back in my village, they made candles out of the fat of wild animals. I tried to avoid using them, as the room would start to smell like beasts. Galen, those clothes suit you very well. General Farnez patted me on the shoulder and laughed. I was wearing clothes that looked like I put a sheet over my head with a hole in the center. Apparently, this was what they called formal attire. I was able to wear leather armor the last time I came to the castle. That's true now that I think about it. It wasn't even that long ago, but things have been happening so quickly recently. A corps commander had vanished, and a general had died. Well, as for the corps commander, Nair, I would beat him to a pulp if I ever found him. So, when will General Meralda arrive? She was supposed to be the guest of honor, but I couldn't see her anywhere. Oh, it's custom. We have to go and escort her once everyone is here, so she won't appear for a while. This banquet, it was supposed to be hosted by General Farnez, and so she had to be here from the beginning and take command. The least important people were supposed to come first, which explained my early arrival. What about Felicia? I'm not calling her. She is more valuable when fewer people know of her existence. Without a known strategist on her side, enemies will underestimate Farnez. And so it would be best to keep her head low and trick the enemy. She would be used as a trump card. After that, all the corps commanders arrived. I didn't really know any of them. Then there were the other castle officials. Some of them were races I had never seen before. 17 years had passed since I reincarnated into the demon world. I had done my best to gain knowledge from merchants, hunters, and travelers who came to the village, but there was a limit to how much you could learn that way, especially when it came to races. The prejudices of the person would affect their words, and so it was best to meet people in person in order to understand them. And so I decided to make use of this banquet and talk to people. But I was mostly ignored. Apparently, my clothes showed that I was someone of the lowest rank. I suppose it would have been different had I worn something with color or patterns on it. It might also have to do with the fact that I'm an ogre. To be frank, we ogres were known to be meatheads. They were probably wondering why they should waste their time talking to the likes of me when there hadn't been such a fine banquet in such a long time. Well, there's no point in becoming friends with such people. I told myself with resignation. Galan, the generals are here, I will introduce you. Yes, thank you. General Farnes was the only person who talked to me. She was the host, and yet she had time to see how I was doing. How touching. Chalart, this is Galan, the warrior who made fools of both Farah and Leninoth's armies. It's an honor to meet you. I am Galan. The general exaggerates greatly, as I am but a humble ogre. I said with a slight bow, I myself have heard of that plan, and of the battle on the hill before that. General Chalart was a cyclops. They were known for being very quiet. Chalart is just as strong as the late Gorgodin. Perhaps you can fight him one day, Galan. That's what you love doing, isn't it? Ah, well, if there is ever an occasion. I wasn't obsessed with fighting at all. The general sure liked to make jokes. After that, we talked for a little longer, but General Chalart only replied with a few words. I'm not articulate. No, not at all. We should talk with fists next time. Of course. Well, there was one person here who was obsessed with fighting. I sighed with relief after I finished talking with General Chalart. But then a kind of crow tengu with black wings approached me. It was probably Dardaroth. Hey, Dardaroth, are you enjoying yourself? I would not have brought my men here if it were not a place that could be enjoyed. From what I had heard, General Dardaroth was adored by his subordinates, and his sincere personality led him to be greatly trusted by the other generals as well. Even when I just listened to General Farnes and him talking, I could tell that he cared about others. It made me think that strength alone was not enough to make people obey. He was a good example to follow. It's what you call charisma. I had been thinking about the right word to describe him, but ended up blurting it out. On the other hand, with Corps Commander Nayer, the more I talked to him, the more suspicious I became. In other words, my estimation of a person was quite reliable. Residents of the demon world weren't the type to kiss the hand they wished to cut off. In other words, their thoughts tended to be written too plainly on their faces. However, those who stood on the top were better at hiding and deceiving. Well, I had a feeling that it was the case. I continued to talk with General Dardaroth as if we were in the middle of a meeting when Farnes finally came and jabbed me with her elbow. The guest of honor is about to arrive. The kobolds suddenly started rushing around the hall. I see. General Meralda is finally going to make an appearance. The real banquet was about to begin. Chapter 111. Of course, Meralda was the guest of honor, but she came with a pair, a man and woman, as part of her entourage. The man is Halm and the woman is Manish. They are both crystal dragons. I must go and greet them now. General Farnes approached them and addressed the trio gracefully. Meralda was wearing a simple kimono. It wasn't like her usual one, which was worn more loosely. So she dresses seriously at events like this. I somehow found it amusing. Banquets like this were not held often, and I had thought that she might dress more extravagantly. But if anything, she was more eye-catching in her usual clothes. But there were many people here, and some might be more critical than others. Perhaps she had taken that into account when getting dressed. As for the other two, they looked like nobles of the Heian period, or an old priest and shrine maiden. They were both wearing clothes that looked like hakamas. The man's was a light green, and the woman's was white and red. I had a feeling that they were wearing this by Meralda's orders, and it had nothing to do with their personal taste. It was as I gazed at them talking that I noticed something odd. It was the way that the pair stood. The way they moved and carried their weight steadily. It reminded me of people I had seen a long time ago. Were they well versed in martial arts? In spite of appearances, I had attended a dojo since I was a small kid, and after many years, I was even put in a position to teach others. When attending tournaments, I would sometimes see veterans who had been on the path for many years. And these two were moving in the same way that the masters did. When your body became stronger, it would start to move differently. I haven't seen people move like that in a long time. The concept of Tao did not exist here. There was no judo or kendo where people tried to improve their skills in fighting. The idea of a weaker person using skill and technique to win was something no one really thought of. People weren't known to arduously practice and train in order to get stronger. If you wanted to get stronger, you were supposed to eat a lot and sleep. Then your body would grow. So many people actually thought in this way, and so it was very rare to see people like those two. As I continued to watch them, General Farnez gestured for me to join them. I was just asking them about how they would attack Legard. What are your thoughts? Legard, the demon king of destruction. You're talking about him and not his army. Yes, of course, I don't even know what race he is, so it's a difficult question for me. General Farnez said with a laugh. Well, it was a bit of an awkward question. Asking generals to talk of killing demon kings. Demon King Legard's race was unknown. Knowing a person's race meant knowing their method of attack, special abilities, and weaknesses. And so evolved types tended to keep it a secret. In Legard's case, he was an origin type, and so no one knew what race he was. Normally, you might be able to guess based on their subordinates, but demon kings tended to rule over so many different races that it became difficult to determine anything. I did hear that he has very big horns. Indeed, and it's said that demon types often spawn origins. Well, they are one of the weaker races, so it's easier for them to evolve. Even more so because there are so many of them. But would someone like that become known as the Demon King of Destruction? I wasn't sure. The most common rumors about Legard were of him destroying armies all by himself or laying towns to waste. They were terrible to listen to, and that was how he got his name. In any case, people started to mutter, was he not satisfied until he destroyed everything? Well, if he is a demon type, then he won't be able to use magic and will have weak resistance to it. So I suppose I would assemble a special unit to take advantage of that and annihilate him. But someone who has been a demon king for that long has probably faced plenty of enemies who fight with magic. And so he either has a way of dealing with magic, or he is not a demon type. I see, and if the rumors are true, this is not a demon king who has a cautious personality. So I would lure him in and separate him from his men before fighting. Galen, where would you lure him? A deep valley floor, especially if it was a place that was difficult to get out of. Besides, the more destructive you became in such a place, the greater danger you would be in. Well, I am not sure that luring Legard to valley floor would be enough to defeat him. No, we'll be defeating his army. Legard will be stuck in the valley, and in full force, we will destroy the Demon King's army. A powerful Demon King was only a threat when combined with a powerful army. If the Demon King was alone, then he could be defeated with an army of similar strength. At least, that's what I thought. I see. That is quite interesting. What do you think? Is it not as I said? Meralda said, as she patted her two friends on the shoulders. The two of them started whispering to Meralda. This conversation just now, had they been testing me? I know an ogre who speaks of strategies. General, you're joking. No, it's true. Shall we put it to the test then? Something like that. As for General Farnez, she didn't care as long as people weren't talking about Felicia, and so she had probably agreed to that proposal. After that, Meralda and her entourage went to talk with the other generals, and so I was left with Farnez for a short while. Her guards, I wouldn't underestimate them. Perhaps I was being patronizing, but I decided to warn her. They are crystal dragons. They are indeed very pleasing to look at, but they are also known to have little combat ability to speak of. They are practically decorations. I was not expecting to hear that. I can tell by just looking at the way they move their feet. Besides, they should still have physical strength, as dragons. I am quite sure they've been trained so that they can suppress us even without weapons. Really? Yes. I'm good at sniffing out the strong. How careless of me. Everyone says that crystal dragons are unable to fight, and so I believed it. Who started that rumor? Merchants from Troutzard's country. They are either being paid or are purposely spreading false information. Troutzard would have strategists of his own. He was a demon king, after all. This won't be as simple as I thought. The general's face seemed to darken. While they were our allies now, we could still not let our guard down. Chapter 112. The night continued, and now that the guest of honor had arrived, things became very lively. Of course, since this was the demon world, several fights broke out in different corners of the Great Hall. People were drunk and emboldened, and sometimes people from different tribes who rarely saw each other would clash. Well, it didn't take much for a fight to start. A simple, "Is that challenge?" and "You bet," was all that was needed before the fists went flying. And then a corps commander would come out and tell them to go outside. While I hadn't checked, I was quite sure that there were several groups fighting in the courtyard right now. "Ah, this has been an enjoyable night," Meralda said, clearly in a good mood. And judging by her reaction, the banquet could be said to be a success. People's rating of General Farnes would rise. "Now, I think it's time for us to leave. See you tomorrow." She waved her hand with a smile, and then left. Since the guest of honor was gone, this would usually have meant that the banquet was over. However, there were so many who had not eaten or drunk enough. And so the banquet would continue until all of the tables were cleared. The people knew this, and no one seemed to be leaving. "What will you do, Galen?" "I've been doing nothing but talking. I think it's time I go and stuff myself." I had been talking with Meralda and the other generals for the whole time, and had barely eaten anything. Perhaps I should have eaten before the banquet started, but it had been such a good opportunity to talk with people of different races, and I had been busy moving around the hall. Though many of them avoided talking to ogres. They didn't think I was worth their time. And so I grabbed a large plate and filled it with some of the remaining food and began to eat a late dinner. It was then that I was approached by a few people. Apparently, they wanted to talk. Why now, when things were ending? But then I recognized who they were. They were among the people I had approached that had given me the cold shoulder. They introduced themselves, but had little to say otherwise. It turned out that they had seen me talking with General Farnes as if we were close. And then I had been called by the other generals and was seen to even be acquainted with the guest of honor, a person who worked for a demon king, no less. They were only frantically rushing to me now because they thought I was important. And while I had been enthusiastic about getting to know people, it was all too obvious that they just wanted me to introduce them to the general, which was a big turn-off. This banquet had been a rather sudden event, and many of the lower servants had been brought in to help. They mistook me to be one of them. The sight of me talking casually with the general would have been very strange, and they were curious about how I had done it. But it was all very tiring, and so I dodged them and left the hall. And so, in the end, I felt rather conflicted about the whole banquet in the end. The next day, I joined Meralda and the others at the meeting. General Farnes had already finished discussing the matter with the other generals, and she looked quite pleased as the meeting began. "As for the trading of troops, we have no objection to it. Indeed, we welcome it fully." "I see. That's good to hear." Things were settled rather quickly. Both sides knew what this would mean. While we would be lent some incredibly powerful soldiers, we now had a responsibility to stop Leninoth and Farah. This was the power of the Demon King's army. As long as we did not misuse it, we had a good chance of winning. We will now have to go over the details to ensure that we agree on everything. First, when were you expecting for this trade to occur? That was important to decide, as we would have to prepare accordingly. The day of the trade, eh? How about 30 days from now? 30 days, that is fine. I think we should be able to prepare in time. Yes, it would be easy enough. After all, there had been several defensive battles recently, and so the soldiers were used to gathering and moving. What we need to discuss now is the number of troops and what they will bring. While we do have food, if the equipment is not right, then the trade will be useless. I see. In fact, some races also eat completely different food as well. Those are also details that need to be considered. And also how they are used. Keep them independent or incorporate them. We will have to know their preference in order to avoid chaos later on. Apparently, this trade was a lot more complicated than it seemed. While the kobolds would deal with the practical business, they wouldn't be able to move until certain things had been decided first. We will ask them. As for equipment, we should be able to prepare most of it ourselves. My own men won't require anything, as we are currently still in action. So they had everything that they needed. In that case, it was just us that needed 30 days to prepare. A few other things were decided after that, and the meeting with Meralda ended. In the future, she would send a representative to Farna's town in order to stay in contact. Meralda's army was already close by, so it would not take too much time. Ah, finally that's over. I said honestly. I had been called away from the village so suddenly, but now I would be able to return. I could take some time off and train my men. In any case, I had sat through enough meetings and talks of war. I slowly looked up at the sky. Pure white clouds were gently drifting by. What a beautiful day. I really thought that. Chapter 113. The castle where Lesser Demon King Melvis slept was in the center of the country. I suppose you would call it the capital. While it was just a town, it was the most developed part of the country. Well, it would be rather boring to just go straight back. After all, there was no rush. During the meeting, several things had been decided in terms of the direction that the country would go in. First, Demon King Troutzard's troops would be coming after 30 days, and they would be our trump card in the battle against Lesser Demon King Leninoth. Given how much Meralda wanted to stop Leninoth and Farah from gaining prominence, we could expect them to be very different from your average soldiers. While nothing would be decided until they arrived, we would likely wait for the perfect moment when Leninoth and Farah were fighting, and then invade. As for that invasion, General Dardaroth would likely lead. Now that Gorgodin was dead, the new general, Chalart, would have to train his reconstructed army, and I suspected that it would take some time for them to fully recover from that blow. As for General Farna's army, which I was now a part of, we would probably protect the capital. She had fought battle after battle and gone off to kill Leninoth with a small group and lured out Farah's army. Well, that part was me. And if things were to go in rotation, I doubted she would have much to do this time. I wouldn't mind staying here protecting the castle. After so much fighting, the idea of taking it easy and resting was quite appealing. I could sightsee and kill time in the castle. Yes, I had high expectations for General Dardaroth and these powerful soldiers our neighbor was sending. Oh, what sweet-looking fruit. And so I went shopping in the town. Now that I was working directly under the general, my pay had gone up a little. Where would I spend the money if not here? Mister, this fruit was brought in from General Dardaroth's town. You won't find them anywhere else in these parts. He looked like a boy with green hair, but he was a fully grown adult. They were called grassrunners, a race that lived in the prairies and were not suited to fighting. I've never seen them before. They don't have these in my village. Of course not, but these really are sweet. They grow on the sides of steep cliffs, so they can only be picked by people who can fly. There were various things that were sweet in this world, and fruits were one of the most common. While this one looked like a rough pineapple, it did smell quite sweet when I picked it up and brought it to my nose. I'll take one then. Ah, thank you. My first time eating this fruit. Normally, you would wonder how you were supposed to eat it, but not us ogres. I opened my mouth wide and bit it in half. I see. It really is sweet. The core is quite hard though, is that the seed? The fruit was very juicy and delicious. I finished the rest in one bite and then looked at the shocked grassrunner. How many do you have? Ooh, there are 5 in this sack. All right, I'll take the lot. Just give me the bag. Oh, yes. They were also about the same size as pineapples. And while the grassrunner had carried them on his back, to me, it just felt like a small bag from a convenience store. This should make a good gift. I would give them to Sappho and Bika. They would love it. Now that I think about, I better grab something for Rig as well. My adjutant was always helping me. Of course, he just saw it as his duty, but he also took care of things around the house. It would be good to return the favor in times like these. How about this? I saw that a pretty box was being sold. It was made of carved wood. My guess was that it was made by leprechauns since they were so good with their hands. And it was said that they liked to use wood. And while it wasn't exactly cheap, I decided to think of it as an investment. It would be worth it as long as he was happy. Oh, and I can't forget Painey. It would look bad if Painey the Reaper was the only one who didn't get a gift. Well, she wasn't the kind to complain about such things, but that was even more worrying. So, Painey. What should I get? I went around the different shops, but nothing caught my eye. In the first place, there wasn't any tradition of buying people souvenirs in the demon world, and so there were no gift shops or the like. People didn't really dress up here. No, they did, but it was very different from how things were in modern Japan. Most people just dressed so that they could be differentiated from others. This is nice. My eyes landed on an umbrella. Even here, people used umbrellas when it rained. Sometimes people just wore coats made of straw, and there were some races that didn't care about getting wet. However, most of them did use umbrellas like this to stay out of the rain. The one I had found happened to be light and a nice color. It was perhaps similar to a parasol. Now I have something for everyone. Well, everyone who came to my house regularly. I could imagine their smiling faces now. And it was with such warm thoughts in my head that I rushed back to the village. I'm back. I opened the door to my house while carrying the bag of gifts. Sir Gallen, welcome back. Ah, Rig. Did anything happen while I was gone? I always ask this question. Hey, Gallen. You're finally back. Welcome home. Sappho and Bikau were there, so was Painey. Perfect timing, I got you all something. Sir Gallen, speaking of things that happened in your absence, one of General Farna's messengers was just here. They want you to lead the troops that are to be sent to the Demon King's land. And so you must organize your men and go to the general's town at once. What? You are to lead the unit that is being traded. I heard you. I was to be part of the trade with Meralda. Surely not. Why me? My arms went limp and the gifts fell to the floor. One of the fruits rolled towards Bikau, and she purred, "Ah, that smells good." She can't be serious. I looked upwards. The dirty ceiling looked back at me. Chapter 114. I could hear objects falling loudly to the floor. I froze, my jaw still open. The next thing I knew, I was on my knees and looking at the floor. When did that happen? Gallen. This is pretty good. Hey, this fruit, we were allowed to eat it, right? I mean, it's too late now. I could hear Bikau and Sappho's cheerful voices, but I was too shocked to care about the fact that they had started eating it without permission. I had assumed that the troops would be selected from the general who was going out to fight. Surely it wouldn't be us who were supposed to wait here. What is it, Gallen? Bikau asked as she peered into my face. Even she could tell that something was wrong. I just received a report that fills me with anxiety. More importantly, how were the gifts? Was it good? Yes, it was so delicious. I had bought 4 of them, and there were 0 left now. Both Bikau and Sappho had eaten 2 each. I didn't mind them eating it without permission, but did they have to eat all of them? I wanted to have some as well. As I watched them carelessly talk about the taste of the fruit, I swore to myself that I would take both of them with me. I then pulled myself together and gave Rig and Painey their gifts. A carved wooden box for Rig and an umbrella for Painey. They were both very hesitant, but I said that it was a way of expressing my gratitude for everything they did for me and forced them to accept them. It was a stark difference to the idiot siblings who stuffed themselves without saying anything. That night, when I was alone with Rig, I asked him about the details. I got the impression that it was something that was already decided. They hadn't decided anything when I left the castle. However, I had taken a detour to buy gifts and took my time on the road back. They must have decided during that time. And did they say anything about the troops that are to be sent? Just that you should organize and bring them. However, they do want you to contact them once you decide who will go. I suppose that means the general will prepare the supplies. We didn't have much resources in the village. If we were going to war, we would be given equipment to use. But this was a little different. Had they asked us to prepare everything ourselves, we would have been in trouble. Did you notice anything else? I had the impression that the messenger was aware that you wouldn't be here. He came directly to me, and there was no effort to find you. I see. General Farnes knew that I traveled on foot. The messenger would have been on a riding beast, which meant he could reach the village before I did. However, the fact that he didn't search or ask after me or wait for my return suggested that they thought it would be better if I wasn't present. Something about it made me think Felicia might have had a hand in it. After all, the general preferred to do things by the book, even if it was less convenient. Felicia, on the other hand, cared only about the results, not the method. She would want to avoid a situation where there was an argument and the messenger was sent back and forth. If it's an order, I will have to obey, oh well. It was true that I would have complained had I been in the village. I might have even resisted a little. They had seen through me. I would launch my complaints the next time I met General. Now, as for what I need to do. It was good that I could choose who would go with me, but there were a few things I was worried about, and in the end, I would have to be the one who dealt with them. Rig. Yes. What is it? I want you to bring me the soldiers. Tell them that this will be a long expedition and that we will not return to this village for a while. Gather any who still want to come. Very well. How many do you need? I'll decide when I see them. In the end, I'll have to select them out of the lineup. Tell them that. I'm going to leave the village for a short time and you won't be able to contact me. Can you do it? Certainly. There will be no problems. Rig was a good subordinate who tirelessly did what he was told, and so I had faith that he wouldn't let me down. Thank you. This country was being pulled into a war. It was said that until recently, every other country was too scared to attack us. We were just a small country, and it would not make sense to send massive armies and suffer great losses just to win. However, the world was starting to fall into chaos, and we were not unaffected. First, I have to go there and talk with them. Meralda was giving us 30 days. It took me 5 days to return to the village. That was partially because I had taken time to buy those gifts. And considering that it would take me 10 days to reach General Farna's town, that meant I only had 15 days left. But it could take us another 5 days to cross the border. So I suppose we would have to leave the village in 10 days. I wish we had more time. 10 days was harsh, when I had to gather soldiers and be ready to leave. If I were to leave the village tomorrow, I would have to return in at least 7 days. That's how long it would take just traveling. This was an incredibly tight schedule. Damn it. They could have just chosen people from the castle in the beginning. I couldn't help but grumble. I had only just returned from the royal castle, but I had to leave immediately. Really, life didn't care at all about your plans. I left the village early the next morning while everyone was still asleep. I seem to be traveling alone a lot these days. I was muttering to myself a lot as well. Ah, how depressing. But in spite of my mood, there wasn't a cloud in the blue sky that stretched above me. Chapter 115. I headed to the cave where the Lamias lived. Well, I almost wanted to say lurked instead of lived, but perhaps that would be rude. It was just that I didn't get the impression that their lifestyle involved anything cultural. Like the place was their nest. But the Lamias were half human and half snake, so it would be difficult for them to live like most others. So in a way, I wasn't wrong. That was fine. As for how I came to be acquainted with them, it all started when I had come down here to investigate this supposed tribe that was not under lesser demon King Melvis's control. The Lamias' territory was the cave, the lake near it, and the surrounding swamp. I said that as long as they stayed there, I would allow them to live in the cave. I had felt that if something were to happen, they would lend me their power in order to protect this new home of theirs. They are one of the more powerful races, after all. I had done some research after meeting with them, and what I discovered was that their power was beyond what I had imagined. Surprisingly, they were able to use magic. They were especially adept with water magic. Now that I thought about it, the outside lake and the lake inside of the cave were connected underground, so they would have been able to move in and out with ease. Yes, they were also able to breathe underwater. And much like us ogres, the Lamias used mana to strengthen their bodies. The lower snake half was made almost entirely of muscle, and it was enhanced further with mana. Even an ogre would be in trouble if they got caught and strangled by one of them. They were able to move very swiftly in the swamplands, and they were good at swimming. Apparently, they also had no trouble in deserts. It was rare for people to be so multi-talented. Of course, the biggest thing was their poison. The Lamias created poison within their bodies, just like a snake. As this poison caused your blood to coagulate, it was incredibly dangerous. There were hardly any antidotes or serums in this world. At best, you might crush and apply or drink some leaves to help disinfect the wound. That was it. I highly doubted it would be enough to handle a poison that coagulated your blood. And so it was important to avoid getting bitten. Though, I think the higher races have a resistance to poison. Once you reach that level, even poison wasn't a threat. When their bodies detect the substance, it can be nullified or discharged. I couldn't help but feel like it was a cheat skill. It was like they could do anything. So, here we are. I was at the entrance to the cave. Now I just had to enter and talk to the Lamias. There must be a reason that they still haven't accepted lesser demon King Melvis's control. But I didn't ask. It wasn't as if I'd be able to do anything about it anyway. And so, while the Lamias were not our enemies, they continued to be in a neutral position. I didn't know when they might change their minds and attack me, and so I had to stay on my guard. As I slowly walked through the cave, I saw that the path ahead was blocked by a fence. It hadn't been there last time, which meant it was built recently. Was there some kind of trouble here? I had stopped by the other ogre village on the way, and they had told me that the Lamias never attacked them. Even if they couldn't live together, they could live in peace separately. That's what I believed, and so I had been quite relieved. This fence, I probably shouldn't break it. Perhaps the Lamias had installed it to prevent any accidental contact that could result in something unfortunate. The fence went into the wall and was made of logs and planks of wood tied together. After thinking about it for a minute, I took down some of the planks and entered through the crack that was made. Then I walked farther down the passage until the sounds of water entered my ears. It was proof that the Lamia were here. "I'm Gollin the Ogre. I came here to talk to you." I stopped and shouted. I could hear my voice echo down the passage. After hearing hurried splashes, everything became quiet. I guess I should go. I waited a few minutes before I started to walk again. Up ahead, a Lamia was waiting for me in the water. I couldn't see the others. They were probably hiding below the surface. They were just as cautious as the last time I came here. "It's been a while, Dalmia." The Lamia was the same one I had spoken to before. And like the last time, she was wearing something that stuck tightly to her skin, much like a bathing suit. Since I had done my research, I now knew that it had been weaved from seaweed. While these weeds grew in freshwater, I assumed it was something like kelp. Not only would it not interfere when they swam underwater, but it was also very durable. "Has anything happened here? Have you attacked anyone or been attacked?" "No." "I see, that's good to hear. Anyway, there's something that I need to talk to you about, if you will listen." "Very well." Dalmia's pupils narrowed. Perhaps it was because I was extra attentive, but those eyes were frightening when seen close up. "I'm going to be leaving the village for a while." It would have been easier to just say that we were off to war. But I couldn't tell them, since they were not under Lesser Demon King Melvis's control. For how long? I don't know, it could be as long as a year. As the demon world had many races that lived long lives, there was a difference in how everyone felt the passage of time. I remember talking to someone once, and they had said, "Oh, we were fighting the neighboring village recently." But when I asked about what had happened, it turned out to be an event from a few hundred years ago. A year was a long time for me, but would it be the same for the Lamias? That is a long time. Oh, so they felt the same. I was glad that they felt things in a similar way. In the meantime, someone else will be in charge of all the villages in this area. But I will tell them about this place, so don't worry. However, they would not be able to contact me. I just needed them to understand that. And I also wanted them to avoid clashing with any of the other races while I was gone. "I understand." The answer was short and honest. Well, I wasn't sure how much she really understood. I had had the same feeling the last time we talked. There was something overly brusque about the way that she talked that made me nervous. However, they had not fought with anyone all of this time, so it seemed safe to trust them. "If you do happen to be troubled by anything, go to the kobold in the village for help. He will know what to do." "I understand." Do you? "Do you really? Why were the Lamias here?" I knew that they had come searching for a safe place to live, but I didn't know why they had to abandon their previous home. Were they driven out, or did they leave of their own accord? Was someone chasing them? As it seemed like they were hiding, I had felt that it was best not to bring it up. However, the time would likely come where the question would be unavoidable. Perhaps it would have been wise for me to force them to accept Melvis's control or make them leave, but I just couldn't bring myself to do that. That's all I have to say. How long would it take for us to meet again? As I pondered on such things, Dalmia approached me without making a sound. Chapter 116. I was about to leave, as I had said what I came to say, but Dalmia had other plans. She slithered up to me without making a sound and started to sniff me. "Hey, Dalmia, what are you doing?" "I smell a red rat." "A red rat?" I didn't understand what she meant. No, that did ring a bell. Before coming here, I had stopped at the nearby ogre village. I had been greeted to a hearty welcome, but there's something that would occasionally move in the corner of my vision. When I asked them about it, they told me that they'd been having a rat problem recently, but they hadn't said anything about them being red. I smell red rats. I stopped by a village on the way here and stayed a while. And since they said they'd been having trouble with rats, that's probably the reason. Does it bother you? Red rats carry the plague. The plague. Dalmia nodded slowly. The bodies and the droppings of red rats are like clumps of disease. Any who touch them will then carry the plague. Then tell me more about this plague. The place that Dalmia and the other Lamias once lived was a pure and mystical place. A place with beautiful rivers and lakes. She talked about how there was a waterfall near her home. But one day, one of my friends died. From the plague. His skin had become dry, dark spots appeared all over. He had died saying that he felt a burning pain inside of his body. Before he had died, the Lamias asked him many questions in order to find out the cause of this disease. And the only hint they got was this: I ate a red rat. But it was disgusting and hardly edible. No one knew what that meant. They had never heard of such a thing before. However, after some time had passed since this friend's death, a few others showed similar symptoms. They were all people who were close to the deceased. It was an infectious disease. Realizing this, they isolated them. Since there were no other aquatic races in the area, they moved those who were afflicted to a different water source. Those who remained were instructed to avoid eating any red rats and to stay away from them. After that, no one else caught the disease. A few dissected some of dead red rats, and as expected, their insides were rotten. It was clear that they had been the source of the disease. I'm surprised you were able to learn all of that. I would have just stayed away. It was necessary in order for us to survive. The Lamias would occasionally eat rats, and so they had to be certain. After inspecting them, they found out that the red rats were normal before they started carrying the pathogenic bacteria. But once they are infected, all of their fur falls out and their skin starts to swell and become red. The red skin is evidence of the festering, so it was no wonder they did not taste good. I see, but it had taken them a long time to discover all of this. When the first person had fallen, they had explained the symptoms to a traveling merchant and asked if there wasn't any medicine for it. Apparently, the Lamia were able to make accessories out of rocks found at the bottom of lakes. They were actually quite skilled with their hands. Perhaps that wasn't surprising, judging by the clothes they wore. And so time passed. However, until the Lamias found out the reason, not a single traveling merchant paid them another visit. But the Lamias did not suspect anything. The relief they felt over their discovery was a brief one. Things were terrible in the town. While the Lamias were trying to figure out the cause, people were dying one after another with the same symptoms in the nearby town. Of course, the Lamias had no idea, as they had no interactions with this town. But to their misfortune, the traveling merchant knew where the first person to be infected had come from. And so rumors were spread that you brought the disease. Yes, we were living near the water source after all. Their home had been close to the town's water source. The Lamias had been the first to be affected, and then the townspeople. That was all true. However, it wasn't as if the Lamias actually did anything to the townspeople. But once hundreds, thousands of people had died, the residents had lost their calm. In the end, the Lamias were driven away from their home. By then, the entire town had been infected, and it was starting to spread to other towns so that no one could enter or leave. Still, there were survivors. And they were sure to continue to spread the rumors about the Lamias. That was why they had to abandon their country and flee. I see. Still, what does the smell of a red rat mean? Even if they look normal, it's possible that they still carry the disease. And so we learned to tell them apart by their smell and not their color. The rats only became red towards the end. And so it was possible that they were infected much earlier. That being said, it wasn't possible to live while avoiding all rats all of the time. And so it had been necessary to learn to tell them apart by their smell. That was a good decision, but that means the rats in that village, they probably have it. Have it? They have the disease. What could be done? It was obvious. They had to be exterminated. Catch them? No, then the germs will get on your hands. We could use traps and then burn them, but there could be other carriers. Sorry. But what you told me is very helpful. I'll have to return to the village at once. There was no time to lose, and so I ran back to the village. Chapter 117. I left the cave and rushed to the village. On the way, I passed through rough groves and miry fields with no roads, and while I was out of breath, it was better than being too late. Commander Galen, what happened? As soon as I arrived in the village, one of the youths that lived there, Jacob, looked at me with surprise. Jacob was about 2 or 3 years older than me, and since he had participated in the war, he still called me by my official position. Former commander, but more importantly, have everyone gather together. Hi. Right now. Immediately, run. Jacob started to run around the village as he shouted. In the meantime, I caught my breath and thought about what could be done about these red rats. There would be no point in explaining the whole thing. How much would they understand about infectious diseases? Besides, it had to do with why the Lamias had been driven from their old home. Giving them too much information at once could lead to them forgetting what was important. Ogres were like that. It was best to keep things simple. If you had people gather together without telling them the reason, you could expect to see a lot of angry and annoyed people gather together. However, when it came to ogres, they tended to obey me faithfully. In fact, they were running as if to see who could get here first. Some of them looked a little afraid. Perhaps they had seen something terrible on the way. Is that everyone? Yes, everyone in the village. Jacob said as a representative for the others. I had left a different ogre in charge of this village, but I didn't really care about that right now. All of you. Listen carefully. I shouted and they all stood up straight. I paused for a few seconds and then began to talk. There is something that I want to ask all of you. However, don't talk unless I tell you to. Got that? Can I get a reply? Why, yes. Good. Now the first question. Raise your hand if you've seen a rat in the village recently. About 7 out of 10 of them raised their hand. That was a lot. I didn't normally see many rats where I lived, and it should have been the same in this village. Keep your hand up if you've seen a red rat, and lower your hand if you haven't. And then most of them lowered their hands. 3 of them didn't. They were all ogre women. You on the far left, what's your name? Dani. All right, Dani. This is very important, so I want you to remember carefully. Where and when did you see this red rat? It was the day before yesterday. As for the place, I think it was near the ceiling of my house. Ogre houses were built on top of a stone foundation, and the upper part was usually made of wood and mortar. If it was near the ceiling, it was likely running on the beams. Now you. I am Go-Go. Yesterday, I saw a rat jump out of the grass in my garden. I thought it was a lizard at first because of the color. But when I got closer, I saw that it was a rat. But I didn't have anything with me at the time and... Never mind that. Yes. And now you. I'm Merades. Today, I mean just a moment ago. It was near the outskirts of the village. It was dead. Dead, Merades right. Did you touch it? And no, I didn't touch it. I would never touch a dead rat. Good, you can all put your hands down now. I was acting so unusually around them that everyone seemed afraid to even trade glances. It was as if they were focusing on my every move. Red rats are evil rats that spread a terrible disease, however. The other rats might carry the disease as well. I looked at all of them. I wanted to be sure that they were all listening before continuing. Now listen to me carefully. We will have to catch all of the rats in this village. I will tell you how, but you must obey this one order. Do not touch the rats under any circumstances. It is the same with their droppings. Do not touch it. And if you happen to, wash your hands very well. I wasn't sure if washing your hands would do much, but it had to be better than nothing. And you, what are your names? I pointed to 2 large ogres. I'm Gen. I'm Billy. All right, Gen and Billy. I want you to dig a hole outside of the village, a big one. That's where we will bury the dead rats. I understood. As for the rest of you, I'll teach you how to make the traps, so come over here. I didn't know if my knowledge of catching rats would actually work in the demon world, but it seemed like a better idea than running around and chasing them like an idiot. And so I dug a hole in the ground and filled it with a wooden bucket. I then filled it halfway with water and set up something like a bamboo seesaw near it. It would tilt towards the bucket once the rat moved through the bamboo. The other trap I made also involved a bucket of water. This one had a stick with a rat guard put inside of it. Then we just had to put some bait inside and both traps were complete. We used some steamed potato for bait. So now you know how to make them. I want you to place them all over the village. But don't touch any of the rats. Just dump all of the contents into the hole. They would be limited by how many buckets they had, but this was as much as I could do. I looked over to the two who were digging the hole. They had already dug up to their waists. Good, that should be deep enough. When the villagers come with the rats, put them in here, but don't touch them. I understood. That should do it. Oh, I can't just stay here. There were still other places to go. I told them that I would return in a few days, and then I left the village. It was too bad that I couldn't see things to the end, but I had a tight schedule. Chapter 118. I kept running down the road. On foot, it would take me 2 days to reach the village that was my next destination, and I wanted to shorten that as much as possible. I don't think that I've felt this much reluctance in a long time. I wanted to stay and help them with the rats. However, the deadline was closing in. It was unfortunate that the red rats had appeared, but it was also an amazing coincidence that the Lamias had information about them. I had heard stories from merchants in the past about villages and towns that had been destroyed from spreading diseases. All of this time, it had seemed like something that happened in far-away countries and had nothing to do with us, but I was wrong. It could really happen anywhere. I might be able to reach it tonight if I keep running. I'm sure the ogres in the village would manage just fine without me. And so I tried to keep it out of my mind as I ran, but it was difficult. It was wrong to expect an ogre village to be the most hygienic place, because it was difficult for them to properly understand why things happened. That's why I was limited to just saying things like wash your hands, gargle, and don't touch anything dirty, as if it was in the spur of the moment. In any case, I was quite sure that the bodies of ogres were considerably more resistant to germs compared to humans, and so it wasn't as much of a problem if they weren't too hygienic. But it's these things that are the trouble. When it came to stronger infectious diseases, being a little tougher than the norm would not mean much. Once you were infected, you were the same as any other patient. The panic I felt made me run faster and arrived at my destination close to midnight. Even I could tell. The fatigue was starting to build up, and since I meant to rush back as soon as I had fulfilled my purpose, I wanted to rest here, if only for a short while. And so I lay down near a large tree. The result was no surprise. I quickly fell into a deep sleep. I felt my body being shook as I opened my eyes. Someone was looking into my face, a short ogre. It must be a child from the village. But it was still very early in the morning. Perhaps it was someone who helped on a farm, or maybe they were about to go to the mountains to hunt. In any case, I was glad to see someone from the village. I'm Galen. I came to this village to meet Gyuden. As I introduced myself, the child jumped up and then ran away frantically. I didn't understand why the kid was so frightened. I slowly got to my feet and stretched. Nothing really hurt. Had I slept in such a place while I was still human, I would have woken up with sores all over. Yes, ogre bodies were nice and tough. Not only that, but I was significantly less tired now. Sleep really was important. Well, better get going then. And so I headed towards the center of the village. I approached several people as I walked through the village. It turned out that Gyuden was quite famous, and everyone knew where he lived. In fact, he soon came walking towards me. A child was leading him. It was the child that had woken me up. As there was a large tree and some chairs in the center of the village, we sat there and I faced the former commander. I felt rather nostalgic. Gehahaha, it's been a while. It hadn't quite been a full year since we last met, but he looked aged. Gyuden had seemed a lot more energetic the last time. I have something to discuss with you. I see. Well, I'll listen to whatever it is. After all, you beat me. Gehahaha. That simplifies things. I'm about to lead a unit and leave this country. Is it war? Something like that. We are going to fight. The problem is that it will keep us away from this country for a long time. Gyuden looked troubled, which was a rare expression to see on his face. I want you to take care of the villages when I am gone. You've done it before, so it shouldn't be too hard. Gyuden had worked under Nair for 50 years as a commander. I had only been alive for 17 years. Our careers were completely different. It's true that I could do it, but I'm getting old. And after you beat me, I can't say that I've had the same optimism. Gyuden was a mutated ogre. His parents were ordinary ogres, but they had already died. And since high ogres lived almost 3 times as long as other ogres, most of his old friends had already passed away. Gyuden had served as a commander for so many years, perhaps it was no wonder that he was thinking of hiding away. But that was why I wanted to leave things to him. Then you can think of this as your last job. Everything will be fine if I return safely. And if I die, you can choose a new leader. You can continue to lead if you want as well. They will all obey you. My last job, I see. It doesn't sound so bad. He seemed to be quite willing now. However, unlike before, there were some serious problems that we ogres faced. I needed him to understand that as well. There isn't time. I have to leave the village at once, and we won't be able to meet again. And so I'll tell you everything that is important. I doubted he would understand all of it. The commander Guden that I knew liked to leave everything to his adjutant Rig. And I doubted it would be any different this time. The details were best left to the kobolds, and so I decided to tell Guden what was important. I will only be able to remember one or two things. Gehate, he said before I had even opened my mouth. Fine, just the important parts then. I told him about the village with the red rats. Guden didn't know about disease-spreading rats, however. He did understand how dangerous the situation was. I think it was about 30 years ago. The water from a well suddenly turned bad, and my friends started to drop like flies. Is it something like that? If that well had not been used, then the disease wouldn't have spread, yes. It's the same here. I think we can stop it from spreading if no one touches the rats or their droppings. And if someone does get infected, they should be isolated. I also told him about the traps, and told him to warn the other villages about these red rats. We knew the reason now, and so as long as people took precautions, we should be able to stop it in advance. My head is so full now, gehahaha. Are you serious? He would also need to put together a small army with those who were left. I had wanted to talk to him about that, and there was also the matter of the Reapers. Hell, the Lamias were not under lesser demon King Melvis's control and had to be dealt with carefully. There was a lot I needed to tell him, but I knew he would just forget it all, and so I gave up. Fine, but there is just one last thing I need you to remember. The rest will be told to the kobolds, so you will have to listen to them. I see, that I am good at. Gehahaha. Right, I was getting a headache. Still, it was better than acting while not knowing anything. As long as he was no longer ordering his men to charge into a battlefield filled with flying magic, he wouldn't do that, would he? Please don't. Chapter 119. There was a lot more that I wanted to say to Guden, but there wasn't any time. But more importantly, he himself assured me that he wouldn't remember it. And so it was better to leave that responsibility to the kobolds. Besides, he had managed as commander in the past. Surely I should be able to trust him to handle matters outside of combat. Yes, outside of combat. Well, I'll be leaving now. But if you start seeing more rats around here, I want you to exterminate them without touching any. Gehaha, I know, leave it to me. Now I had finished visiting everyone that I needed to. Though, I would have liked to go to the Lookout Hill as well. But it was a little too far from here. It would take me a few days to reach it on foot. By now, the town would have been restored and the tree fairies returned. I wanted to know how the old cherry ent was doing, but I couldn't take such a long detour for a personal matter. I might have been able to go if I knew that about it earlier. But the old trees wouldn't wake up until the end of the year. It had been my intention to visit them during that time, but that would not be possible now. And so, I left Guden and rushed back to the village with the red rats. On the way, I thought about what could have been the cause of their appearance. At first I wondered if they could have been brought with the Lamias, but it made no sense for them to bring infected rats with them. After all, they would be the ones in danger of getting the disease. Besides, the red rats had only appeared quite some time after the Lamias had settled. There was no reason for them to want a disease to spread so close to their home. Besides, if it had been them, they would not have told me about the red rats. In that case, it could have been a coincidence that they came from the same place that the Lamias had. Either that, or they had always been here. But what has changed in these parts recently? This country hadn't experienced war for many years, and it was only recently that we were invaded by another country. There had been 2 defensive battles at the Lookout Hill, which was about 2 days away from here on foot. Ogres from the surrounding villages had participated. I suppose it could be because of the war. For instance, the disease-ridden rats could have been living in the mountains all of this time. But they were so deep in the mountains that they had never come close to the villages. And so these rats would die from the disease without anyone ever knowing about it. But war caused a change in their environment. The animals that lived near the lookout hill would have ran away. Wild dogs, foxes, and rabbits existed in the demon world. Perhaps they fled from the battlefield and went to the mountains. Once they did, they would have to find food. Would the rats just sit there and be eaten? No, they would run. And in order to escape these predators that were so much stronger and bigger than them, they would have to go down the mountain. Like that, the number of rats in the village increased, but some of them were sick. That seemed like the most reasonable explanation. Wars are happening everywhere in the demon world now. And so just like here, there would be changes in the ecosystem, and other unknown diseases might begin to spread. Is this just another result of war? War took people's lives both directly and indirectly. Perhaps it was no different in the demon world. I just got back. How are things going with the rats? I arrived in the village with the red rats, and so I asked the first youth that I saw. We caught a lot of them. I see. How many were exterminated? I didn't count them, but there are a lot. While they hadn't really thought about the rats all of this time, they ended up catching a lot more than they were expecting. I suppose it was just different when you were actively searching for them. Because there were so many, they said that they weren't sure that they could exterminate all of them. I see. If only there were other good traps. They had used all of their buckets, which was more than 60 in all. And just like I had told them, they were dumping the contents into the pit without touching the rats. As there were so many of them, I wanted to increase the number of traps, but there weren't enough buckets. And we can't use any that leak. The rats would escape if they survived after falling in. Eventually, they would start to learn, and the traps would no longer work. When I looked around, I saw an open space that was filled with objects that had been gathered to make traps, but turned out to be useless. Most were baskets. While they did have holes in, they weren't large enough for rats to get through. Can these really not be used? They wouldn't be able to hold water, and the rats would be able to climb out if they were empty. It was as I thought of just using a lid that a certain thought came to me. It's an old method, but it just might work. I turned the basket over and lifted it with a stick. A string was attached to the stick, and I held the other end. Then I just put some bait inside of the basket and hide until a rat comes. Once the rat was inside, I just needed to pull the string. When I tried pulling it, the basket fell. All right. Let's try it out then. Most rats hide during the day, but would come out looking for food at night. And we ogres could get by without much sleep. People could take turns pulling the string. And so I decided to have more of these traps installed. There were 50 baskets in all. I would have them put in places where rats were likely to appear, and then have the string pullers hide. After doing this for one night, we caught 7 rats and saw that it was effective. We should continue to use this method as well. It was just as I thought this, that I heard news that someone had fallen ill. Chapter 120. Someone got sick. From what I heard, there were 2 people who had fallen ill. They were sisters who lived in the same house. While ogres weren't the brightest, their bodies were very tough. If anything, I had a feeling that most germs ran away at the sight of an ogre. Ogres actually believed that licking their wounds was enough to heal them, and they were right. And what's their current condition? A middle-aged female ogre had brought me the news. She seemed to be their mother. They started feeling ill last night, and this morning they felt so weak that they couldn't get out of bed. So a night's rest didn't help. I had a bad feeling about this. Most people would dismiss such a thing as a cold, but it was different with ogres. If someone fell ill, there was a reason for it. They will have to be isolated immediately. And if they vomit, do not touch it. Yes, perhaps she had been shocked by how serious I was, but she stood up and practically flew out of the room. I would have to check up on them later. More importantly, if people were falling ill, we would have to think of a way of dealing with it. However, I had no idea how to treat the disease, and I had no medical knowledge at all. It wasn't something you thought about in Japan. We just left everything to the doctors. While it troubled me, I had everyone in the village gather together. Unfortunately, I was not confident at all. Still, I had a responsibility to protect this town, and so I stood in front of the villagers and prepared for the worst. I think the bad disease is spreading. I paused and looked around. No one said a word. All right, they were all listening. Is anyone here feeling even slightly ill? No one raised their hand. It was possible that they just didn't know yet. However, I would move things along on the assumption that they were all fine. This disease is very infectious, and so you will have to stay away from anyone who falls ill. At the same time, those who are ill must rest their bodies immediately. Eat and drink a lot and sleep. Take as much water as you can. I had no idea if that would actually help. I didn't even know what kind of disease it was. Everything was unknown. So perhaps I was just doing it to ease my mind, but there was nothing else I could do. And you must continue to hunt the rats and make new traps. This town must be rid of the rats as soon as possible. Understand? More people would get infected if they didn't do something about the rats. But then again, was it even possible to get rid of all of them? And so I took the initiative, installing traps and taking care of the sick. The concept of hygiene was quite foreign to ogres, and so I had to teach them as we went. I ordered them to boil any cloth used to wipe the bodies of the patients, and if their hands or clothes touched any of the droppings, they were to wash them in boiling water. Humans would get terrible burns if they washed their hands in boiling water, but the skin of ogres was so thick that they would be fine if it was just for a short while. And like that, we were slowly able to change the environment that the patients were in. They had the energy. And so I wanted them to beat the disease. I was desperate. At the same time, I was wary of anyone else falling ill. "Are you really all right?" asked Ginida, the ogre I had left in charge of the village. "What do you mean? You seem to be in a hurry. I assume you have other business to attend to. Can you really afford to stay here for so long?" I did have something I needed to do. Get my army together and head towards Demon King Troutzard's lands. However, could this village survive without me? More people might get sick, and they might fail with the rat exterminations. I am quite busy, however. I can't leave this village just yet. But isn't this business very important? Ogres did not live that long, but Ginida was one of the oldest. I had heard that he was close to 70, and perhaps wisdom did come with age, as he was much more thoughtful than the others. It was true. I couldn't break a promise that my country had already made. At the same time, I didn't want to abandon this village to their fate. The rats and the patients, I can't leave this village until I'm sure that things are under control. I wasn't trying to be conceited, but there were things that I alone knew, and I was sure that I would regret it if I left them now. "I see. In that case, I have nothing to say. Please save this village." "I mean to do just that. You've lived a long time, haven't you, Ginida? Do you know anything about this disease?" "No, besides, it has only been within the last 20 years that I've become able to think about things calmly. Before that, I lived without really considering anything." "I see. If even the village elder did not know, it would be difficult to learn anything. Still, if you live long enough, you hear things from other villages, towns, and countries, and I've heard many stories of villages being destroyed by similar plagues. They come suddenly, like a storm. I've always seen them as a natural disaster. A natural disaster, like typhoons and earthquakes." "I see, but trying every possible means can also save villages that should have fallen and extend lives that should have ended. That's what I believe. I hope you are right." "Yes, but what would really happen? I didn't have enough knowledge about such things. I was out of my depth. As I pondered such things, I heard the sounds of something moving through bushes. It was coming from the mountain. I wondered if it was a boar and waited. What appeared in front of me were a few of the Lamias I had left in the cave." Chapter 121. 3 Lamias appeared in the village, 1 man and 2 women. Looking at them now, I was reminded of how big they were, and they were quite intimidating. As they were now, they were about the same height as me. This was in spite of their lower half being that of a snake, and most of their bodies were currently hidden in the grass. And they were so stealthy that I hadn't even noticed them until they were so close. Had they been wielding weapons and attacked us from the back, we would have likely been killed. I instinctively felt a sense of danger and went into a battle stance. But then I remembered. They had no reason to be hostile against us ogres. Besides, there were only 3 of them. And they didn't seem like they wanted to fight. So, why had they come then? The ogres now realized what was happening. But they just gulped and watched to see what I would do. "Dalmia." The woman in the center nodded. The representative of the Lamias, while she didn't talk a whole lot, she always answered my questions. "Dalmia, I thought we had an understanding. You are not to come close to this village." "Because I smelled the red rats." According to Dalmia, they had all discussed the matter after I had left the cave. Previously, I had tried to suggest that they live in separate places, but the Lamias tended to be very united as a group. And once they decide something, they kept their word. I had only gone to tell them that I would be leaving for a while, which wasn't really a problem. But our conversation had gone on for longer, and then I had run out of the cave in a rush. This had apparently greatly alarmed the other Lamias. I was a little surprised to learn that they had all been watching us from below the surface of the water. Dalmia then told them that she told me about the red rats and the story of how they had lost their old home. Why had she done it? It was because she could smell the red rats on me. It was possible I had come in contact with them in some faraway place. Maybe I had rested by some road and just happened to come upon a red rat. But what if that wasn't the case? And so the Lamias discussed the matter for a day and then decided to send representatives to go out of the cave. Of course, this was against the terms of our agreement. But what if the plague was to spread? And what if it happened close to them? It would mean that the Lamias would lose their home once again. That was enough to make them act, even if it meant a breach in the agreement. Dalmia was accompanied by a man and women who were the most knowledgeable about the red rats. It took a while for them to finish explaining all of this. And while Dalmia spoke very falteringly, I was able to understand her meaning. As you can see, this village has had an outbreak of red rats. Can you do anything? Dalmia nodded. We will kill the red rats. Lamias lived by catching small animals near lakes and rivers. They were skilled hunters. If they wanted to, they could hunt little critters to extinction, which was something they carefully avoided doing. Because of this, they sometimes strangled to death animals that came to drink water, and other times they would eat water plants. In any case, while catching rats was difficult for us, it was nothing for the Lamias. Still, if you go around catching rats, you might get infected. It will be fine, since we know what to do. They would wear thick gloves so that they could not be bitten. And they certainly would not try and bite the rats. The Lamias insisted that there would be no problem. After all, the only reason that the Lamias had been driven out was because things had settled down enough for people to concentrate on finding out why it had happened. In other words, the Lamias had found out the reason and finished exterminating all of the rats in the area. Can I count on you? It will be possible with the help of the others. I see. So many of the Lamias would have to be accepted into the village in order to exterminate the rats. I turned around and asked the others. This town is filled with disease-carrying rats. We caught quite a lot in just one day, but there are still more in this village and the surrounding area. The Lamias say that they will catch them all. Do you agree to let them into the town? I waited, and one by one they nodded. Please kill the rats. Everyone present felt the same way. Please help us. Ginida said as a representative of the village. Dalmia, do it. Bring the others and save this village. Very well. These two have brought water grass that will help the sick. Back when they had been searching for the cause of the disease, they had also searched for medicinal plants that were effective. And since these had been growing near their cave, they had brought some with them. Thank you, 2 have fallen ill so far. Sisters, come this way. Things moved quickly after that. Dalmia returned to the cave, saying that she would call the others. The 2 that remained began to boil the water grass. They were going to make some medicine. After a while, the Lamias arrived. There were more than 100 of them. They wore masks made of woven water grass and leather gloves. Every part that might touch a rat was protected. Now that I think about it, how are they going to do it? As I wondered this, I saw one slither silently towards a rat that was hiding. The rat darted away and tried to escape, but the Lamia caught it. In the battle between snake and rat, a rat could not win. They said that they found the rats through smell and heat. Not only that, but they moved stealthily the entire time. It was impossible to sense their presence when they were behind you. We might just have a chance now. I had been quite worried, but the Lamias were exterminating the rats at a speed that exceeded my expectations. Sir Galan, there is nothing to worry about now. Please go and prioritize your work. Ginida urged me, but I have to make sure of the results. It will be fine, I can handle the rest. After all, now that the Lamias are here, the red rats in this area will be wiped out soon enough. The Lamias really are brilliant hunters, eh? I'm surprised. As am I, Sir Galan. You must go and do what only you can do. Are you sure? Of course. The Lamias had spread their field of search to not just the village, but the area outside of it as well. And they were moving quite far out. Indeed, it was best to leave the rat hunting to them. There was no need for me to stay. They were even making medicine for the patients. But it would take a while before we saw any results from that. It would take days, really, and there was nothing I could do in the meantime. Very well, Ginida. Yes. I will leave the rest to you then. I will protect this village until your return, Sir Galan. All right, then I will go. Yes. Be safe. Gindia would protect the village as Dalmia and the Lamias hunted the rats. It was time for me to gather my men and head towards Demon King Troutzard's land. That was my duty, and I had to accomplish it. Still, it was with some feelings of regret that I left the village behind me. Chapter 122. Hey, I'm home. Welcome back, Sir Galan. You seem to be very tired. Rig said as he greeted me. I had rushed back as quickly as I could, which meant that I was very much out of breath. As for Rig, he was as calm as always. I had been worried about leaving the village these past few days, but his attitude dispersed those feelings immediately. I was running all night, so I'll need to rest for a while, but first about the soldiers. How have things gone? I have already finished that. But there were additional requests from General Farnes, and they were reflected in the final selection. So the general had other demands. I hoped they weren't too troublesome, but if Rig was able to deal with them, they couldn't have been too bad. I'd like to see her demands and the list of soldiers you recruited. I accepted the documents from Rig and looked through them. And then I realized what the general was thinking. This, I suppose she wants me to train them. It said that the general wanted me to bring in flying eagles, but they wouldn't be anything like Commander Bayan. These were flying eagles who hadn't been in the army previously. In the first place, flying eagles weren't exactly known for their combat ability, and so amateurs would be practically useless if suddenly drafted. General Farnes had this confirmed with General Meralda. The soldiers we send will be focused on training. We're going to strengthen their soldiers. Perhaps they thought it was preferable to sending them out on an actual fight. Perhaps. This trading of soldiers had merit for us, but not for them. They were lending us valuable soldiers. Of course, that alone would not do, so we had to send troops in exchange. The thing was, our soldiers were overall vastly inferior to theirs. It would be reckless to send us to fight against their enemies, but we couldn't just take a vacation either. So they'll make us train with their new recruits. I think that is likely. It was as if they were saying we were useless. But I suppose they were right. There was too big a difference between choosing 10 fighters out of 10,000 and 10 out of 100. While this might be humiliating for the soldiers, we would just have to accept it. As for the soldiers that were selected, whom I see. Rig had chosen 20 ogres, 50 reapers, 20 flying eagles, and 10 kobolds for a total of 100. Together with the 100 that General Farnes prepared, we would make a fighting force of 200. To be frank, our 100 was weak. It was pretty miserable. The only thing impressive were the reapers. Well, it's really just up to management. But somehow, I doubt they will receive us kindly. As far as they were concerned, ogres were walls of meat, while flying eagles and kobolds were unfit for combat. Are you mocking us? They might ask, and we would only be able to apologize. Not that I would do any such thing. So, when can we leave? Our first destination would be the town that was ruled by General Farnes. It was there that we would unite with the others and then cross the border. And since we would be traveling on foot, I wanted to get an early start. In fact, I was hoping to get some training done on the way. The flying eagles will arrive tomorrow, so you should be able to leave the day after that. I see, we can still make it in time then. I could leave such adjustments to Rig. He would figure things out. The next morning, the flying eagles arrived earlier than planned. I had been told that they would arrive in the evening, but they had come in a hurry. Well, this is a good sign. I appreciated that they were quick to act, or so I thought. But it turned out that there was a reason that they had come so early. This is bad, said Rig as he held his head. I felt the same. What is it, Galan? Sappho asked as he walked up to me. As always, he was so laid back. It annoyed me a little. Rig looked at me frantically. We have news from the flying eagles. Tell him, Rig. Are you certain? He'll find out anyway. Very well. Lesser Demon King Kurulu and Lesser Demon King Ruse have invaded our country. Oh, so is it war? Seifo looked very pleased. Yes, it is war. 2 countries have invaded us at once, and we have to defend against them. This was terrible. We were planning on attacking Lesser Demon King Leninoth, and now other countries were getting involved. Not only that, but Kurulu and Ruse were coming at us at the same time. Sir Gallen, are those 2 countries in a secret alliance? It would seem to be the case. I didn't see why they would invade at the same time if they weren't. It was only a short while ago that Kurulu was allied with Nakti as they fought against Ruse and Lubanga. Why would these enemies suddenly invade us at the same time? It could only mean that the 4 countries had decided to join forces. Currently, we were at war with Lesser Demon King Leninoth. If we were attacked by those 4 countries at the same time, it would mean dealing with 5 countries at once. And yet, we are to leave the country. It was possible that our country would cease to exist while we were with Troutzard's army. This is very bad. The only saving grace is the fact that Leninoth and Farah are still fighting. The battle they were waging was fierce, and so they could not send any of their men to the south. But that would only allow us a short reprieve. Once things settled down, Leninoth's head would turn towards us again, and he would attempt to swallow us up, and we would not be able to win. Damn it. To be honest, the future of our country was completely uncertain to me now. Chapter 123. What was our country doing in reaction to these invasions? As far as I could see, the only army that could do anything now was General Dardaroth's. Rig, I'll need you to ask the Flying Eagles for more details. Anything in particular, like the scale of the enemy armies and what we've done so far. Very well. In the meantime, I would gather the others together. There were 100 in all. That really wasn't much. Well, in the demon world, it's more efficient to surround yourself with powerful people instead of just pushing with superior numbers. How could I put this? Perhaps it was like a single carp, who led a group of killifish fighting against a carp and group of crucian carps. The requirement for victory was simple: kill the enemy general. The crucian carp would scatter the killifish, and the 2 carps would fight. Numbers were important, but they weren't everything. We had been planning on leaving as soon as the Flying Eagles arrived, so we were already prepared. We have our supplies, weapons, and armor, and morale seems to be high enough. I could see an ogre swinging around his weapon on the streets, though that was a problem that was unrelated to morale, and so I punched him just hard enough that he bounced on the ground several times. Sir Gallen, I have heard all the details. Rig. That was quick. The enemy invasion occurred several days ago. Apparently, the situation is quite bad. I had asked Rig to find out the enemy's scale and our reaction. Both countries had sent armies led by generals. I'm surprised that they would do such a thing with Meralda's army so close to the border. Her army was supposed to be close to the border with Ruse. With the exception of Kurulu, who did not share any borders with Demon King Troutzard, all of the countries should be able to see Meralda's army lurking nearby. One would think that would put tremendous pressure on countries that were so small. Perhaps they became sure that Troutzard would not attack, and since we were not watching them closely, it took us some time to realize we were being invaded. It had been completely unexpected, even for me, and the enemy had also taken advantage of an area that had not been monitored so closely. By the time we noticed, they had already entered the country. It had taken time for word to reach the castle, and for the counter-attack to begin. You could say we were finally being punished for concentrating on the north and Leninoth so much. And what of the attack? General Dardaroth's army was split into 2 as they met the enemy. He said that the battle had likely started by the time the Flying Eagles arrived. He split his army in half. How reckless! General Farnez cannot leave the royal castle, and the soldiers once led by Gorgodin are still stationed near Leninoth's country. That's right. The plan was for General Dardaroth to go north later on. When that happened, he would be trading places with General Chalart. If we were being realistic, General Dardaroth really was the only one who could move. So that was why he had no choice but to fight against 2 countries. It just doesn't seem right. What if General Farnez left the castle and went to support him? No, she couldn't do that. Once the enemy finds out that the castle is not tightly guarded, they will send their men and take it. We couldn't allow that to happen. Our country's future is in danger. I don't see how things could get any more messed up. Was there a way out of it? In the first place, we didn't have a fighting force to take on two countries at the same time. And while we were in an alliance with demon King Troutzard, it only existed in order to benefit both of us. And our position was growing ever weaker. If we asked them for any more favors, they would quickly decide that we weren't worth the effort. And then, Sir Gallen, what is it? We'll leave at once. Sir, the faster we head to Troutzard's country, the better chance our country has of surviving. And why do you say that? We need to trade our troops as quickly as possible. According to our agreement with Meralda, we could use her men as our fighting force. In other words, they could be powerful reinforcements, and we had full permission already. We're leaving now, and we'll be running on the road. We will be able to save 2 days that way. There was no time to waste. I had Rig gather everyone together. While this might be sudden, we'll be moving a little faster than planned. You might have complaints, but I want you to obey me nonetheless. There will be a lot of running on the way, so be prepared. Ag. Yes, replied the ogres and the non-ogres. It was always like this. And so we quickly set out for General Farnez town, after 2 days of marching. It was midday, and we were having a short rest when a kobold scout hurried back to us. There is a battle near the road up ahead, in the field. It was news of the clash between the enemy army and General Dardarto. So they've come in this far. The enemy invasion had been much swifter than I expected. Chapter 124. I had not expected to see the invading enemy army while we were on our way to General Farnez town. To be honest, I was in shock. All of you, wait, I have to think. I needed to calm down and assess the situation. Judging by our position, it must be the army from Lesser Demon King Ruze's country. And of course, it would be General Dardaroth's army that they were fighting. I could understand that much. But why was Ruze's army here? There were much better roads to take if they were advancing towards the royal castle. This area was filled with mountains and winding roads that could be hard to navigate. It was difficult to get a good view of the land, and the roads were narrow. That's why they were fighting in the field. And so I tried to think of the reason that the enemy had chosen a route that made it difficult to march. It would be the first time that they entered our country. Did they make a mistake? No, even if they had gotten a little lost, they wouldn't come this far to the south. Besides, they had split up their army. According to the report, the enemy was a corps in scale. That meant there should be several other armies of similar size within this area. This route was so far from the fastest one to reach the castle. If compared, the two routes were like the difference between a diameter and a half circle. Why would they go around like that? Was it to confuse us? To stay hidden? If they avoided the routes that we predicted, any battle positions we set up would be wasted. And with so many mountains, it would be difficult for them to be found. But it would also take them several extra days. Staying hidden wasn't a good enough reason. After all, this wasn't a small group trying to infiltrate the country. It was an invasion by an army. We had men who could fly, which meant high scouting ability. It was not worth wasting a few days to go around. In that case, I couldn't think of a good reason for the enemy to appear here. As I thought hard about this, Rig looked at me worriedly. Hey, Rig. What is it? We're far from the town, and the roads are narrow, no good for an army on the march. Yes. Not only that, but there are probably 2 or 3 other enemy armies on nearby roads. That's true. Why do you think they are here? I couldn't understand it. But what about Rig? There must be some reason for it. Yes, there must be. That's what I wanted to know. But perhaps I was asking too much of Rig. Maybe I needed to think about it from a different angle. I had given it so much thought, but could think of no merits for taking this longer route. There were only demerits. So, why had they done it? Was there a reason that forced them to? A reason that they couldn't take the shortest route? Was there such a thing? Of course not, there was no way. There were no paved roads anywhere near the village that I lived in. You could barely walk once it rained, and where there were rivers, you would find single logs used for bridges. As only we villagers would pass through, there was no point in putting in any effort. On the other hand, the roads between towns and to the castle were wide. Hell, carriages were able to travel between them with ease. If an army was going to march, they would normally make use of such roads. Something suddenly came to me. When Leninoth's army had invaded, they also used the town roads. The road that connected to the town on the hill. A road that connected to a town would be ideal for an army on the march. There was no way that they wouldn't use it. However, what if it was being used by someone else? When I heard that Kurulu and Ruse had attacked, I immediately knew that the four countries had become our enemies. It was obvious. After all, Kurulu was in an alliance with Nakti and Ruse with Lubanga. Tusk, we've been had. Sir Galan, what is it? A road that is perfect for marching. A different army is going to use it. Probably Lubanga. If Lubanga was going to come here while moving through Ruse's territory, they would be delayed by a few days. Perhaps they were adjusting things so that they could unite at the castle during the same day. And if all four countries were our enemies, then there was no guarantee that we would only be attacked by two of them. Rig. Yes. We're going to join Dardaroth's army. Prepare the men for battle. They are already prepared. He had apparently done it while I was thinking. As we were just passing through our own country, all the heavy equipment had been put up in wagons, but everyone was prepared now. Good work, then I will tell you our strategy. Aside from the kobolds, everyone was carrying weapons. The kobolds were in charge of the luggage. The rest would have to fight, in spite having little experience. But they were all residents of the demon world. From their early childhood, it was kill or be killed. For some, it would be their first real battle. But they knew what they had signed up for. We're going to take the enemy from behind and target their leader. I'll be in the front. All of you, follow after me. Ag. Understood. Yes, sir. They answered, no one disagreed. We have no time, let's go. The enemy was the size of a corps. The leader was likely a corps commander. Still, it was better than going against any of Leninoth's men. Their corps commanders were much too strong, and so as the two armies fought, we quietly made our way to the enemy's back. Chapter 125. As we made our way forward so that the enemy wouldn't see us, we discovered that the enemy camp had its back to the mountains. It wasn't the whole army that was fighting, just close to a third. Judging by the fact that they had set up a wall made of wooden logs, it was also evident that they knew about the battle. If the enemy is waiting here, I guess the main army is marching down a different path. No matter what kind of mountain path it was, it would turn into a road if enough people walked through it. It was like that in the demon world, and there were several private roads that only village residents used. Like that, there were numerous narrow roads other than the ones that connected towns, and the enemy had often used such roads. The reason for this was to prevent us from going around and taking the main army from behind. Either that, or because they wanted to go around and take us from behind. They must have decided that it was better to march down multiple roads at the same time, rather than have one long line down a single road. It's a good thing it wasn't the main army. We really couldn't charge into a place where the enemy's strongest fighting force was. Or could we? As we had gone around so that the enemy wouldn't see us, we had to go halfway up the mountain. We could see the battle being waged below, and at the foot of the mountain was the camp and the enemy leader. Now all of you. I lowered my voice and turned around. There were the 90 who followed me, the fools who would participate in the fight. I'm sure you already know, but we have to go to the town where General Farnez is. However, the enemy is blocking our path, and a battle is being waged. I looked down and saw that both armies were continuing to fight. For now, it didn't look like either side was winning. General Dardaroth would not have wanted to split up his army, but leaving these other routes open was a good way to be attacked from behind. And so he likely had no choice but to send out a strike force. I repeat, our objective is to reach the general's town. However, someone is in our way. What will you all do? Crush them, annihilate them, kill them. It was exactly the reaction I had wanted. Yes, we just have to crush them. But don't get me wrong, we're only getting rid of a nuisance. On the way to the town, we're going to blow them out of our way as we march. There is no strategy to it. Don't hold back. There will be enemies in every direction you look. So do your worst. Now you bastards, charge. Ag. They all raised their weapons as we dashed down the mountain. The enemy must have been very surprised. They would have assumed that no one was in the mountain, but then shouts would suddenly be heard. And with a massive muscle taking the lead, a horde with raised weapons flowed down. Goo. Of course, I was in the lead. If it was raining, it would be a lot like the Battle of Okezama. It was with this thought that I swung my metal club. The first enemy that appeared before me was a bipedal, armored foxman. He must have been one of the soldiers guarding the camp. Clalangg? The bastard blocked my metal club. In spite of the fact that I had been running down a steep slope and hit him with all that momentum. If we were going by raw power, I was clearly vastly superior. You're in my way. However, my momentum had not been killed. It couldn't be killed. My foot rammed into his chest, pushing him back. It was the result of power, weight, and speed. I had been running my fastest, and that was not to be underestimated. And so he went flying into the air before landing on his head. Dodo, and then me and the other ogres trampled over him. All of you, it's an all-you-can-eat, but there's no time to relish the taste. Just tear apart everything you can reach. Ag. However, this enemy army. They were stronger than I had expected. But if the people who had gone ahead and were fighting were the vanguard, then perhaps these were elites who protected the chief. Was this a mistake? I wondered what the others were thinking now. Ha ha ha. Where is the enemy? Die. They seemed to be having fun. From what I could see, there were many beast types among the enemy, especially lions and tigers. And they were all wearing very fancy-looking armor. I guess they had been gathered here specifically. The 90 who had charged with me were all attacking any enemy that they came close to. As for the number of enemies, it seemed to be about 2 commanders' worth of men. Things would go south quickly if the battle stretched on for too long. The camp was not that large. The corps commander must be here somewhere. All of you. Put your backs into it. Ag. Their morale went up. The sounds of destruction grew louder. I could see soldiers who looked suspiciously strong, but no one who could be the leader. Anyone who doesn't have their hands full, follow me. And so I plunged deeper into the camp in search of this corps commander. They would know that the camp was in chaos now. The sounds of fighting were so loud that you would be able to hear it from far away. I hoped that General Dardaroth's men were pushing the enemy back. It was with such thoughts that I swung my club right and left and looked for the strongest one here. Is that it? I saw a large man who was covered head to toe in thick armor. And he was holding a weapon that looked like a combination of a spear and a large hatchet. The kind of weapon you would expect to see a general wielding in the records of the 3 kingdoms. That's where we're going. I didn't know if he was a corps commander or commander, but it was clear that he was someone close to the top. He too noticed us and started to move in our direction. All of you, CHARRRGGE. I said, raising their spirits. Chapter 126. I found a powerful enemy, the one who was completely covered in black armor. He was about the same height, if not a little taller than me, but he was definitely wider and thick with muscle. So, you must be the boss here. He didn't utter a word as he came towards me. His feet were heavy, perhaps due to the armor. I had never seen such thick, full-plated armor in the demon world before. However, I was sure that it would be effective. The combination of his innate power and the defense ability of the armor would turn him into something like an impenetrable fortress. Damn it, this isn't going to be easy. Judging by the other soldiers, this enemy chief was likely of the beast races. A bear, an elephant, perhaps a rhinoceros. In any case, he was clearly a size bigger than the rest. Well, it doesn't matter what it is. The outcome will be the same. My opponent would not be able to move with much agility. I could overwhelm him and win. Though, he could also overwhelm me if I wasn't careful. Still, I liked that things were simple. The fact that I didn't have to think too deeply about it might just make this easier than previous fights. And so, I raised my club and charged at the enemy. The distance between us closed, and just as we were about to enter striking distance, a mass of metal shot in from the side and slammed into his helmet. There was a dull ring, and the enemy's head tilted to the side. It seemed like he was confused. Immediately after, another clump of metal came flying. This time, it hit a nearby enemy first and fell to the ground. This metal clump, I had seen it before. Quite recently, in fact. Two. Seifo was jumping like a frog towards the enemy. There was no doubt about it. Seifo had thrown his beloved weapon. He now held the 2 blunt weapons in his hands and swung them wildly in every direction. These weapons were in an odd shape. They looked like maracas or chicken thighs. They were an ordinary width where you held them, but then they suddenly thickened after that. Furthermore, they were made entirely of iron. In spite of being several times heavier than the metal clubs, Seifo wielded it with ease. And at some point, he had started to use 2 at the same time. After being hit by something like that, even a heavily armored person would fall over. Hey, that's my praise. As the enemy got back up, Seifo began to pound him with his weapons. The armor was likely several centimeters thick, and now dents were appearing in it as it bent and crumpled. Seifo was drooling as he opened his mouth wide and continued to smash the armor. I was hit by a feeling of déjà vu as I watched him. Ah, yes. It reminds me of my mother when she made hamburger steaks. Yes, when she minced the meat. He held the weapons in both hands and struck down one at a time. Everyone who watched had an expression of disgust on their face. After all, the dull clangs were turning into wet splatters. Now that I think of it, he's the second strongest ogre in the village after me. Of course, he lost every single time that we fought. But within the village, he and Bika were in a class of their own compared to the others. To be honest, they almost seemed like a new type of ogre. That was how strong they were. In my case, I was winning through knowledge and experience acquired in my past life. But these siblings were much better than me in terms of natural ability. Hell, I didn't even have as much mana as Seifo. And I was the one working under Farnez and had numerous subordinates, so you could see just how strong he was. Once I saw that the armor had turned into a cutting board, I told Seifo to stop. Huh, it's already finished, he said to the remains, which could have only been a corpse. And predictably, there was no response. I'm amazed that you can say such things here. I wondered what to do, now that everything had gone quiet. It was then that I heard the voice of someone who did not know how to read the room. What should I do with this, Galen? It was Seifo's sister, Bika. She was carrying the fox-headed man that I had first attacked, and while she was holding him by the neck, his limbs were swaying in an unnatural way. Bika. You're no bet, never mind. What do you mean? I think he was stronger than the others because he was sleeping. Isn't it strange? But then he got up, so I went snap snap crack. Oh, I see. On closer inspection, bloody foam was coming out of his mouth. Perhaps his lungs had been punctured by his bones. Unlike Seifo, Bika didn't really like to use weapons. When I had first fought her, she tried to strangle me with her bare hands and also tried to crush my nuts. She was a very dangerous person. Well, she was a little calmer now. She only tried to crush my skull with her hands, that's all. It was due to these various threats that I always attacked her joints in order to restrain her. However, as the years passed, she started to imitate me. Having her joints dislocated every day probably taught her a thing or two. Recently, she would even come for mine, and so I counterattacked with reversal techniques. But no one else knew how to get out of such attacks, and so she was often successful with others. And like that, bones were mercilessly bent by her. Bika was used to it now and could easily crush wrists, elbows, and shoulders. From what I could see, it wasn't just the legs and arms that were broken, but also the ribs. Perhaps the spine was also broken in several places. I had not taught her to do any of that, but I couldn't help but think that dislocating her limbs 300 times a year had turned her into the person she was today. Sometimes I really did blame myself, not that I would ever admit it out loud. Hey, Bika, just throw that away and find some other prey to play with. Okay. She must have lost interest, as she tossed it to the side and began searching for some tasty prey, in other words, an enemy with high mana. However, things had already settled around us. In fact, no one else was fighting. The enemy were all on their knees and signaling their surrender. Apparently, the battle was over. Chapter 127. Now that it was over, it felt very short indeed. The enemy had absolutely no will to fight. Just as I was going to fight the boss, it ended. That's how it felt. Like I had just gotten a small taste. Call Rig and the others, I said to the closest ogre, and then I headed in the direction of the other corps. They had also finished fighting and seemed to be in the middle of getting control over the situation. I'm Galen, I was put in charge of these men. Who's the commanding officer here? I called out, and a man with a skull head and a black cape came out from the back. Only his face was a skull. The rest of his body was flesh and blood. He wasn't a skeleton. They were called skull shamans and were experts with magic. I'm the commander, Inaya. The black cape and the twisted staff made me think of a cartoon character I had seen as a child. Wasn't there an anti-hero like this, the one who laughed a lot? What was his name? As I thought about this, Inaya bowed his head. Galen, you have my thanks. We were struggling due to our inferior numbers, and I was really starting to worry. Will you tell me what is going on? We were on our way to General Farna's town. How much do you know? That the two countries invaded at the same time, and that General Dardaroth split his army in half in order to stop them. I see. Currently, this entire region has turned into a battlefield in order to stop Ruse's invasion. It will be difficult to block all of the routes, but we can't give them a clear path to the royal castle. I understand. And so I was sent to block this route, but we are just one corps against 3. With such a discrepancy, we were mostly just buying time. There were no corps commanders on this route. However, there were 3 commanders. The enemy had sent out one of its corps, which was the one that Naya was fighting. Just one. They could have sent all of them and quickly wiped you out. Why didn't they do that? But we built strong defenses first. I believe they wanted to avoid taking any heavy losses. At first, Naya and his men had stayed in their defensive position and refused to move. Even if all 3 corps attacked at once, it would still be difficult to break their tight defenses. Besides, the path was narrow, meaning not all of them would be able to fight. And considering the battle ahead, they would want to save their fighting force. That had likely been their reasoning. And so the enemy had an idea. They merely needed to draw Naya's men out. They would not come out of their defenses if 3 corps attacked them at once. But what if it was just 1 corps? If the 2 corps just stayed here, waiting and glaring at each other, the other 2 enemy corps would be able to pass through without taking any damage. Naya would then have to come out in order to avoid this. I see. And then you could go back to defending when the enemy got reinforcements. Both sides had different requirements for victory. And then we came in and joined the fight. We charged into the 2 corps in the back and killed 2 commanders. While they were being attacked and pushed into a dangerous position, Naya had stood firm, knowing that this was the critical moment. And in the end, they had succeeded in defeating a commander, even while taking losses. And now that the enemy had lost the will to fight, our victory had been decided. We would have only gotten weaker if you didn't come. You really saved us. While they were only being attacked by 1 corps, the enemy could send their men in rotation. If Naya had to defend against non-stop attacks without reinforcements, it would only be a matter of time before they were crushed. I'm glad that we could be of use. We'll be moving on now. I hope you will be able to manage without us. You're marching at a time like this. It must be very important, eh? Yes. It might affect the fate of this country. Then you should go. We'll handle things from here. The enemy soldiers already had their weapons confiscated, so it was very unlikely that they would cause any trouble. All right. We'll be going on ahead then. We reunited with Rig and the others and returned to our road. Hey, Galan, is it really over? Yeah, there are still more enemies left. Shut up, you two. We accomplished our goal, that's enough. What? Isn't it war until we defeat all of them? It's war until we return home. Where the hell did you learn that? What was wrong with these people? And he even stole my prey. This time, the enemy had split up their men, and there weren't any corps commanders. Otherwise, things might have ended very differently. Still, they've gotten in quite deep into this country. We really needed to hurry now. It wasn't good for so much of the burden to be put on General Dardaroth's army. And so we rushed down the road. After that, we were able to reach General Farna's town without further trouble. Because we had set out early and ran on the way, we were able to arrive 4 days ahead of schedule. These 4 days would change the fate of this country. Well, at least, that's what I hope. Chapter 128. While we had been drawn into a war along the way, we were met with no other problems after that. And so we arrived in the town of Estbia 4 days ahead of schedule. I immediately headed for General Farna's mansion. As it was my second time, I knew how to get there. The mansion was very big, and the garden alone could comfortably fit over 100 people inside. I'm glad to see you all here. The general began by greeting us. Being perceptive enough to perform these small acts of consideration was one reason that she was able to lead people as a general. Good work, Galan. Did anything unusual happen on your way here? Something did. We encountered General Dardaroth's army fighting against Ruse's men. Oh, on your route. That must mean they are deep into the country. I didn't expect the invasion to have gone so far. I will have to return quickly now. They appear to be invading through multiple routes. However, the one that we were on happened to only have commanders, and so we were able to deal with them. So you fought them, and yet you and your men seem fine. We attacked them from the back, and then one of my subordinates killed their commander. The battle ended quickly after that. Had the enemy been led by a corps commander, then we would have taken much worse damage. And who knows what Meralda would have said if I reached them with exhausted and wounded soldiers. We were incredibly lucky that a corps commander hadn't been there. Well, Ruse was at war not very long ago, so it's likely that they didn't have an adequate fighting force. They were one of the smaller countries, after all. In fact, there is no way we would lose to them if they were alone. Still, this is terrible timing. I suppose that's why they formed an alliance and attacked. Exactly. However, thanks to your early arrival, I will be able to return to the royal capital earlier than planned. If I took my men to Demon King Troutzard's lands, they would in turn send their men. General Farnes was to take them and head to the capital. Who's defending the city now? My adjutant, Atrasatia. She is more than capable of keeping the city safe while I am gone. That's relieving to hear. It was high praise coming from the general, so it must be true. Now, I will introduce to you the members I've gathered. Word was sent out when you all arrived, so they should be here soon. Our country was to send out 200 soldiers in all. 100 were my own subordinates, and the other 100 were the generals. So, who would they be? Things became very loud outside of the mansion. Ah, it's starting. I suppose the people that the general called had now arrived. And my own subordinates were in the garden. In other words, the door exploded as something crashed through and came rolling towards me. Well, how predictable. A new face, angry glares, punches. This was business as usual for ogres. What? What's happening? The general came frantically out of her office. As she was holding documents in her hands, she was likely in the middle of reviewing them. Surprisingly, the person on the floor, whose eyes seemed to be spinning, was a vampire. I think, what? My men are having a little fun. She looked at me with angry skepticism, but I wasn't a pervert, and it was hardly exciting. We both then rushed outside. It was as the third person had been launched into the air. Sappho was swinging his fists with the broadest smile. That idiot brother. That being said, his sister wasn't exactly being quiet either. My eyes scanned the garden and found her. She was dislocating someone's limbs in the corner. That actually hurts. Her victim was on the ground as their back was being curved into an arch. It wasn't the shrimp bend. It was a much worse move, known as the scorpion lock. But since the other ogres were also fighting, Bika didn't really stand out. What is going on here? General Farnes' shout caused everyone to freeze in position. She was too kind. I would have sunk those two in the ground at the very least. When I gathered together those who had brawled and heard their explanation, it was just as I had expected. This was all typical of ogres. By the way, none of the ogres were injured. I had trained them myself, after all, and the best had been selected from the village, and so they were much stronger than your average ogre. As for the others who got mixed up in the brawl, it's quite a sight. They were being bandaged and treated with medicine. Are you being snide with me, Galen? No, just realistic. Yes, it was terrible indeed. Never mind then. While this wasn't the introduction I had in mind, here they are. The 100 you will be taking with you. These were the 100 that the general had chosen. 10 vampires, 50 day walkers, 40 loop garrus. Vampires were just as high as reapers in terms of rank, but these were very young. I suppose you might call them fledglings. While it sounded nice to be given charge of the next generation, they would not be that useful to me now. Day walkers were weaker versions of vampires. And while they would be somewhere in the middle, the tribes in the middle tended to be very diverse, and so I didn't want to rate them as a group. Apparently, Farnes had selected them out of volunteers. And then there were the loop garrus. It would be accurate to say that they were subservient to vampires. They had the heads of wolves. Perhaps they would have been called wolfmen in Japan. However, they didn't transform under the moonlight. They stayed in this single form. She said that they had been selected from her warriors, and that I should have high expectations for them. But on the other hand, the person that Bika had in a scorpion hold was the leader of the loop garrus, so I wasn't really convinced. In any case, all 200 of us were now together. Chapter 129. The enemy was advancing, and so I wanted to head towards Demon King Troutzard's lands immediately. However, I was currently being hit by some undesired pressure. 20 vampires had gathered in front of me. Not only that, but they were soldiers who protected this town. The town's soldiers, aside from being vampires who were high in rank, they were seen as guardians who had watched over the town for generations. As for why they were pestering me now, how can this savage ogre be the leader? That really was the gist of their complaints. I'm sorry, but they demanded to see you, Golan. Even General Farnes could not make them settle down. Of course, the general was the most important person in this town. That being said, not everything happened the way that she wanted. For instance, 10 of the vampires that were to accompany me to Troutzard's lands. I was told that the general had used rather forceful means when selecting them. They were the sons and daughters of this town's soldiers. She wanted them to grow strong. That was the general's wish. And so this trial had been given to them. After all, just because their parents were good soldiers, it did not mean that they would be great fighters as well. But this wasn't because she was a very patient person either. To be frank, they were considered to be the leftovers out of the vampires. Vagabonds, really. Vampires who were unemployed or just helped around the house. Shut-ins or neats could work as well. But that's the kind of vampires they were. Perhaps it was the result of being born as a high-rank species, having great parents, and living in a safe town. In spite of giving up easily, they had a lot of pride. But the general wanted them to grow so that they could help protect the future of this town. It was because she felt this way that she had chosen them, even though it meant using a little force. However, it was their parents who were the first to object. Go to a different country, outrageous. My child is strong enough, there is no need for training. In the first place, the very idea of being led by an ogre is unheard of. Etc. The general had made the decision without asking the people concerned, and so they had come here to complain. As for me, I couldn't see why these parents thought they had a right to come here when we were talking about fully grown adults. I had stood and listened to them quietly, mostly for the general's sake, but I was reaching my limit. Besides, ogres are just walls of meat. Exactly. In fact, why don't we just bleed them all dry right now? Those idiots aren't even worth turning into pig food. It will be such a hassle, dealing with the carcasses. We'll be merciful to you if you just hang yourself and die. They weren't being very nice at all. At first, my smile had been purely for the general, but after a while, I found myself smiling and laughing by my own will. I see. So you all have complaints regarding me and my kind. Big smile, of course we do. You foul ogre. Were you not listening to us? This is why I hate these idiot races. Still smiling, these guys, they weren't just mocking me but all of my men. Golan is laughing. Hey, let's get out of here. The other ogres began to tiptoe away, as if thieves in the night. How rude, they didn't have to run away, I wasn't going to hurt them. I've made my decision. Let's kill this ogre and forget about this whole thing. Perfect, in fact, let's kill all of these stinking ogres. Yes, kill them all. Shocking. Not only were they mocking me, but they were now going to try and hurt my men. These were supposed to be the guardians of the town. What a joke. There were 2 who were especially bad. They came right up to my face and cursed loudly. The general had been kind enough to tell me their names. The man was Elter, and the woman was Finalizing. They were apparently a married couple. They could not bear the idea of their beloved son being taken away. And they came at me as if I was their mortal enemy. As for me, I was now completely out of patience. If you feel so strongly about it, so be it. Let's settle this with strength. It was the demon world way. Upon hearing these words, Elter smiled wickedly. We got him, it was written on his face. Are the rest of you in agreement? I asked, and every one of them nodded. Well, that makes things easier. I will fight you all, and whoever loses will have to obey the winner. They were all looking at me, as if they couldn't believe how stupid I was. After all, they were real soldiers, confident in their ability, and so they all nodded. Then, a fight it is, you 2 will be my weapons. What did you say? What does that mean? Elter and Finalizing looked at me with suspicion. They did not know about Aikido. I lightly grabbed their arms and swiped their legs, moving their center of gravity so that they flew into the air and fell on their heads. Of course, they did not take any damage from this. Still, there was something very humorous about seeing their legs pointing up into the air, and so I grabbed their right leg and left leg respectively. Now, let's start this, you idiots. Give it all you got. I swung my newly acquired weapons as I charged into the group of vampires. My special move, the Elter Crumble. I hit the enemy with Elter over and over again. Of course, there was no need to hold back. I could hear exclamations of stop and ag, but I ignored them. Weapons did not talk. Great Finsily Tornado. I spun Finsily like a windmill or the fins of a fan. Gong gong gong, I heard the sounds of impact. And every time, an enemy went flying into the air. What a good fan. Elter block. Give him back, someone shouted as they charged towards me, and so I blocked them with my Elter. I heard a gah from somewhere, which was strange. Shields didn't talk, and the Finsily return. I slammed the Finsily into the enemy. He let out a satisfying G-bleg as he went flying away. And my most deadly move, Couple's Last Coaction. I rotated both arms at the same time like wheels and trampled over the enemies in the area. Perhaps my weapons were especially good, or maybe it was my spinning, but by the time I was done, there was not a single person left standing. Now the finisher. Couple Master. As if beating a drum, I slammed the enemies on the ground with my two weapons. Hit and hit. It was hard to think that I could hit something more than I was hitting them now. In fact, I was having so much fun doing this that I probably shouted "Hiya" a few times. It was just as I had lost track of time. General Farnes was clawing at my waist and shouting, "Please, just stop this already." As for the other ogres, they were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 130. Town of Estbia Farnes. Galen and the corps of 200 men have just departed. As this town is right by the border, they should reach demon King Troutzard's lands before long. It had been arranged so that once they arrive, the other corps in this exchange will be sent to us. The long-awaited reinforcements. However, I currently have the worst headache. As they were just about to leave, I didn't ask Galen too many questions. It seemed that it would be better that way. However, after Galen took his men and casually left the town, I was assaulted by glares that were clearly demanding that I give an explanation. I guess it cannot be ignored. The people that worked in the mansion, the people who guarded the town, my direct subordinates. Their looks were painful. "You are going to give us a satisfying explanation, aren't you?" they seemed to say. But it had all been so wrong to begin with. As soon as Goran arrived, his adjutant, Rig, had handed me a list of the enlisted. I had to immediately add them to the document that was to be given to General Meralda. This was important, as we could not allow anyone who was not on the list to cross the border. However, it was as I was writing them down that I heard the sounds of destruction. I frantically dashed out of my study, only to find that my mansion's door had been smashed, and a young vampire was lying on the ground with a stupid look on his face. "What's happening?" I shouted, but the answer was obvious. There was an ogre youth going mad outside. I didn't want to think about what he had done. However, was it really possible for an ogre to beat a vampire like that? We vampires were among the high-ranking races. Though, to be precise, we were among the lowest of the high-rankers. That would put us on a similar level to Reapers, but most people thought of vampires as being just a little higher than them. That was our classification. But this was just based on the mana levels of those who were considered to be the most average. Ogres were near the bottom of the mid-rankers, or perhaps near the top of those at the bottom. Many of the low-rankers were not fit for combat, and so it felt odd to put ogres there. However, ogres had a weakness that made you want to rate them lowly. Ogres could not use magic and were weak against magic attacks. This handicap seemed like a good enough justification for their low placing, but there were others with similar weaknesses. For instance, the Sahuagin were only half as strong when they came up onto dry land. This placed them a rank lower than you might think, based off of their mana level. Well, never mind those details. It just meant that there was an insurmountable wall between ogres and vampires. So, what had happened? Was it merely a battle between the weakest vampire and the strongest ogre? These two could have been so far from the average, and it was a chance encounter. It would explain the outcome, perhaps. However, Galen, on the other hand, there is no explanation for that. Could a young ogre really overwhelm vampire guards? This was an entirely different situation. These weren't young shut-ins. They weren't low-ranking, green brats who had never fought. They were soldiers who had gone through proper training. There was no way that he could win. What if they held back because Galen had two of their own in his hands? It sounded so ridiculous when said out loud. But it was true that none had been able to unleash a serious attack. One vampire had tried, but Gallen blocked him. And that destructive power. Elter and Finley weren't dead after being used as weapons. Yes, they were still alive. They weren't fine, they weren't merely badly wounded. There wasn't much to say other than that they were alive. And that was strange as well. After all, Gallen had swung them around as weapons over 100 times. However, there was one thing to consider. Vampires had immense mana, and they could use it to strengthen their bodies. What happened to their bodies? How was it possible? For instance, let's say that they ran at a speed that the eye couldn't follow, and they crashed into each other. The impact would be very great indeed. However, the vampire would not be harmed at all. That's how tough they were. Gallen had hit the fallen soldiers over and over and over again. And so I could understand that there may be dislocations or even some broken bones. But they were more like jellyfish. Gallen had used them until they no longer functioned as weapons. They would not be able to return to being soldiers now. Perhaps this was because our country had known peace for too long. In spite of all that training, they had not actually gone to war. In other words, their arrogance had been their downfall. I would have to make the others understand this. Either that, or the ogres have a hidden power. But ogres were low in every country they lived in. After all, they could be taken down with one good shot of magic. No one was foolish enough to enter a fist fight with them. Perhaps that was why they often disappeared on the battlefield before they were able to show their true power. General. A messenger has arrived from the royal castle. I had been sitting in my office, lost in my own thoughts, not realizing how much time had passed. A messenger. I called towards the door. They say it is an emergency. Very well. I'll meet them at once. If it was from the castle, then it must be Atrasusia. And so I shook my head and got up to my feet. Chapter 131. Town of Estbia Farnes. A messenger from the royal castle. They say that it's an emergency. And so Farnes met with them immediately. The place was her office. There were no soldiers in the room, just one civil official. What is it? What happened? The messenger was clearly nervous, which gave her a feeling of dread. We were contacted by General Dardaroth at the castle. He says he cannot hold back both Ruse and Kurulu. Currently, a single general was being made to stop the advance of 2 invasions at the same time. That's probably true. What's the current situation? As it's within our own country, defenses are still stable. He's set up a number of camps that are spread out in order to defend the area, but it's not enough to actually drive the enemy back. And if things continue for too long, he will have no choice but to retreat. That was the report. So just standing their ground was the most they could do, and they would only get weaker from here. But given the circumstances, he couldn't be asked to do any more than that. And yet they have managed to stop the invasion for now. Yes, however, there were apparently some core that got through. The enemy was using multiple routes in this invasion. Of course, not all of them would be guarded, and the enemy weren't going to be kind enough to tell them which routes they would be using. Still, this country was not that large. So there was a good possibility that the enemy would be able to reach the royal castle if they slipped through. And have any reached the castle yet? There were 2 corps that did, but Adjutant Atrasusia went out and made quick work of them. I see. That's good to know, however they won't be the last. Now that the enemy knew there were routes left open, they might try poking through them. But it was doubtful that the castle would be in trouble as long as Atrasusia was there. However, there was also Nair to consider. Perhaps it would be better to have the soldiers placed elsewhere so they weren't striking back so near the castle. But perhaps it wouldn't make any difference. It might be better to just have General Chalart return from guarding the border with Leninoth. This was a difficult decision she was facing. But Farnes knew that it would be a complete disaster if she didn't think carefully and ended up choosing the wrong option. Anything else to report? General Dardarto has marched out in order to stop the invasion from Kurulu. So he's going to the front lines himself. A fire was finally lit under his ass then. Once he was on the front lines, he would not be able to give out orders to the other corps. And he wants you, General Farnes, to attack Ruse's army from behind. Ruse's army. Gallen had talked about it as well. Ruse's army was not far from this town. Perhaps General Dardaroth was depending on this as he went out to attack Kurulu's army. I had meant to move only when the reinforcements from Demon King Troutzard arrived. Will that be too late? General Dardaroth's view is that they're nearing the limit. I see. Now that General Dardaroth was going to fight the Kurulu army, they would not be able to keep track of Ruse's movements. Perhaps it would be best to leave everything and go immediately. If Farnese did not go, the enemy would no longer have to stay on the defensive, and a great host of them might reach the castle. Very well. It would take several more days at least for the soldiers to arrive from Troutzard's lands. It might be too late if she waited for them to arrive. Will you be able to attack? I will leave someone here to greet our guests when they arrive. But more importantly, you want us to hurry, yes. Then tell me the route that the Ruse army is using. Yes. The route that the enemy is advancing through is here. The messenger offered a map. It had the estimated size of the enemy army and all the places that battles had taken place so far. As she deciphered the information on the map, a deep crease appeared on Farnese's face as her eyebrows narrowed. Incredibly vicious battles were happening in places that were only half a day away from this town. Are these numbers for our and the enemy's armies correct? They were confirmed. Their side was quite small, only about a quarter of the size of the enemy. Farnese was not surprised at how frantic General Dardaroth seemed. One small event could tip the scale, and the enemy might push them away in one sweep. Just thinking about the hopeless battle Dardaroth's men were forced to continue to fight made it difficult for her to stay in one place. As this message was brought from the castle, and taking into account that the battlefield is moving, staying in formation in the back while abandoning the old camp and retreating, they must be around here. In this battle, the enemy soldiers were trying to avoid heavy losses. That was why things hadn't fallen apart just yet. Perhaps they had decided that the real battle would be waged in full force at the castle. The civil official who was also in the room was writing down Farnese's words. All right, I'll organize my army and leave at once. Yes. At the same time, send word to General Chalart that he must leave half of his men to monitor the border while the others return to the castle. If this happens, then we will be able to send soldiers to help General Dardaroth as soon as General Chalart arrives. Farnese said, and then left the office. Farnese was supposed to stay here in order to greet Troutzard's men, but that was no longer possible. All of you, we will be leaving at once. Take care of the rest while I'm gone, she said to those who would remain in the mansion, and then she went out into the garden in order to gather the soldiers. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 132. Dardaroth's Army Corps Commander Myaza. On one of the roads leading to the royal capital. Currently, Ruse's army was split up into multiple corps as they marched. Corps Commander Myaza was the one who braved the vicious advance of Ruse's army. But now that the enemy's attacks had settled down, they were finally able to breathe again. Non-combatants go and repair the walls. Carry the wounded to the back. Where's the backup corps? While the enemy had withdrawn for now, they were sure to reorganize and then attack again. I have confirmed the backup corps' approach. They will reach us soon. I see, then we will have to stay here. He had planned to abandon this site and fall back to the town behind them, but there were too many wounded for that. Up until yesterday, most of them had been able to move by themselves. But today's attack had increased the number of wounded, and now the majority of them could not rise from their beds, and they could not be left behind. Myaza looked at the healers who were working. 3 days ago, they had sent a request to the castle for reinforcements. They had arrived just a moment ago. That being said, they were just a few who had been sent ahead of the others. The main army would take longer to arrive. Still, it was better than nothing. While he thought this, according to what he heard from the advance party, the other battlefields were also in a terrible state. I had assumed that Ruiz would be doing better, since they're close to a town. Corps Commander Ruiz was also stopping the enemy's advance near a different road. Apparently, the enemy were more numerous there, and so reinforcements had been swiftly sent from the castle. However, the castle had a limit on how many men it could send. They weren't being conjured out of thin air, and so they had to recruit soldiers from nearby towns and villages. While this allowed them to easily increase their fighting force, they risked having an army that was filled with amateurs. Soldiers who did not understand orders would not move in the way that you wanted them to. Sometimes they would get in the way of others, and when they crumbled, they all crumbled at once. When it looked like you might lose, it was often better to not have any new soldiers around. However, being thoroughly outnumbered meant low morale. Still, I was sure that Ruiz of all people would manage. Ultimately, the reinforcements had not been enough. They had abandoned their fortress and were in the middle of retreating. I was hoping that Ruiz would come flying to us. But things don't happen the way that you want them to, Mayaza said with a dry laugh. Mayaza was of the limping Tengu clan, and while they were good with magic, flight was very difficult. In order to avoid being shot out of the sky, they generally stayed on the ground and fought with magic. On the other hand, Ruiz was a foul Tengu and showed his true abilities once he took flight. If Mayaza and Ruiz worked together, they could unleash unending chains of magic attacks from both the sky and ground. They would have made a deadly combination. They'll be coming soon. Prepare to fight. The enemy had rested and were getting back in formation. Movement had been seen in their camp. After a while, part of their walls opened up and something huge stepped out. It's golems. The enemy is serious now. Golems were slow on their feet, and so they would be able to destroy them with magic before they reached them. They were disposable walls. However, some of them would reach this camp. And Mayaza knew well how strong the golems were. These repaired walls would be destroyed very easily. In front of him now, the golems fell one after another as they were hit with magic. Still, they did not stop. It only needed to be 10. If 10 reached them, the enemy could win. That's what they would be thinking. And so Mayaza gave the order. Annihilate them with your greatest firepower. It will be the end of us if they reach the walls. They could not hold back here. A staggering amount of magic bullets were launched towards the golems. The sounds of destruction echoed everywhere, and explosive winds sent clouds of dust high into the air. Their vision was robbed for a moment, and what appeared next was something they had not expected: an armor king turtle. All of you, prepare for impact. Mayaza made the decision immediately. While armor king turtles were slower than golems, they could break through nearly anything. If they got close enough to ram against the walls, there would be no stopping them until they reached the back of the camp. Immediately after, an armor king turtle smashed into the walls, and Mayaza's body was thrown into the air amidst a hurricane of wooden shards. Battle on the road, Farnese. After getting her men together and running to the scene, she found that her comrades had already crumbled. The enemy was running right over them. All of you, we charge now, Farnese shouted. She stood in the front herself as she led her men towards the enemy army. The enemy must have been very surprised. They were on the brink of victory, and then an army appeared right behind them. They had been suppressing the road as they marched, but now someone had taken them from the rear. We have to turn around and fight them at once. That's what they seem to have thought, as several corps reacted to Farnese's charge. However, too slow. Farnese had not charged due to an overconfidence in her own strength. She had the ability to back it up. And so they scattered the enemy that got in their way and continued to move in a straight line. Before they knew it, they had gone through the enemy army and reached their comrades' camp on the other side. Her subordinates were the same. They were desperate to keep up with the general, and they fought hard. I guess we should go back again. If they could fight on their way here, they could fight on their way back. Thinking this, Farnese took her men and charged into the enemy camp once again. And during their second assault on the enemy, Farnese was lucky enough to run into the enemy corps commander. It was there that they fought one-on-one. Farnese's army was victorious. Where am I? When Corps Commander Mayaza awoke, the sky had turned madder red, but he wasn't lying on the ground. He had been put on some kind of board. He sat up and looked at his surroundings. The battle was over, and people who were not his men were working around him. Are they from General Farnese's army? He understood this after seeing the vampires. Are you awake now? It was Mayaza's adjutant. What happened? General Farnese arrived as a reinforcement, and our side won the battle. They're cleaning things up now. What? The general came here herself. I must go and thank her. Where is the general? She said that she had something important to do and returned alone. Furthermore, all of the surrounding roads are now covered by the general's men. It is safe to say that we have one over there as well. I see, we won. And the general already left. It was obvious that she had come here in spite of being very busy. Have you contacted General Dardaroth? Yes. In that case, we must do our duty. He had to ensure that the roads were safe. They would likely have to stay up for the entire night. Still, Mayaza felt that this was preferable to fighting the enemy. Chapter 133. Farnez had hurriedly sent out her men. Not only that, she had led them herself in the rescue mission. So many had left the town. It was practically emptied. But thanks to this, they succeeded in stopping the advance of Ruse's army. And while there were still some battlefields that were in a stalemate, they had won most of them. It seemed safe to assume that the enemy wouldn't be too bold for a while. "I will return to the town," Farnez said to her subordinates once things had settled, and then she flew back. She had to be ready to welcome the reinforcements from the Demon King. Matters could not be left to people who didn't know what was happening. The advance party arrived in the town just as she landed. "I made it in time." It had been close, but Farnez sighed with relief. She spoke with them briefly and accepted the list of soldiers that would be coming. The rest of the army arrived the next day, and she greeted them as planned. Several corps had arrived. When it came to having men fight in a war, combining different kinds of soldiers was considered to be the most ideal. If each corps was made up of a single race and they had good teamwork, they would be able to demonstrate explosive power. However, they would also become weak the moment their weakness was exploited. Such corps could not be used in a large variety of situations. She had heard a story once. A country was going to fight a battle near a lake, and so they put together a corps of water monsters. However, they were eventually cut off from the water and forced to fight. Unsurprisingly, they died without being able to resist. If you fill your ranks with just a single type, the enemy will target your weaknesses. And so she could see the wisdom in having these reinforcements being composed of different corps. First, we have the Selm. The Selms were often called desert soldiers, and they liked to hunt in large groups. These groups moved as if they were one single creature, allowing them to take down stronger enemies with ease. And so some even called them giant killers. And while they were also strong as individuals, this was multiplied many times over when they fought together. Yes, they would be very difficult to deal with if they were enemies. The Selms now marched towards the town in a perfect line. What came after them were the Infervipers. Well, they too are too hot to approach. They looked a lot like Lamias, meaning the top of their body was human and the lower part snake. However, their top part was constantly blowing out fire, which hid their faces. They were sometimes called lava snakes. Just getting too close to them would mean taking fire damage, which meant you would have to avoid close quarters combat when facing them. Most people fought them with water magic. That being said, it was very difficult to learn water magic that was effective enough against Infervipers. As Infervipers were among the advanced races, they had very high magic defense. Because of this, even though they were considered weak to water magic, you would have to be very skilled with it in order to inflict decent damage. And so they too were difficult to fight. As the Infervipers advanced, the air in the town began to rise in temperature. Farnez wiped away the sweat coming down her forehead and waited for the next corps. The ground started to shake, and she heard shouting from up ahead. What appeared in front of her now were sword giants. They were one of the rarest of giants, and their entire bodies were covered in thick armor. But unlike the living male, they were not hollow inside. Farnez could see the eyes in the depths of the helmets. As for the thing that was most striking about the sword giants, it was the blades that came out at different points on their armor. The shoulders, elbows, knees, of course. But also their heads and spines had blades coming out. One would wonder how they were able to sleep like that. That was how many blades protruded from their bodies. And each one of these blades were incredibly sharp. Just touching them would deal immense damage. I had heard stories about them, but they really are big. She had been expecting them to be big, as they were giants, but not this big. They were at least 3 times as tall as Farnez. But they were also very wide and thick. She couldn't imagine how much damage they would deal if they rammed into someone, and she had no intention of experiencing it for herself. So this is our trump card for defeating Leninoth. Each one of them was worth 1,000 men. They would have to be used to destroy Leninoth and then Farah. The march ended at Farnez's mansion. "All of you, welcome to my town." Her garden was considered to be quite large, but it now felt very small. "And while I wish that I could allow you to rest, you must now head to the royal castle. It is there that we shall reveal our plans to defeat Leninoth." In fact, Felicia was currently putting the plan together. This was a war that involved multiple countries. and a person who had enough knowledge and experience in order to create plans was someone she wanted to keep secret. If Felicia's identity was revealed, her life might be in danger. And so it would be Farnese who announced it to the others. I know that you are tired, but the situation is urgent. We will be leaving tomorrow morning, so be prepared. Just as Farnese finished this address, a single vampire flew towards her. There was a rule in this town. You were not to fly above it unless there was a good reason to. Even her messengers traveled through the streets. And this was such an important time, but this person was flying. What is it? Farnese felt a sense of dread. Chapter 134. Town of Estbia, Farnese. The message was from the royal castle. Adjutant Atrasushia had sent it to Farnese. But the mansion garden was filled with demon King Troutzard's soldiers. Farnese felt that it was not the best place to listen to the report, and so she met the messenger in her study. So what is it? The messenger must have been in a rush, as he was out of breath. After a few moments spent calming down, he began to speak. There are several reports. First, I will tell you about the situation in the neighboring countries. That was enough to make Farnese feel a sense of foreboding. The messenger sucked in a deep breath and stood up straight. First, concerning Lesser Demon King Lubanga, who was in an alliance with Lesser Demon King Ruse, they are now in a state of war. Lubanga seems to have invaded them. This signals the immediate end of their alliance. However, according to our most recent information, Lesser Demon King Ruse has fallen. Essentially, the country has collapsed. Lesser Demon King Lubanga seems to have swallowed up Ruse's country, making him a Lesser Demon King who rules 2 countries. What? But it seemed like just a moment ago that Lesser Demon Ruse was attacking this country. He had split his army into multiple corps, and they were marching towards the royal capital. General Dardaroth had fought back, and Farnese herself had supported them as a reinforcement. It was only after dealing with it that she had returned to this town, and now the enemy country itself had fallen. Not only that, but it was their ally, Lubanga, who was responsible. Farnese wanted to shout at the messenger and ask for more details, but this was her mansion, and she had visitors from abroad. It was best to avoid doing anything that would attract attention. And so she thought quietly. Ruse's invasion of this country would mean that his own country would be poorly guarded. He had been in alliance with Lubanga, and until recently, they were at war with 2 other countries. So Ruse's armies would have been shrinking already. And yet he had sent some of them out to invade this country. Then there was this dramatic betrayal. It was likely that Lubanga had been targeting Ruse all along. Sweet words were whispered, and Ruse was pushed into thinking invading this country was a good idea. It annoyed Farnese greatly. Lesser Demon King Melvis's country had been used as bait. So, Lesser Demon King Ruse is dead, and Lubanga now rules those lands. The messenger nodded. I will continue my report. This happened at the same time, and concerns Lesser Demon King Nakti, who was in an alliance with Lesser Demon King Kurulu. They too are in a state of war, and Lesser Demon King Kurulu's whereabouts are currently unknown. Even now, they are conducting a search for him in his lands. If he is not found soon, the country will either be split up or absorbed by Nakti completely. Now, he was talking about Kurulu and Nakti. Both of them were also in an alliance. And while Kurulu's army was busy invading this country, Nakti had broken their alliance and attacked. The 2 situations were eerily similar. In other words, Lubanga and Nakti knew what the other was going to do. Lubanga and Nakti were supposed to be at war. When did they join forces? In any case, Ruse and Kurulu had not been able to discover it in time. And now they were gone. This country was the same. They were desperately trying to fight the invasion of Ruse and Kurulu's armies, and so no one knew what was happening until the very end. Farnese suddenly remembered something. When Ruse and Kurulu had attacked, she had assumed that their allies would soon follow. However, there had never been any news of that. Yes, it must have all been planned from the beginning. And now, this country was neighbor to 2 larger and more dangerous countries. Allow me to continue. It seems that Lesser Demon King Leninoth and Lesser Demon King Farah have signed an anti-war pact. I had been considering that possibility. Both countries are dominant in this area. If they clashed now, even the victor would be weakened considerably. They will likely not fight again until it is impossible for them to expand. Because of this, Lesser Demon King Leninoth has started to move his army to the south. The south. That means either our country or Kirulu's. No, what was formerly Nakti's country. We do not know for sure yet, but judging by the scale of the army, we think he might be targeting us. And while it hasn't been confirmed yet, soldiers have been sighted near Ru's and Kirulu's borders. So the four countries have turned into two large countries, and they will both attack us now, along with Leninoth. That is not something that we can deal with. If Leninoth attacked while they were still warring with the other two countries, there would be nothing they could do to resist. This situation, I'm not sure what can be done. She wished that she had not listened to the messenger at all. Farnaz could not help but feel regret. General Chalart could no longer leave the northern border, and General Dardaroth was still dealing with the aftermath of the battle. Once that was done, he would have to return to his town and reorganize. And while the war with Rus and Kirulu was over, both countries had been destroyed by someone else, and the tension was much the same as before. Atrasushia was requesting Farnaz return to the castle as if they were at their limit. Even Farnaz felt that she could not stay in her town any longer. And so, she set out for the castle immediately. But there was much to think about, such as how to use Troutzard's soldiers and how they would move in the future. Farnaz's brain was hardly able to process everything that was happening. When she arrived at the castle, Felicia was waiting for her, and they had a long, long discussion. And so the troubles surrounding lesser demon King Melvis's country showed no signs of ending anytime soon. End of Volume 2.